I wanna know you, I wanna show you, and I wanna give you everything you wanted, and I wanna see you, don't wanna leave you. I just wanna give you everything you dream, but hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me, and we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me.
You got me thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. chances for love, but nothing's like our home. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. One of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me, won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would he even be himself? If I told you that we could have a better life.
No sleep. You'll never find me dreaming these days. Lonely. I had to get another set of keys made. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took her off the shelf, would she even be herself?
If I told you that we could have a better life. If I choke on the words in my mouth, will you help me get them out?
You know I'm always worried about. If I told you
That we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf,
would she even be herself?
if I told you that we could have a better life.
I can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost. So now,
From the moment you came over, I'd be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt, when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt, when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. Show me how to make it real. I won't let you down. If this is how we're meant to feel, I never had a doubt. Through every test, I gave you my best. I am obsessed, believe me. So take the next step, we'll make up the rest. Try to let go. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. You wanted me to break the rules. I can read the signs. I can feel it burning through. You see it in my eyes. It's complicated, 'cause all along I've been waiting. Just take me for a ride. 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 things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dream to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take them tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that. You take me to a better place. Never wanna leave. Affection in a million ways when you're next to me. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take them tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Never stop dreaming. Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the deep end. You think I'm done, but I just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end.
Underneath the neon, in the jacket you can lean on. In the dark
Got your hands up on your hip, like a pin up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see it dip.
Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3, chorus on the phone.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Might have taken slow back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. Twerk it like a rowdy, I'ma eat it like a zombie. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Might have taken slow back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. All I want is
Underneath the neon, denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. Twerk it like a rowdy, I'ma eat it like a zombie.
Summer night, sipping up the vibe, here to make you dance now. Feel the heat, taste of something sweet. Wanna take a chance now. We don't care if it's a weekday. We're getting on it like we've nothing to lose. Out out there soaking up the sun rays and feel the rhythm of our favorite tunes. Underneath the stars and neon lights, something in the water drives the track, it's us, no looking back. Your love ain't no race, but baby, if I win, then you win too. I close, there's always lose. Your kiss, I can't wait to taste it. Oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, wash your hands on my skin. Gotta get you, need you pulling me in. Gotta get you, let the games begin. Games begin, games. It's overdue, but right, don't leave me blue. We go mad in this and training. If I win, then you win too. I'll close, there I will lose. Yeah, love ain't no race, but baby, ooh, oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, wash your hands on my skin. Gotta get you, need you pulling me in. Gotta get you, let the games begin. Games begin, games. Oh, pulling me in. Games begin, games
I can feel the walls closing in. Yeah, the hardest part is trying to get over them. If you could see, would you do it all again? Yeah. To take my time, I haven't decided yet. Yeah. It's just a Saturday night, I don't know if I should call you. Deep in my mind, I'll find it's always all you. Waiting in line, I wish that I could walk through. To tell you the truth, there's still ways to go, and I don't wanna get too far. Now it's too late for us, 'cause I don't wanna get involved. Not this time. There you go, telling a lie again. Messed up my mind, you want me to try again. The next Saturday night, I knew I didn't want you. Deep in your mind, I hope I always sought you. Waiting in line, I wish that I could walk through. To tell you the truth, there's still ways to go, and I don't wanna get too far. Now it's too late for us, 'cause I don't wanna get involved. Not this time. Ways to go, and I don't wanna get too far. Now it's too late for us, 'cause I don't wanna get involved. Not this time.
Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
All I want now is you. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you.
Frustrations keep swelling, I'm spiraling out. My mind's overthinking, I can't hear a sound. Stop looking past me, putting me down. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my thoughts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. Resenting is easy, but anger gets old. Have trouble believing the things that I'm told, and I wish I could go back to the person I know. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my thoughts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was drowning, now I'm shouting. I was falling, now I'm shouting. I was drowning in a sea of my thoughts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out.
trying to find the words to say you mean the world to me. When I'm fighting and you see me hurt, don't walk away. I've been holding on for days, hoping just to see your face. Let me know you're coming back, and I can't wait. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Hoping that I found the words to say you mean the world to me. When it's getting dark, you make it turn to brighter days. You found a way to lift me up, even when it's getting rough. You don't ever turn your back or walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Don't you walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down.
Paris, the city of art, culture, and now freestyle chess. Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. I'm your host, James Dash, and over the next 8 days, we will watch 12 of the world's top-rated grandmasters will compete at the highest level. Freestyle chess is unlike anything the world has ever seen. And who better to bring in this fantastic event than my incredible friends, David Howell and Tanya Sachdev.
James, it's great to be back with you boys.
Paris is the perfect city for the second leg of the Grand Slam Tour. Of course, Paris has emblematic architecture and incredible art. But the city is also home to iconic chess history, from casual matches in Jardin de Luxembourg to 3 global chess tournaments in the 19th century, to chess cafes that have attracted the likes of Voltaire, Rousseau, Ben Franklin, and even a young Napoleon.
You're absolutely right, Tanya. Paris has been the setting for some thrilling chess tournaments throughout history, from famous artists like Eugene Delacroix to legendary chess players like La Bourdonnaise and Alexander Alekhine. Freestyle chess is now going to write the next chapter in Paris's chess legacy. What makes freestyle so unique is how we play chess. The players will compete in Chess 960, which randomizes the pieces on the back rank to level the playing field. Before each game, we will pull one of 960 positions, which the players will then have 10 minutes to discuss.
Which forces players to rely on their intuition and adaptability. Every move is crucial, and as we know from the Weissenhaus Slam, drama is guaranteed.
With the best players, creators, and commentators in the world, get ready for the second leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, live in Paris. Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
Of the world's greatest chess players will battle in a unique and thrilling format. No opening preparation, no memorized lines will help the grandmasters here. Only creativity, skill, and instincts.
That's because all games are played in Fisher Random, also known as Chess 960, or as we like to call it, Freestyle chess. Before every game, a new starting position is drawn, challenging the players to rely on their creativity and intuition.
And with a $750,000 prize pool, the stakes couldn't be higher. Over 8 days, the Grandmasters will compete for first place and Grand Slam Tour points with the hopes of becoming the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion for all 5 tournaments around the world.
The first 2 days is the round-robin phase. Every grandmaster plays each other once over. 11 rounds with a rapid time control. 10 minutes with a 10-second bonus per move. And if needed, 10 tiebreakers will decide the final standings.
The top 8 grandmasters advance to the knockout phase, 1 round every 2 days, with 1 game per day in a classical time control. 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move. And to reward the best performers of the round-robin stage, the top 4 players choose their opponents from the bottom 4.
Players who get eliminated don't go home. They continue fighting for rankings in a separate bracket. Every win still counts, in points and in dollars.
And if matches end in a tie, get ready for an epic tiebreak. We begin with a rapid match, and if it's still tied, there'll be a blitz showdown with 5 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. And if there's still no decision, we will watch a final Armageddon standoff.
This format ensures that only the most adaptable, resilient, and fearless chess player will triumph. No second chances, no shortcut, just pure chess brilliance.
Who will rise above the rest and claim the $200,000 first prize?
World, are you ready? The greatest chess talent from around the globe. 8 action-packed days. This is Freestyle Chess. It's a beautiful day here in Paris, France, as we enter the second day and final day of our round-robin play here in the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in Paris, France. It was quite the day yesterday. 6 games, a marathon of a day, and 5 more to come today. But Tanya, it's almost painful to think that at the end of the day today, 4 of our 12 players will find themselves out of contention for that top spot.
It's judgment day today, James, for these players, you know, especially the ones who are at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. And I will tell you that each player who's here in Paris, they've got such a big fan base. Everyone wants them to see it through. So it's going to be heartbreak for some and celebration for others today.
Yeah, it just feels odd to talk about 12 of the world's top players and to know that, well, such a huge percentage of them will be out of contention for first place. Yesterday, we saw some beasts like world champion Gukesh struggle. We saw Fabiano Caruana with an up-and-down day. Already, the storylines are starting to emerge. Who's in form, who's not. And today, we'll find out who can really clutch it up and bring their best when the stakes are highest.
And to your point, with what's on the line, I think no better thing to do than to take a look at the standings and see how each of our competitors enters the second day of round-robin play. As we've already mentioned, only the top 8 will move on to that playoff bracket in the knockout stage and vie for a chance at the overall top prize. You've got Magnus Carlsen and Nodirbek Abdusatorov sharing that top spot currently with 5 points apiece. And then if we take a look over on the right-hand side of the board, it's going to be Pragnananda and Fabiano, who are sitting at 2.5, a share of 7th and 8th. That's your line that you're looking at right now. So if it were to play out as we see it here, Keymer, Gukesh, Richard Rapport, and Vidit would all be eliminated at the end of the day if these standings don't change.
And that shows how hard this event is, right? You've got the Vincent Slam winner who's in danger zone. You've got the world champion Gukesh in danger zone, and 4 players will get knocked out. Magnus, Nodirbek showing incredible form. Nodirbek undefeated. Magnus 5 wins after just losing 1 game to Arjun Arigasi yesterday. You know what? No one's happy in the chess world. While the players are not when Magnus shows that kind of form. That's bad news for the others.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting too, because we talk about how freestyle chess in some ways might be a format that lends itself to the younger generation, David. But all that said, once we took a look at the standings end of the day, yes, Nodirbek is inserting himself there, But it seems that actually the majority of the older generation is who managed to kind of float to the top just yesterday.
Yeah, but can the old guys keep it up for the whole week? Last time it was Vincent Keymer who won in Weissenhaus, and there were a lot of young players impressing throughout the journey. I think the older guys just got angry yesterday. They didn't start well. None of them started well, but throughout the day they did bring their best. They did rise towards the top. So
yeah,
likely we'll see most of the kind of established superstars like Magnus, like Hikaru in the quarterfinals, in the knockout stages. But yeah, the young guys, who is going to stand up today? That's the big question.
Who takes the Paris Slam? Will it be one of the old guards or one of the younger generation, David?
Put me on the spot.
Always,
Yeah.
that's part of my job.
Lock it in.
Nodebeck.
Nodebeck.
It's a hot take.
Wow. And would you have ever thought that before yesterday?
I wouldn't have thought it a week ago when he wasn't even in the lineup.
Sure, but I'm saying, yeah. Exactly. Once you learned he was coming, did you think he was going to even have this much of an impact?
I had a feeling he'd do well, but I didn't think it would be kind of an immediate just him being on fire. I thought maybe it would take a few days to get over the jet lag, to get in the zone, to get adapted again to freestyle chess. But no, Nodebeck was bang in shape, and the young guys just need to take inspiration from him. If he can have a hot day like that just after getting off a flight, anyone can.
Oh, and that's the thing, right? Everybody is still very much in it. Right now, the 8th place line is 2.5 points. Last place currently 1 point. So that's a 1.5 point differential. We have 5 games to play today. Still plenty of room to make things up. But of course, as the games tick along, it's going to get scary for a number of our players when it comes to elimination. Let's take a look at the first matchups of the day to see what everybody has in store. Immediately, my eyes are going to go to that Richard Rapport and Vidit game, because those are the 2 players in a share for last place, which means more so this one is so impactful, because if one of them is able to take this full point, great. They do a great service in moving towards that 8th place, but really it's about who doesn't come out on top in that matchup.
Exactly. It feels like must win for both sides. So a 2-pointer, we would say, like a 2-point swing potentially either way. It's also a rematch of the finals for the play-in for this event. So just a few weeks ago, Vidit defeated Rapport in the final there. He banked his spot here in Paris. Rapport ended up getting an invitation anyway. But yeah, hard to call Rapport on a roll of 5 losses in a row now. So yeah, he needs to turn things around. He needs to win today. Otherwise, I think mentally he's out of it.
Yeah, Tanya Vidit as well, having a tumultuous day yesterday. It almost looked like it was going to start out in a brilliant fashion, right? Had winning chances, and then things slip away with one move or another, and it seemed to cascade across the entire slate of games just yesterday.
He has to leave that behind. And I did meet him at breakfast. He looks like he's in a good mood and ready to fight it out. I mean, his task is cut up, right? He's got to get those early wins. He needs to go on a bit of a streak to have a shot to make it to the quarterfinals. He looked like he's in good spirits, so we'll find out. And the other player who I did meet at breakfast was Fabiano Caruana. He's got a big one ahead of him. He's playing Hikaru. He starts the day, with one of his biggest rivals in the chess world. And Fabi, what a day one he had, right? He starts with 3 losses, and that just shows the determination that these top guys have. They know with their back against the wall how to make a comeback. I mean, he could have gone on a 3-in-a-row win at the very end. He's still in the mix for things, and I think this one is a huge, huge game for Fabi. Yeah. Hikaru, somewhere in the middle of the leaderboard.
Narrowly missing that 3rd victory yesterday and landing at just 2.5, but it was such an impressive clawing back by Fabiano just yesterday. But as Tanya mentions, David, that is not an easy first matchup of the day, and when you're the one in danger, right? I wonder how the pressure is being felt by somebody who's sitting in that 8th, 9th kind of precipice, as opposed to Magnus, Nodebeck, who are sitting pretty with 5 points apiece and largely can enter today, I think, with confidence.
That's right. The guys at the top, full of confidence, of course, and also, especially for freestyle chess, I would say, playing with a bit of freedom definitely helps. If you tense up, if you play too passively, it tends to backfire in this type of event. And for the likes of Fabiano, who's in the danger zone and he's kind of just hovering above those 4 relegation spots, yeah, he tends to be a big game player. So I'm expecting more from him, especially judging on how he ended yesterday.
Yeah. If we just take more of a step back, kind of zoom out and reflect on yesterday, I'm curious how you guys are grappling with how few draws we had. How decisive. I mean, I know that this format lends itself to decisive games, but just in the comparison from day 1 of Weissenhaus to day 1 here, with more boards in play, we had fewer draws. That seems wild to me.
Love it, right? 36 total games, 6 draws. And that never happens when you've got a field like what we do in Paris right now. It's not something the chess world is used to, but that's the beauty of this format of freestyle chess. You know, there is no opening preparation. Things can go wrong early on. You don't have the Berlin draws. You don't have the QGD draws to play out. And players love it. They have to fight it out from the very start. I mean, 30 decisive games, Magnus losing 1, winning 5, Norbek Abdusattorov undefeated so far, 4 decisive games. It's been an absolute bloodbath day 1, and I'm expecting more of that today.
Yeah, long may that continue. It was funny in the play-ins, not the play-ins, the round robin even in Weissenhaus, Gukesh got into the top 8 by drawing most of his games. Here, it's just a roller coaster, up, down. Yeah, it's fantastic to see. Who needs to ban the draw offer when they're playing like this?
Found his first win of the entire circuit in this event just yesterday. We'll see if he can find more today, and he'll need them to claw his way back up into that top 8.
And it's funny what you say, because I don't know how many of our viewers are aware that at a technical meeting, there was a discussion about banning the draw offer in the round robin stage. And I think it was Magnus who brought this point up. And it's all on the internet. Go check out Freestyle Chess on this. Great piece of content there. But to your point, you know, when it comes to this format, it doesn't even matter. Draw offers, where do you get a position that's equal that you can even make a legitimate offer like that?
Yeah, absolutely so rare. And as you mentioned, yesterday was a bloodbath. There were haymakers being thrown across the board, decisive games left and right. I think it's a good idea for us to take a moment to reflect on yesterday and relive some of the highs and lows.
The first 6 rounds in Paris have delivered sharp fights, triumphant winners, and crushed fan favorites, as well as a leaderboard that's shifting by the minute. We had a late arrival in top form, a 10-minute game that lasted an hour, the heartbreaking loss of a newlywed, and there was the evergreen encounter, Magnus versus Hikaru.
Hikaru was looking at the screen. He just wanted to avoid too much risk, maybe due to the Magnus effect.
You know, I look at the screen, we talk about gloves are off, jackets are off right now, and these two are facing each other. It's been all pawns move, not a single piece has landed on the board just yet.
Norbek Abdusattorov flew into Paris on short notice and started like he never left the airport. 3 wins out of the gate. But after 5 rounds, he was no longer alone at the top. Slow starting Magnus Carlsen caught fire. The Norwegian beat world champion Gukesh after converting a queen endgame like it was a warm-up puzzle. Not even Hikaru Nakamura could stop him. After 6 rounds, Abdusattorov and Carlsen share the lead with 5 points each, followed by local hero MVL with 4.5.
This one looking hopeless now for Fabiano. Magnus slides across. He's actually threatening a checkmate attack now against the Black King on the back rank. And one last trick on the diagonal. Caruana about to resign. There we go. Magnus takes it. A huge turnaround in the game, but Fabiano still on 0 out of 3.
Yeah, big win for Magnus there, but...
Fabiano Caruana had a nightmare start with 3 straight losses, but fought his way back into the race. He nearly completed a full comeback with 3 wins in a row, but couldn't overcome Jan Nepomniachtchi's miracle endgame save in round 6. Down the leaderboard, the pressure is on. Richard Rapport, a fan favorite known for his creative chaos, sits at just 1 out of 6. Same for Vidik Kudrafi, whose honeymoon took a painful turn. 1 win, 5 losses. Neither is out yet, but they'll need nothing less than a crushing performance on day 2 to reach the quarterfinals. And we need to talk about Vincent Keymer. The Weissenhaus champion has had a rough ride so far, especially after losing a promising game to Arjun Erigaisi in round 6. Keymer keeps falling behind on the clock and struggles to finish off good positions. Still, with 2 points, he's very much in the race for the knockout phase. Through 6 rounds, the leaderboard is tight. The field remains stacked, and with 5 more rounds to go in the group stage, it's all about momentum. The knockout spots are limited. Who will take them? Stay tuned to find out.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paris, France, as we gear up for day 2, the final day of the round robin here, looking for 8 players to qualify through to that knockout stage. A good reflection on how the day broke down just yesterday, highs and lows for each of our players. As you said, though, Tanya, I think for a lot of them, it's about that full reset, right? Even those that had great performances yesterday, you know, not to rest on your laurels, you know, coming into this day, I think is going to be an important note for them as well.
Absolutely. I mean, 5 rounds, anything can happen. But if anybody's feeling chill and relaxed right now, it's got to be Magnus Carlsen and Norderbeck up to Satrov. I mean, they're at the top of the leaderboard, 5 out of 7. Not just, again, the scoreline, but simply the way they did it. Impressive games. They're coming in form. But it really comes down to the bottom 4, and I want our chat to get involved. What do you guys think? You know, we've seen the players who are fighting for survival today. Who makes it to that top 8? What shift around? And who are you rooting for to see in the quarterfinals?
Yeah.
We've got the world champ down there who barely made it to the quarters last slam and then was knocked out by Fabiano.
And I think while chat gets involved there too, there's a name on the screen right now, David, that we've actually been remiss not to talk about too much. Granted, he is back on that end of the spectrum alongside Magnus and Norderbeck, but only a half point out of first. MVL has shown up in a big way in his hometown.
Yeah, MVL was my MVP yesterday, and yeah, very impressive play. He was a bit of an unknown quality coming in. He hadn't played much freestyle chess compared to just relative to the rest of the field, actually, and his style normally is based on very strong openings. It's normally quite defensive, so I was a bit, well, skeptical about his chances, but no, he came in on fire with a bang, inspired clearly by the hometown favorite, by the crowd here.
Yeah. And back over to your question, Tanya, about the 4, you know, that currently sit in kind of elimination position, looking to fight their way out of it. I mean, I think putting a spotlight on Gukesh is probably the easiest thing to do. You're wanting more out of the world champion. I think it's as simple as that. If you're holding that title, I'm always going to want to see you contest against the best. And right now, in this format, he has yet to show us that he can.
Including in Weissenhaus as well. And, you know, he was looking for his redemption here in Paris. He wants to prove that in this format, he is a force to reckon with. It didn't happen in the previous slam. In this one, he's struggling so far. I think everyone wants to see the world champion in the mix, you know, go as far as he can. So today is a big day for Gukesh, but also our Weissenhaus champ, Vincent Keymer.
Yeah, from one champion to another, right, David? I think that's a huge call out. It would be, I'd feel almost robbed in some way if Vincent wasn't in at least that playoff picture. Whether or not he takes the, you know, the repeat title, I almost want to see someone have to really go through him to get it for themselves.
Exactly. The classical format seems to be his happy place, his comfort zone, and it'll be such an anticlimax for Vincent if he's unable to at least try to show it wasn't a one-off. If he doesn't get the opportunity, of course, rapid isn't his forte necessarily. So yeah, he needs to just play a bit more solid today than yesterday. It feels like he's still got decent positions, just too slow, and yeah, playing a bit too fast and loose.
Yeah, well, as we have been previewing the day, the players have been arriving to the venue in good fashion. It is beautiful weather here in Paris, has been since we ourselves arrived a few days ago. There you see a couple of the fan favorites, Hikaru leading the charge, Vincent, who we just talked about wanting a little bit more from, and hopefully he can put it on display today. He did squeak through to that playoff picture back in Weissenhaus, 6th seed. All he needs is top 8 here to give himself similar chances.
A couple of couples there. We see Vincent with his girlfriend, Hikaru with his wife, and Jan welcoming all of them. Maxime, the Frenchman with 3 names, has arrived in the building.
Yeah, he stays at home here. He's not being distracted by anything, not mingling with the other chess players. He's so locked in. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave doing well. Prag, meanwhile, has something to prove, hovering there in the danger zone with his coach, Ramesh. Oh, wow. Vincent just sunbathing.
Yeah.
Nice way to prep.
Oh, soak it in, man. I mean, you're about to dive into a playing hall for a bit, so get in those sun rays while you can. On that topic, though, MVL staying at his home as opposed to a hotel. This is a conversation you and I had the other night, David. You have a distinct opinion on whether or not that's the right or wrong play.
Yeah, from personal experience, staying at home isn't necessarily a good thing. It means you're kind of, well, just not in the zone necessarily. It takes something special to break yourself out of your routine. You might want to have lie-ins, you might want to do other stuff, but it's working for MVL so far. As we see Magnus enter the venue. Magnus,
one of our players, taking share of top spot here as well. We saw taking in some of the sun as well. I think, you know, it's interesting. I can totally see the logic around, you know, falling into, you know, like casual habits of being at home and how that might lull you into not having like your most competitive mindset. Clearly for MVL right now, it's working, sitting at 4.5 out of 6. Fabiano as well making his way into the venue. Obviously, we're going to have lots of eyes on him to see if he can continue what was the second half of his run just yesterday, scoring 2.5 out of 3 games to move himself just into a tie for 7th place. He's going to have to keep solid form through throughout the day, though. Feels like he doesn't have the kind of margin for error that he had in day one.
But the good news is he found his steam, you know. He finished on a high. He found his momentum and he comes back fresh. He was with his good friend and second long-time trainer, Grandmaster Kristen Karelia there. Also interesting to watch, you know, how you've got some of the players sitting, enjoying the sun, the beautiful weather in Paris. And I saw Arjun just race past straight into the hall. Prague with Ramesh also get inside as quickly as he can. So different players have a different approach at the start.
All business, baby.
Yeah,
all business.
Is Arjun the only player who's come here without a support team, without a second, a partner, a coach?
We're gonna have to send investigative teams out.
He's
Put
got
me
his
on the
friends
spot. I don't
around.
have the answer. That's all right. I got people. I'll get them on it.
And I was doing some maths last night. I was doing some equations, doing a bit of research, and I think 5 will be the magic number. 5 points from the 11 games, and you should be safe. But
really?
Yeah. But
okay. That's like you're saying that lock. You feel like that'll be a lock.
But that means Nordebek, Magnus are already in. They're on 5 out of...
If they lose 5 games in a row today, they probably still make it.
Ooh, wow.
I think they're pretty damn safe. Yeah. I think it's the 2 at the top are far safer than the 2 at the bottom are out of it, if that makes sense, right? Because they're only 1.5 points behind. So like I said, everybody is still very much in getting to the playoff picture. It would be very hard to go from 5 points down 8 slots.
But also Doctor Strange had to look at all the realities, the millions of them.
And in how many of them do we live?
We survived,
Okay,
but I will say in none of those realities, Magnus and Nordebek lose 5 in a row.
Yeah. I think that's a fair prediction, a fair one to say the least. Well, Fabiano, if we can just continue talking about him for a bit, because of both the performance that he put up yesterday, but also, because we want to put a major focus on what he'll be able to accomplish today. Coming into the tournament, we said consistency, consistency, consistency. He is the picture of consistency. I would say yesterday is not the picture of consistency, right? It is 2 very diametrically opposed, streaks, if you will. So I guess I'm wondering, how, again, that's going to play on his mental, things like that. Is that just drop in the bucket and we expect him to go right back to how we think of him?
Yeah, at least he was consistently bad in the first half, and then after lunch, consistently good. So some type of consistency. I mean, he was very relaxed last night. He was playing games in the lobby of the hotel. It feels like he wants to continue how he left off the back half of yesterday. It does feel like he's super motivated. Of course, I mean, it's not just tens of thousands of dollars. It's the tour in general throughout this season. And for someone like him, I don't think he needs the motivation. It's just hard to guarantee any consistency in a field like this, though.
Wait, you guys had an Avalon night last night?
Yeah, I mean...
What, brother?
Where was the invitation?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
We have a very convenient WhatsApp chat between the three of between us all.
We got to crash that party tonight.
The heck?
We weren't hiding. We were just there in the lobby.
I think that that's really something that we've seen Fabi do so many times at tournaments, right? I think it's his way to really just recover, get ready for the next day, get into a good mood, and he's a social guy.
Yeah. Absolutely. And a lovely conversation. From there, let's jump to Gukesh, the other person that I want to put a spotlight on. Like we said, he's a world champion. If you have that moniker, if you have that title, we're always going to want the most out of you. And, hey, that is a really hard mantle to have to carry. That's a lot of weight on your shoulders, especially at the age that he is. But definitely in freestyle chess and definitely in these faster time controls, we just haven't seen him show us kind of those enough moments of brilliance that he gives me confidence he'll make it into the top 8.
And we've seen how heavy the crown wears, when Dinglerin became the world champion in the months that followed, the pressure that comes on when it comes to performance. For Gukesh, he had a good run in Tata Steel. He finished runners-up, losing to Pragnananda in that tie-break. But freestyle chess is a format which I think he really wants to get better at. He hasn't devoted as much time in training. His trainer, Gajewski, has said it that their main focus has been on standard classical chess so far. But he's feeling inspired to do well and better. But he's got everything to prove, and he yet hasn't been able to really make his mark in freestyle chess.
Yeah, getting another look at one of our lovely player cards produced in conjunction with Take. David, when it comes to these different categories here, I wonder from your perspective, where you feel he needs to make the most improvement, specifically for this style of game and format, right? As opposed to maybe standard classical chess.
Yeah.
What's holding him back?
Yeah, here we see numbers that I've assigned to him just based on his performance last year. Of course, super strong. Calculation, I think nobody is in doubt that that is by far his strongest suit. The problem is, in the rapid format yesterday, he just didn't have the time to calculate. He was very low on the clock very early in games. He wasn't able to attack in many positions. That's another big strength of his. And defensively, he wasn't at his normal strength. Time management has been a bit of a weakness. He himself admitted that before the tournament throughout the last 12 months. And it's come back to haunt him in Weissenhaus and here again so far.
Well, we'll look to see then if he can convince David to change some of those numbers following his performance here today. A lovely look at all of those stats, and we encourage you at home to share with us your opinions on whether or not those numbers should be moving up or down, the total, or any one of those individual categories as we explore all the different players and their different strengths and weaknesses throughout the tournament.
And as you mentioned, for Gukesh's player card, a lot of it was based on 24, which was one of his biggest, probably his biggest year, you know, the best performances that he's had, winning the candidates, Olympiad, what we saw at the World Championship as well. But David, I'm going to put you on a spot again. You know how much I love doing that. If that average of 90 had to be assigned right now for the World Champion, with what we've seen in Weissenhaus, what would that number be close to then?
In freestyle?
Yes.
Not as high as 90, probably. I mean, there is this...
I think that's totally reasonable.
Yeah, there's this reputation that he wants to shake off. Rapid and Blitz, he's never really shown a strong result. And freestyle, of course, here we have the classical portion. Last time he struggled in that too. But it feels like his main focus throughout his career has been traditional chess, classical long time formats. So maybe it's just something that he needs time to grow with and get accustomed to. He's still super young, 18 years old still. And I'm sure in future years those numbers are going to be sky high, but for now, this is his biggest hurdle.
You know, James
sidestepped giving you a number, by the way.
Yeah, he did. He dodged that.
Yeah, brilliantly done.
Completely.
Brilliantly done, my friend.
I tried to put him there, but it didn't work. But you know, James, I'd love to see those numbers at the end of the season.
Yes.
You know, we'd have so much more data and analysis on the player, so it's going to be exciting to see how that changes compared
and trust
to standard.
us, we will adjust those numbers either throughout the year or once we have more data. And speaking of data, there's also a really interesting conversation that we've been having behind the scenes where we're waiting for that repeat position from like a previous event where all of a sudden the players kind of step to that analysis board in their respective groups and go, okay, I've played this, I've seen this, and here's what worked, here's what didn't. We haven't had that necessarily just yet. There might be some similarities between positions. I will reflect on Weissenhaus, the one interview that we had with Fabi where he mentioned the previous night he was randomly generating 960 positions, and he did land on one that he ultimately played, or at least was nearly identical. And he did feel like he had some strong ideas as a result of that. And just that alone is going to be an interesting storyline to check back in on all year long as we have more and more games added to the database.
Yeah, we need to keep a log of all these numbers, all these positions to cross off. And I mean, talking of Fabiano, there was also a later case in Weissenhaus where he was like, this is familiar. And he checked. It was a game that he'd played 1 year earlier against Magnus Carlsen in the exact same starting position. So the player's phenomenal memories, phenomenal pattern recognition. But yeah, that's only going to continue and grow throughout the season, as you mentioned.
Yeah, of course, too, there's also the question of within those pods of 6, right? Then when do you start sharing information that maybe you have or feels like you give an advantage? There's going to be a very big mind game, I think, as this entire format develops.
I was actually thinking this today. If you are on the same team, for example, on the white team, you know one of your biggest rivals for those relegation spots is hovering there as well. Why not throw out some bad suggestions? Get your opponent, get your kind of big rivals to play bad openings.
Right.
I mean, you can't be giving tips to players who are competing directly for spots with you.
Yeah, we're both playing white. You're a half point ahead of me. Exactly. It's the last game of the day, and I need you to lose, me to win, something like that to overtake you. I don't know. This G3 idea could be really good. Oh, it blunders my queen? Oops.
I mean, the players, they have to get any advantage they can, right? The margins are so small at this top level. Everyone's so good. Why not play some mind games?
Absolutely.
You know, one more question for you, David. If you've got these 12 players, who do you think is most likely to pull that trick?
Ooh, that is a good question.
Richard Rapport.
Yeah!
I love
like
Richie,
that.
but...
Creative chaos.
Exactly.
Creative chaos.
Love to see it. I mean, yesterday we had Gukesh, who was preparing from the wrong board as well, right? Let's hope none of that happens. And I did check in our broadcast, you know, you can actually see 7 players on one of the analysis board.
He was literally sitting opposite Hikaru, analysing that position.
What a tragedy.
Yeah.
Do you think Hikaru even recognized? That's a question I'd love to ask Hikaru. Like, did he realize that his own opponent was sitting at his...
On the wrong color?
Yeah, analyzing with himself.
Yes.
They were analyzing their own game together. That's wild.
That would be devilish.
Unknowingly, ahead of time. That's crazy. Richard Rapport, we mentioned him. Vidit, 2 guys who are in a share for last place, but by no means out of it. Again, I'll spotlight for everybody that they go up against each other in the very first match of the day. And so I think that's, in some ways, the match of the day in terms of importance for each of them. If you manage to take a full point victory over the other, you move to 2, they stay at 1. You do a great service in terms of separating yourself from your own competition, but also possibly leapfrogging and challenging for real for that 8th place spot.
I think this could be the match, the game for these 2 players, right? To have a real shot. Whoever loses this one, they're in that bottom 4. They're at the bottom of the table. They play against each other. It could pretty much be the decider to have a chance to make it to that top 8. And I think a draw isn't good enough. So definitely predicting a decisive result in this one.
Yeah, if we do work on the basis that 5 is the magic number to kind of almost guarantee safety, then they need to go on a winning streak. They need 4 points out of 5 games today. A loss here would be disastrous for either player.
Absolutely. You did mention that you saw Vidit this morning for breakfast and that he was in high spirits. I hear that he arrived just a bit ago, and we actually managed to get a quick word from him ahead of his day of games today. Let's take a look.
Vidit, you start out today with a very, very important game for the whole standings, a chance to get back against Rickard. How do you feel about that?
Well, yesterday was very disappointing. I had multiple chances and I was just not playing well under time pressure. So I'm hoping today I show better chess towards the end all the way. And I'm not thinking too much about the standings, to be honest, because now I'm not in such a favorable position. I just want to play some good games and feel good about myself.
I look forward to seeing that, Vidit. Good luck.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. A quick word from Vidit recognizing that he had chances yesterday that he feels let slip. And of course, that's going to sting. But if he can refocus in on today, he should have everything in his arsenal to ultimately stab for one of those top 8 spots. The players are just about ready to dive into it, but we got to learn what position they'll be playing as we head into the player hall.
Of action awaits. Before we get to that, let's take a look at some highlights from yesterday.
The second Freestyle Chess Grand Slam of the season has begun, featuring 12 of the world's top grandmasters in chess. In Paris, the city of art, history, and now freestyle chess. The action takes place at the Pavillon Chesnay du Roy, right in the heart of Paris's Bois de Vincennes, a venue with style and history. 6 new players have joined the field, fresh faces, full of ambition. But can they take down the season's stars? From Magnus Carlsen to Gukesh Domaraju, from Caruana to Hikaru Nakamura, every name is a giant.
Oh, I'm very, very happy to be here. I think it's very good for chess that more new people come into the sport, and there's a uniqueness about this tournament, and very nice to see a tournament being organized so professionally.
The first 2 days is the round-robin phase. Every grandmaster plays each other once, over 11 rounds. All eyes are on Vincent Keymer, the 20-year-old who stunned the chess world in Weissenhaus. Can he do it again?
I don't feel the pressure of having to win this event. Of course, I'm going to try, yeah? That's not the point. I'm going to give it my absolute everything to perform as good as possible and play good games and hopefully even win. but that's not something I expect.
Or will Magnus Carlsen, the world #1, take back control?
Freestyle is very important to me. It's something I've wanted to do for a long time, and I really, really want everything to work out great, and I'm very happy with the way things have gone so far.
The first day went perfectly for Magnus Carlsen, with 5 games won. Vincent Keymer gets off to an average start with a total of 2 points. The surprise of the day, Nodibek Abdusattorov, the last-minute replacement from Uzbekistan, with 4 games won and just 2 draws. The player of the day.
I'm very satisfied with my result and really looking forward for tomorrow.
Chess is back. Bigger, bolder, and more unpredictable than ever. Paris 2025, day 1. The race is on. Stay tuned.
So as we just saw, we witnessed a very, very exciting day of chess yesterday. Today, 5 more games of rapid await, and at the end of the day, the top 8 will qualify to the quarterfinals. So a very important day. I think everyone is ready now for the chess. So in order to draw the first position, I would like to welcome to the stage, please give her a warm round of applause, Kyla Zhao, the author of the chess novel May the Best Player Win. It is 692. Thank you so much, Kyla. Position 692. The players will have 10 minutes now to prepare. So to the players, good luck. And to our guests, please enjoy.
No. King and queen. Bishop and... Wait, like really? King is here, no? Yeah.
Is this black?
Oh, sorry. No, this is black side. This is the right position.
Oh, this come. Oh, just.
Yeah, this is hilarious.
But does the king?
Yeah, king is here.
This.
Okay. This is just like
what happens up here.
White basically has like a perfect.
This
is like a perfect Italian, yeah. Like the like G3, C3.
Wait, is this just dubious for black? Or
I mean, it's probably not that much. Also, you can play C5.
Yeah, I was wondering, can you?
Yeah, but it's just like.
But now you have no check. Yeah.
But there's this take a knight e3, or maybe it doesn't matter.
Takes knight f6.
Also, d4 is very tempting in this version, right?
Why?
Takes knight e6, knight f6.
Maybe c4 with the idea
What about
c5,
1
d4.
e6? No, okay, that's incredibly stupid. I take that back.
It says e4 instead of c4 instead of e4? But c4, c5 doesn't.
d4, no.
No, e4's got to
take knight e6.
E4's got to go play.
But no queen c3, like I want kind of feeling.
e4, e5 seems bad, so maybe just Sicilian.
E4, I think we should just go.
Why is d5 so bad?
We should just
maybe
go
Caro
E5.
makes sense. What? Caro?
Caro thinking is
But then d4, e5 and then this knight?
Because white is kind of ideally placed for this.
Caro is never really good.
Yeah, but black is too.
Yeah.
Why?
No, but I'm just saying, like.
I thought.
Knight f3?
Knight f3, knight g6.
c6 even, I guess.
Maybe now this.
Yeah, but is this a big deal at all? Go h5?
I think white is calling the shots here, no?
Oops. We're just trying to survive.
Yeah, I don't
D6.
like.
Yeah, just play it like that.
Yeah,
but white is definitely better. But
yeah, I mean it's a good. But I'm not sure.
D6, bishop g5, and knight g3.
I mean, black can play knight f6, knight e7.
I'm not sure if white wants h4.
No, it's better.
But also, what's wrong with e4 d5? Actually.
Yeah, maybe e4 d5. So first of all, is e5 a bad move?
No, ed. I mean.
Yeah, ed should. Yeah.
Queen d knight d3. Can we do knight f6?
Knight f6.
And then c4 e6.
C4 e6, yeah.
So why is that so good?
Pawn takes knight takes. It's like a very good.
I don't think we're unhappy about that.
Yeah.
d4.
Yeah, d4 probably, yeah.
I'm also not sure.
Or knight g6, castle e6, yeah. Why not d4 e6? Possible. I just want to castle.
E6 take, I don't understand how that's great.
Knight e6.
Knight f3.
Knight g3 castle, yeah.
Yes.
Wait, can we, what's wrong with Sicily? Are we kind of...
Yeah, I
Stop.
kind of like Sicily. c3 d4.
c3 d5.
okay.
Oh, knight f6. No, knight f6 d4, sorry.
So let's go knight f3 first.
Wait, c3, knight f6, d4?
I mean, there's no...
But why not c3 d5?
Yeah, c3 d5.
Also,
is fine.
c3, e5 bad? What's the big deal?
Nothing, yeah.
It looks like a reasonable setup.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're just a bit worse. No, knight f3 and d4.
Knight f3, knight e6. Or knight f3.
Yeah, knight e6 makes sense.
And knight e7 next, probably.
Yeah, maybe that goes to e7. So c3 is a little bit better.
I don't want knight f3 here.
Knight f3 maybe still a5, yeah?
Yeah, but this is better for white now. Knight e3, a4.
Knight e7.
Can we start with knight f6?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then we go c3.
You will c3. You can also go c4, by the way, yeah? I mean, why c4 is why does 0 c4? Because it takes queen for check. I think should be doable.
c6.
Queen c4. But you're like one of the central pawns.
No, yes, I don't know.
But then you go e5, yeah, like a good slap.
Yeah.
Okay.
This
Okay.
also-
d4 is
No,
d4 is yeah, very boring.
So what about this?
Yeah, knight g3.
Yeah, knight g3 is the most
d5 or d5, yeah.
But let's say if he just plays this.
No, but now?
Knight h5.
Knight h5.
I mean, but how bad is this one? Let's say? Even like.
Come on.
Okay, this we are happy now.
King f8.
And then I go with d5, knight f6, I win like to 10.
Knight f5.
And because you will be forced to take. And then if you don't take, I play h5 and the wins I go to 5.
c4, yeah? c3.
d3.
Takes, f5, d5.
Well, if you do king f8, it's good enough, I guess. Like,
No, but this is...
How king f8?
no, it's normal, but I mean, just don't go fucking on h5.
d5, yeah?
d5, knight f5?
No, if I feel like knight f3, if I feel like knight f3, and we provoke some c6 or...
Knight f5,
might be
king d7,
interesting.
c4.
But let's say, okay, if you play knight f6, what's that big idea? Okay, knight f5, yeah?
Knight f5, knight e6.
Knight
Yeah, if you
e6
broke knight e6, okay, let's say we are...
Knight e6, knight f3.
Yes. Okay. Knight e6, yeah, knight e6 very heavy.
Yeah, very bad. Yeah?
Knight e6 is a bit misplaced. I mean, not that much, because he castles plays d5 and then, okay, whatever.
c3, d4.
d4.
c6, d4, okay, but, yeah. This has, okay, this has some sense for sure.
d5, knight
No, knight d6.
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry, just saying.
just knight f6 is good.
I mean, just in
Yeah,
case.
this is-
Just in case. Is this subset or secret or not?
Yeah, I think that.
No, knight g3 is probably not a good one. Too superficial.
h5, knight f3.
Okay, then
h4, knight
consider
f5.
e4.
Yeah, I mean, I
Yes,
think
of course.
e4.
Try knight f3 maybe, d5. c4 is interesting. Okay.
c6?
If you agree, e5, okay, c5, probably, yeah. But maybe not knight g3.
Knight f3, d4 stops.
I don't like knight on e3. Blocks our own bishop, yes, we sort of committed to another knight move here.
If you get this d4, maybe...
Knight on g3, we want, but then I'm not sure we should.
Also e5 maybe.
Yeah, e5 should be quite decent, yeah. But then go e3, d4 probably, yeah.
Knight f6.
So some
Knight e6.
castles, knight e6, e3. I'm not sure. Okay, this will just draw e3, like castles, d4, takes, d5.
Yeah, probably everything comes off.
No, I like e4 looks like principle, yeah?
Yeah, e4
I mean, if we
seems
can
like
like dragon to Italian, then it's good because we are like first to
Yeah, no, I think e4 is probably.
e4, c5.
Yeah, e4,
I'm not
c5
sure
is the question.
Always, already, like...
Yeah,
This square is weak, no?
Okay, but our main concern is like d5, yeah? So d5 is happening, we are not happy. So let's like play around with it. And like once again, like
What about knight e3?
d4,
Yeah, knight e3.
Maybe knight e3 first? Okay, if you go like c3, the problem is d5 immediately, yeah?
Why not?
Okay, so knight e3, okay, let's say.
Actually, I like black here.
I'm not so happy. Yeah, I think maybe C4 is the best.
C4 or something else, yes.
Okay, we start knight.
C4, G4 feels like we'll have some slight advantage.
Yeah, I have feeling C4. I have feeling C4 is probably the best.
C4, C6. So.
Yeah, very boring.
I don't know. I still like E4, like C5, okay, knight E3, C3, like, it's slightly less big.
You can try.
Yes, okay, I will. That's what I will do. Okay, C4 makes a lot of sense also, of course.
This is just very boring. D4, D5.
No, but D4, yeah, E4 we can set for a little bit for the knight. What about C5? Here we sort of throw in like knight H5.
96 again?
No, take the E4 and G4. Not much follow.
Strange position.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. What?
Welcome back in, everybody. Position 692 will be our first position of the day, and I think notably Richard Rapport sitting off on his own, neglecting, or electing rather, to not be a part of the group chat and analysis. A very interesting position, though, this 692, because it is almost a standard chess position, and quite possibly, or nearly the closest we'll ever get, with just a bishop and a knight trading places on that back rank.
And you've got the players facing each other, the two big titans. And to your point, 5-1-8, our standard position, you know, it's so close to that. We've got first moves on the board. I also, David, spotted the fastest checkmate on the board. I think you could get to the king in just 3 moves if a player is not careful.
Yeah, there is an undefended pawn which would fall with check, and that is on the G file, so the second from right file there. But in the meantime, we didn't guess openings today. I would have guessed one of these because it's what the players with the white pieces were discussing. Hikaru and his white team, let's say, they were discussing exactly this start to the game.
It's great to bring up, and it's a good reminder that as the week rolls on, we will be challenging you at home to show off your prediction prowess in predicting the first moves of all 6 boards. It'll be the first move for white and the first move for black. This would have been maybe one of the starting positions where it would have been easiest, David, because of its similarities to standard chess, and because it seemed like most of the players were in solid agreement just in those analysis discussions as we saw them break apart. But as we take a look at all 6 boards already, there's some differences.
The one big difference that stands out to me, I mean, most players have gone for that bishop pawn moving 2 steps forward as white, but we see one of our marquee matchups for the standing, right? Richard Rapport versus Vidit. It's a repeat of the planes where Vidit dominated his match against Richard, you know, taking the first win, the second one in a winning position, conceding to a draw because it was good enough to make it to Paris, and almost a Scandinavian type structure. And I think the point is that this is so close to the standard 5-1-8 that we see players follow general principles, move those central pawns ahead.
Yeah, and for those at home who do play a bit of chess, who do know a bit about openings, we can actually go around the horn here and talk about what the openings would normally be in regular chess, because they're pretty much relying on patterns they've studied for hundreds of hours here. On the top left of our screens, Nakamura against Fabiano Caruana here. We would normally call that a Slav defense, rock solid, totally symmetrical. Prag against Gukesh, normally we would call that the English opening. And most of the 6 players with white have chosen to push their C pawn forward first. Vincent Keymer against Magnus Carlsen, the same, also an English opening. Same for Abdu Sattarov against Arjun Erigaisi, the Scandinavian, as you mentioned there, Tanya, Rapport against Vidit. And another Scandi in the clash between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vasily Graf. They all look very normal compared to the positions we're used to seeing.
Yeah, all 12 players locked in battle, and we will definitely be checking in with Richard Rapport and Vidit a little bit later on because of what we talked about, how much it matters for the standings implications overall. But I think we should start with Hikaru and Fabiano Caruana in terms of one to get a little bit of a deep dive and magnify.
Yeah, and total symmetry so far. There has been one set of pawns exchanged, pawns exchanged on this board, but right now, both sides are choosing to park their knights in front of their kings. Both sides have also castled their kings. Castling in this start position, very easy to explain at least. The kings start on their normal squares, end up on their normal squares, and yeah, hard to break the tie here. Very level position.
I was going to say, but the idea of symmetry, this is something we can go all the way back to Weisenhaus and particular discussions with Levon Aronian when he talks about analyzing freestyle chess positions from the beginning. First is undefended pieces. Second is symmetry and how it will play in and where any player can find a way to break that symmetry. Looking at this position, how do we break the symmetry and who chooses to do it, I think are the questions that come to mind for me.
Well, to break the symmetry, you have to strike with a pawn in the center, you know, and one of the players will try to aim that. That's why we see the knights placed in a way to control those key central squares. This is such a normal, standard chess position. It could happen in any classical tournament. So it's really interesting how the players will suddenly adapt and go back to the patterns that they're familiar with. And David, before you take it over, I will tell you, Magnus has already started on the Richard Rappo-Vidit matchup. So whenever it's a good time, we will find a moment to switch in because a pawn has already been sacrificed on that board. So big moments coming up there.
Yeah, not just a pawn, but a rook. We're going to say that this position in front of us, Nakamura, Caruana, very level. Hikaru has a very good score against Fabi in recent times with the white pieces especially. But it feels like here, Hikaru just trying to play it safe. A draw wouldn't necessarily be the worst result, but it might be time to hop on over.
Yeah, perfect time. We do finally break the symmetry, and it's Fabiano who's going to elect to do it, bringing his bishop out. But as we will return to this game a bit later on to check in on it, let's jump over to Vidit versus Richard. Like we said, huge standing implications here between the two, both sitting at the bottom of the standings with 1 point apiece. There is a queen in enemy territory, though.
Yeah, look at this. There is a queen which has grabbed a pawn. Traditionally, we often call this the poisoned pawn in regular chess. The pawn on the b2 square where the queen currently sits has been snapped up. We have to do an action replay because not just a pawn, but a rook has been hanging in the corner. A rook has been up for grabs in the last couple of moves. Let's backtrack the whole way to the start. We saw the central pawn pushes, we saw some captures, and the black queen coming out very early. Again, Scandinavian defense in normal chess. Here, slightly different, of course. The queen is hit, so we don't normally recommend this to beginners. Bringing your queen out often loses a lot of time in the opening, but Vidit, maybe feeling this is a must-win game, is taking big risks here. The queen gives the white check, but this check gets blocked. The queen hit now, the queen slides back. The white knight defends this central pawn. There was a double attack. The other pawn drops, and now Richard Rapport has said, okay, please take my rook. Please feel free to capture this piece in the corner. But if the queen had captured, then it would have found itself trapped in the corner. So pawn forward here, met by a knight move, and this is the current position. Again, this rook is kind of hanging in the air, could be captured, but probably won't be captured for fear of losing Her Majesty there.
Yeah, so by the computer's evaluation, a near equal game. But of course, it's up to the players to maneuver their way to that and/or a victory. I think for Vidit, we already heard him talk about on his way in here today, Tanya, how he felt yesterday. He had many winning chances. Unfortunately, he let those chances slip. I wonder if this single material advantage early on is something that he can take some confidence in and hopefully, actually bring all the way across the finish line.
I mean, the opening that we've had, it promises that it's going to be an absolute bloodbath on this board. It's going to be a firefight. It will be a decisive game. A pawn has been sacrificed. The queen is out early. And look at Vidit's time management right now. He spoke in that earlier interview. That has been a challenge for him on day one. So he wants to keep as much time on the clock. He's barely taken any of that. And while, yes, he's played this provocative chess of getting his queen out, it could very well backfire on the board, playing so quickly. Because Richard, he can now think about developing the other bishop, start chasing that queen, not giving Vidit enough time to actually finish his development in a good way, really lock down on those queenside pieces. I'm looking at ideas of getting that bishop down, bishop up one step ahead, rook sliding on and asking big questions to Vidit. Yes, he's taken about 30 seconds, but I'm expecting bigger things because this position is wild from the start.
It's wild from the start. Now Vidit, having gone to all those lengths to grab a pawn with his queen, having spent several moves now with that piece, he's giving a pawn back. He's just pushed this pawn forward. And the big question to my eyes, what if this pawn is captured? I think the answer is now that the black bishop would come to the center, and now this rook really is trapped in the corner. The black queen will safely be able to capture it due to the backup of that dark squared piece. So the bishop is the one riding to the rescue. again, poisoned pawn. You cannot capture this one, as Richard Rapport more likely to follow Tanya's plan to start kicking the black queen away out of white lines.
And he's gone under the 6-minute mark. You know, you're up a pawn, and yes, familiar patterns from standard 5-1-8, but quick pieces are out here. So you still don't know if giving up that pawn has enough compensation. 5 minutes to handle this position. Is that enough for Richard Rapport?
It's funny, it's role reversal from yesterday. It's clear Vidit has adopted his strategy. Yesterday, he just was too slow. I think it's simply put, he was in time trouble really early in every single game. Now Vidit's barely spent any time at all. He's even yawning. And I mean, he's playing hugely committal moves, but in no time at all. So upping the pressure on his opponents, maybe learning from yesterday's experiences. For Richard Rapport, he played too quickly. He actually had several very promising positions, but just blitzed out blunders and was punished. So it feels like Richard consciously made a decision to slow down.
Yeah.
Vidit wanted to speed up.
And early days, bar is level, you know, black's a pawn up, but development not complete. Are we picking white or black in this moment right now?
I like my pawns. I like having something to suffer for. I go material advantage, I guess, here. The queen can always retreat, and it feels like, hey, yeah, I walk away a point of material up.
Yeah, the queen has a couple of ways out of danger here.
Clock advantage to boot as well, which, you know, really comes into a big play. And I want to get our chat involved. Let's get a poll up right now for our chat. These two players fighting for survival today. You know, who wins this game? It's a game for all three results, with draw being the least likely with how it started. Richard does eventually make a committal move at the center, pushes the pawn, and now your idea of the bishop anyway coming forward and trapping, doubling down on that rook.
Yeah.
What has Richard got in mind for that response?
This is a real sacrifice. The bishop can now come out and help the queen target this rook in the corner. I'm really surprised. He could have, for example, pushed his bishop forward first, evicted the queen, and then pushed his pawn forward in the center. Right. Richard Rapport. I guess if the bishop does come out, maybe he's intending to capture this knight, and once there is a recapture, then save his rook. But you've done some serious damage to your position here. Wait, I just realized that you've also blundered a pawn in this corner because you've opened up the enemy rook. And this pawn would fall with check, and that would actually just be game over. This would be a checkmating attack on the open line here in the corner. So this is a pure sacrifice. If the black bishop does come out, this spells danger.
Could be about to watch the entire position collapse here for Richard Rapport.
Wait, do you think he missed that concept, that once you take that knight, you're adding an additional threat on the board?
His eyes just widened, Richard, and he suddenly looked away and frowning.
I think it might be it. David, you know, at first sight, you missed it.
Yep.
It's very possible with the clock running low, and there we have it. With it's going for it. He's going for Richard's rook.
Wow. Drastic measures need to be taken right now by Richard Rapport to save this material in the corner. One pawn down is fine. Like, one pawn is nothing in chess, especially if you gain some time in return, gain time against the enemy queen. But losing a rook, even if you get a bishop in return, in a position like this where black doesn't actually have any weaknesses, it could be terminal.
Yeah, now we're talking about insurmountable in a number of ways. And so, yeah, this game is heating up, to say the least. Another thing I will call out is, just as I have the perspective of all 6 boards at once, we talk about all the time in Freestyle how unlikely it is to see players castle. More castling happening across all 6 boards here, just because of, again, the similarities to a standard chess position. And so I just think that's a fun little thing to call out here. Elects not to take the knight.
Clever move here, Tanya.
A fun little resource here by Richard. I mean, this is tricky stuff now, because it's so tempting for Vidit to grab that rook, but with this last move, actually, he's setting up a trap. If Vidit falls for it, takes that rook, I think the tables just turn around, because there's a sneaky check on the board now.
Yeah, let's show what happens if he does take the rook. This is just analysis. This would allow a check by the white queen. And note how Richard here, he's put his bishop on this square. Very clever, because normally a block would counterattack here for black and save everything. But now the white bishop would capture. There'd be another check. And look who has suddenly opened up. This white rook against the black queen in the corner. So suddenly, again, it's the rook that is poisoned. He's still a pawn down, though, Richard Rapport. And the fact that he's trading trading pieces here, probably not a great sign. So still wasn't his plan, that's for sure, but he has found a way to limit the damage.
Yeah, action heating up, not just on this board, but on many of them. I think it's a good opportunity for us to zoom out and kind of take a look at what the accuracy of each of the players across each of the boards, and maybe that will give us a clue of where we want to go next. Interestingly enough, you see up the top of the table there, players like Caruana, Vidit, as well in the game that we were just watching. Carlsen and Keymer are all sporting 95+%. And then down at the bottom, unfortunately, Richard Rapport falling below that 90%. One of the players, though, that we talked about at the beginning of the day, Tanya, that we wanted to keep our eyes on is the world champion in Gukesh. Is he going to show us the fight today to extend his tournament life and make it into the playoffs? I think we go there next, up against Pragnananda. Pragnananda, one of the players who's sitting just above the line. So this is another crucial matchup between two players that could ultimately trade positions in the overall standings by the end of the day.
Good friends and rivals on the board. They've been teammates, and right now they face against each other. They live really close to each other in Chennai, you know, they work together, they train together, but we've seen this rivalry play out so many times in big moments. You know, the Wimbledon of chess was decided between these two in a tiebreaker between these two. Tata Steel earlier this year, it came down to Pragg versus Gukesh. Pragg took that one. It's a wild position, as it usually is when these two clash against each other. And I see the center control, but I would be scared as white here with the king in the center. The two bishops opened up. That white knight, which has crossed enemy lines, is looking a bit tender. You know, the black queen beautifully placed. I'm taking Gukesh's position in this right now.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we started almost in the traditional chess start position, and yet they've forgotten to castle. They've been doing some crazy things with their queens. These are such big fighters, these two, good friends, but big rivals on the board here. And as Tanya mentions, taking this knight, this very strong white knight, looks like a good start. You could also just kick it away with a pawn, and it's all about king safety. Whoever is able to get to their enemy king first is likely to take this game. Gukesh, a bit of a time advantage, something we didn't see much of yesterday, as he does decide to trade off that white knight. And now, if he can move this bishop, maybe get castled this side, or move the black knight and get castled on the other side, then it does look like advantage black, advantage Gukesh right now.
Yeah, doubles those pawns, very exposed white king. Black's king is well exposed for now, but looking to move to safety soon enough. Now, we did ask just moments ago over on chess.com whether or not players at home think that Gukesh is going to be able to make it to the knockout stage. Like we said, this game would do wonders in service of helping him there, and by the narrowest of margins. The answer is yes. 51% to 49, though. And I think that speaks to the precarious position that he's in, right? As much confidence as we can have in him as a player at his peak, he still is going to have to play near his peak today to claw up those standings and make it into the top 8.
Yeah, 1 point adrift of safety, and not necessarily in his own hands now, his fate, but a win here would start the comeback and yeah, would make him feel on a high. Right now, it's a check. He has a big decision, Gukesh. He can, I was going to say, block the check with a queen trade, or he can move his king out of the way. He moves his king out of the way. Big threat now on the board, Tanya, threatening to skewer the white queen and king.
Yeah, and that's such a bold decision to make, right? Because you could have just traded off the queens and tried to go into a safe endgame right there. So Gukesh making his intentions clear. He knows his task is cut up for him, where he has to go all out for those points. You know, 51%, you said, to make it to the knockouts. He needs to start strong today. So big decisions on the board right now. Coming to the point of the pawn formation, white has got 4 pawns on the right side of the board versus 3. 3 versus 2 on the left side. So Gukesh has this healthy extra pawn, almost, it feels like, with what we're seeing right now. Pragg, he castles immediately, you know, getting his king to safety right now as we wait for our board to get updated right now. We've had a few more moves.
Yeah, had some moves, and it still looks like this game could go either way right now.
Yeah, perhaps some technical difficulties, but hey, we'll talk you through it as best we can. Luckily, I've got 2 of the brightest minds in chess sitting next to me to help us paint mental pictures for you all as this game continues to play out. Like you said, we did have that castling happen over on the white side of the board, and the king has slid over to a little bit of safety on the black side, but electing to do it without a castling move.
Yeah, he's going to castle by hand, as we say. The black king is going to slide to safety behind its own pieces, and then he will soon connect his rooks. Tanya, who do you prefer right now?
It's got to be black right now, right? Gukesh looks like he's got this beautiful pawn formation, super healthy. The rooks are coming to the central lines. Will start targeting the white queen there, which needs to stay connected to the king side pawns, which is not going to be an easy task, and a very creative way for Gukesh to find safety for his own king. I also want to just zoom out from what's happening on the board and focus on the picture that we've got in front of us, because really this is a matchup, a rivalry that we're going to see for decades being played out at some of the highest stages in the world. We've already seen that happen, you know, whether it was at the Candidates, at the Tata Steel, and now at Freestyle Chess. So it's really a beautiful picture that demonstrates so much of the future of chess.
And that's just something so spectacular about the world of chess, right? That players can rise to the absolute top level at such a young age, but as well, therefore, they become so familiar with their top competition from such a young age. I think it's a rarity in sport that you might hit the highest level at 18 years old, but have 13 years of experience against one of your main opponents. You know, that's not something you see in most major sports, at least at that age.
Yeah, it's a curse and a blessing to know your kind of know your rival's strengths and weaknesses so well. It also means that they know you so well. You keep having to evolve and adapt. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be fascinating to see how these two players, their styles change as they get older.
And how young chess has gotten definitely makes me feel like a fossil, you know, playing or analyzing the game. So it's amazing to see, because just a few years ago, peak of chess would happen in your mid-20s, you know, sometimes when you're closer to your 30s. And right now, we're looking at the likes of Vincent Keymer, Nadirbek Abdusattorov, Javakar Senderov, the Indian boys. They're all 20 or under, or just about, you know, 21 years old, and still at the very top. They're no more chasing the elite. They are the elite.
Yeah. I wasn't doing anything close to this at the age of 20. I tell you that much.
I mean, I'm just jealous. They must just be able to focus on chess. I mean, doing life admin, doing chores, doing laundry these days as an older player.
Short, my friend. Don't sell yourself short. You've had a brilliant career as well.
It's hard to keep up, though. And no, just so impressive how they're playing. And right now, very tense position. It is Pragg, though, lower on the clock, who might be in a bit more danger in this position.
So let's talk a little bit about how we either capitalize on the position by Gukesh or save the position for Pragg, right? Obviously, for me, I'm immediately looking at doubled pawns, right? Always being called out as a weakness, something that we can target. Again, I know for you at home, it might be a little bit difficult to see as we are working through a few technical issues, and we'll get a digital board up for you as quickly as possible. But we do have those, you know, pretty far advanced doubled pawns there over on the F file there for Pragg. So I would imagine just applying and building as much pressure as possible onto those should be the goal for Gukesh. Take small advantages, extend his advantage to an ultimate victory. But on the side of Pragg, where are the answers then?
I think Pragg has to rely on his bishop pair and trying to open up the position on the left side of the board so he can create threats against the black king. That last little rook move that we see from Pragg, you know, where he reached out on the corner and placed it behind his own pawn, he wants to start advancing those pawns towards the black king, create some inroads, create some open lines there. It's all about getting those threats, activating his bishop pair. Long run, strategic-wise, every point you made, James, about the pawn formation, Black's knight landing to the center of the board, a beautiful square there as well. You know, he can't just sit still. Pragg has to create threats in the position. He needs to open up and make pathways towards the black king.
Okay, so we've got the homework assignment for him. We'll see if he can ace it over the next few minutes. I do think we should check back in with another one of the matchups we were looking at earlier, Vidit versus Richard. This one is still locked in battle. As we saw earlier in the broadcast, that Black Queen was very offsides, threatening the rook of all things. A hanging rook, we said, though defensive measures in place there for Richard Rapport. Through all of this, again, I'm citing from my screens here. I know at home you can't quite see this. We have found ourselves to a fairly equivalent position through all of this. So a lot of fight left in this one here in an all-important standings match.
It's super critical for both these players, right? And we were earlier picking Vidit, you know, just seeing he's got that extra pawn. And we know in the studio, we've got a couple of materialistic guys right here next to me. So liking that extra pawn, liking that extra time on the clock. Are we still picking Vidit as black here? Or has Richard managed to find some counterplay and some compensation for that material deficit?
I'll accept the moniker of materialistic just this once. No, in chess, absolutely. In chess, absolutely. So we'll see. Ooh. Oh, I just, again, I'm responding to the engine here for those of you at home with this most recent move here made by Vidit. Computer doesn't love it and is now giving a slight edge to Richard. Again, maybe a little bit difficult to explain from this perspective, David, but perhaps we can do our best to help people understand why that pawn push there for Vidit may have weakened his position.
Yeah, essentially Vidit has one extra pawn, but roles have reversed on the clock. Vidit is down to 40 seconds. Richard Rapport has 3 minutes. Big time advantage for white. Also, Richard's pieces are so active. They're very well centralized. They control the majority of the board here. Vidit's queen, which has done so much dancing this game, is still offside, not connected to its pieces. And now Rapport, look at this. He's pushing pawns forward. You can see he's moving into Vidit's half of the board. He's going on the attack. So everything adding up here, at least momentum, is on Rapport's side.
It's completely shifted, right? 40 seconds, and this is what Vidit said. He hasn't been happy with the quality of his play when the clock's been ticking low, under time pressure. And now suddenly it's not only time pressure, it's board pressure as well. Rapport right now is down a pawn, but he's managed to create a lot of intense counterplay, and Vidit is on the defense. If Vidit loses this one, I don't see him making it to the knockouts.
Yeah, those two the connected white pawns are just applying so much pressure, clamping down on the black position for the time being. And so things are looking good for Richard Rapport in this moment. The question is, can he ultimately convert this to a decisive victory? It'd be a brilliant start to his second day of the round robin. And I think as well, this might be a good time for me to just update the viewers at home, because we've had a couple of results take place across the 6 boards. The first of which actually came very early on. We talked about them only minutes into the game itself. Fabiano versus Hikaru. They went very quickly to a draw by repetition, kind of returning to those known patterns and things in a similar looking starting position to a standard game of chess. As they went to a symmetrical position, they shuffled the kings, and it ends in a draw. The only decisive victory we've had so far is Jan Nepomniachtchi over Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And so for Maxime, who started in a 4.5 out of 6 just yesterday, falls down here without getting a point. And Jan does a great service to himself in terms of securing a playoff position through the end of the day.
Is there a way to get a camera angle where we can follow the clocks at least? Because Vidit is literally playing a difficult situation, difficult position on seconds. While we get our board ready, it would be great if we're able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, I can update the fans at home around that. So I'll be your verbal call out there. Vidit working 30 seconds on the clock. We've got Richard Rapport with 2:10 on the clock. It's 10:10, so don't forget that they do add 10 seconds per move, and back we go. We appreciate your patience as we worked out those technical issues, and now we're right back into the games with a little bit more clarity.
Yeah, and look at this, a checkmate threat almost on the board. Richard there touched his queen, brought it back, and didn't complete his move. So it looked like he was about to move his queen forward. He's committed to moving that queen, and now he is threatening checkmate. He gives up his knight. Maybe he'd forgotten about this, but now he pushes his pawn forward. Look at Richard Rapport. He leans back, shakes his head in disgust. He's just given away a knight, but he still has the bulk of his advantage. Here, Vidit needs to find an only move, otherwise he's knocked out on the spot, and it's a very difficult one. He needs to bring the black rook across the board. The black rook sitting in the middle of the file there on the 5th line. He needs to bring it the whole way across to sit next to the black queen, otherwise he's done. But it looks like he's about to get checkmated. This is so hard to find.
And he's got 9 seconds to find that move. And he doesn't!
He brings his knight back, but
not.
He had to make sure that Richard didn't have the time to make this last move that he just has, because now with its positions busted, there's a checkmating threat on the board. I don't see a way of surviving it with 5 seconds on the clock.
No, now he slides
That's
the
a
rook
checkmate.
over, but
That's over.
Yeah, not to the position he needs. And just like that, Richard Rapport will take a decisive victory early in the day, shaking his own head somewhat in disbelief. I think both players will be replaying this one in their minds.
Wow, and a heartbreak for Vidit, who sits there looking away in silence. It might be a moment of silence for his time in the race for first place here. He still sits on 1 point, losing to his main rival down there at the bottom of the table.
Exactly. We cannot overstate the importance of this match in particular for both of these players, and you can feel it, the intensity of the moment, the realization here for Vidit that that was a big opportunity that unfortunately slipped away from him.
He knew it. He knew the gravity of this game, how important it was, and he felt that he got that advantage with the black pieces. He was up on the clock, he was up on the material, and he had all the chances. And then finishing it in style for Richard Rappo, who keeps his hopes alive, sacrifices a queen to deliver checkmate. A beautiful finish, and you can see how painful this is for Vidit as the realization sets in that his path to the knockouts, it doesn't exist anymore.
Now, we'll wait till the rest of the results come in from this round and get a look at the standings to really evaluate what Vidit's chances still are in this round robin. But from here, I want to go over to Abdusatorov versus Arjun Erigaisi, because for what a hot start Nodirbek had just yesterday and sharing first place coming into the day, he finds himself very much on the back foot here against Arjun Erigaisi, who kind of has been, you know, one of the big talks of the freestyle chess town most recently.
Yeah, Arjun started yesterday on a hot streak, defeating Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen. It looks like he's going to start this day as well on a high, a fast starter. And he's just opened up a line now towards Nodirbek's king. Not just that, but we should always do a count and anytime we join a new position, and currently black has a rook for white's knight, so a material advantage and a potential attack brewing against Nodirbek's king. Nodirbek also down on time. Tanya, everything stacking up against the Uzbek right now.
But how tricky is Nodirbek, you know, at also finding ways to create these counterplays. The one thing that Arjun needs to watch out for is a potential queen and bishop battery that Nodirbek can set up and start targeting some key spots next to Arjun's king. You know, line it up and you're starting to threaten the checkmates on the board. And look at that. He immediately brings his queen to an attack, but also a defense of that key square.
Yeah, a blitz of moves. We do have Nodirbek picking up a pawn there while defending the pawn in front of his own king. So kind of a great W's of that night. But yeah, we've got complete pressure coming down the right side of the board with that stacked rook and queen and another rook in tow soon to join the fray. I guess my question is, how do we get our light squared bishop more involved as the player in black? It does feel like we're playing almost down a piece currently.
Yeah, what bishop? That's a big pawn right now. You know, it's got its own pawn in front of it, and you still need some moves to make it active. And the problem is, the moment you do that, you lose a key central pawn in a lot of these positions. Arjun, he's up on the clock as well. Nodirbek's gone down below 20 seconds. Nodirbek undefeated in the tournament so far. And this has been perhaps the most difficult position he's had to defend.
Key word there, or key words, so far. Staring down the barrel of a possible loss here, his first one of the tournament to Arjun Erigaisi. Computer doesn't love his most recent move, but it doesn't look like he's got great options regardless there, David.
Yeah, and this position about to heat up. Tanya, some crazy tactics potentially on the board.
Some crazy tactics. I'm also looking at Arjun's heart rate. How do you in this position have a heart rate of 70 when the board is on fire?
Wow, and now there's a huge threat on the board. The white knight jumping forward, the white rook sliding across to go for the black king. Could be terminal. Arjun needs to be careful. Suddenly counter-attacking threats, a knight jumping. Okay, he moves his queen out of the way, giving the black king an escape square if necessary. The black rook now covers any knight checks. There would have been sacrifices and attack, but he holds everything together, Arjun.
And this is really the position with the clock situation, you know, the nerves and everything, that anything can happen. Yes, objectively, Arjun's winning, but it's these one-move threats against the black king that he needs to always watch out for. But I love the way he's placed his majors on the board, targeting white's king, close to his own king. Arjun keeping everything checkmate in one was threatened, defended.
All right, moves are continuing to be blitzed out here. Just 26 seconds on the clock there for Abdusatorov. Arjun working with 1 minute for himself. Of course, again, it's plus 10 seconds per move each of these players make. And I think it's an important note that while the engine very much tells us that Arjun is in the lead, it doesn't feel that simple if you're one of the two sitting in those player seats right now.
And look at this. You were talking about the bishop. That bishop is coming into play now. Arjun's rerouting it to a very deadly diagonal. He wants to line up his queen and bishop and start threatening a big check on the board. And that would be game over if it's allowed to happen.
Yeah, so Abdusatorov lines his queen up with the black king here on the long diagonal, just in case he's trying to pin down the black queen as a defender on this line. It must be frustrating. Sometimes your position is so good, so winning, that you expect there's a knockout blow. The longer your opponent defends, the more you get frustrated, the more likely things could turn around. You don't want to lash out. You don't want to be impatient. Arjun has been doing all the right things. He's consolidated the advantage. But yeah, you can see that he's slowed down. He's getting slightly nervous. Suddenly the clock times are leveling out.
Well, you can only slow down so much with what time you have remaining on the clock. Okay, Rook's coming forward, trying to get more involved here in the action. At what point do we feel permission to take that pawn that bishop was previously defending? Or is that just too much of wasted time, allowing your opponent to become more aggressive, trying to attack your king?
Well, now all the pawns are defended on the board. You know, Arjun's rooks are taking care of all of that. The question is, at what point do these two players look like humans and not superhumans? What is that heart rate? What is that position? How are they able to be so incredibly calm right now?
They're making such fast moves. They look stressed on the camera, but internally, I mean, those are just normal resting heart rates. This is crazy.
Well, we got that bishop queen battery that we were looking for there lined up on the light squares, trying to target the king. So now going to need to find a way to defend against that. Of course, the king was also moved off of that dark square diagonal that the queen was previously threatening from the white position. So very difficult here for Noterbeck, continuing to try and mount a defense and keep himself alive in this tournament. Queen infiltrates here. This just looks so scary for the white player.
That's it. The rook comes in, huge threats on the board. Arjun's setting up mating ideas with sacrifices to follow. I don't see Noterbeck surviving this one. This could very well be Noterbeck's first defeat.
It will be his first defeat here. Too many threats against the white king. The white king is caught. Too many attackers around it. There's so many threats.
Can we disconnect the queen and the bishop by sliding the rook over, check on the king, something like that as a defensive maneuver?
Yeah, the bishop does protect that square, though.
That's what I'm saying. Almost give it up. Just trade off, and now at least the bishop's off the board.
He resigns.
He didn't.
There's nothing that will save Noterbeck's position, and there it is. Arjun puts a stop to Noterbeck's hot streak in Paris.
What a big showing from Arjun Erigaisi. He's the winningest player in all of the Freestyle Fridays, taking 3 consecutive Friday bouts, and now he's showing us where that prowess should be respected here in the Grand Slam in Paris, France. While that game concluded, we had one other conclusion. It was Gukesh able to take the victory over Pragnananda over on his board. A huge victory for the world champion to push himself up to 2.5 points, and only one more board left in play. It's Sports Magnus Carlsen, the world #1, up against our previous tournament champion in Vincent Keymer. Looks like a fairly stable, quote-unquote, position. Time trouble here for Keymer, though, that he's going to have to work with.
It's opposite color bishops, but Magnus Carlsen is down 2 pawns right now. He wants to keep everything under control using his bishop and king, making sure that Vincent's pawns can't advance, but there have got to be winning chances. Magnus has to be incredibly careful, David. I don't think it's such an easy hold as the evaluation bar indicates.
100% agree. This is just pure torture for Magnus Carlsen. He's got 2 extra minutes, but 2 pawns down. It's only the opposite color bishops that save him. He's going to try to set up a light squared blockade. But yeah, there's going to be twists ahead. There's going to be turns. And this could be the type of position where the eval bar suddenly shoots through the roof just for a move or two. Magnus, for now, though, he's found a good defensive setup. The black bishop keeping the white king from joining the party.
And he's at 50, the heart rate monitor. Vincent, close to 100. What is going on here? I mean, someone just got to check on these guys. Are they even human?
By many people's standards, they would not be considered human. We call them super GMs for a reason as well, right? Yeah, they're superhuman at the very least. Okay, possibly looking for a way to unlock the white king to get more involved by at least moving one of those pawns up onto a dark square. You might ultimately have to sacrifice that one doubled pawn to the light squared bishop, but I think that's a small price to pay if you can actually get your king more active here in the endgame.
Yeah, he's trying to release his king, the white king, which is a bit sidelined Vincent Keymer. The downside to putting pawns all on the same color as your bishop is that now black gets even more light squared control. So the black bishop, for example, has some nice pretty squares to sit on where it will never, ever be challenged. I think here it's just about the king. It's whether Vincent can activate his king. Maybe we'll see a journey all the way across to the other side of the board, the white king going pawn hunting long term. But whether he can break through, create a second pass pawn, that is the key. He's got 1 pass pawn, Vincent Keymer, in the center of the board. He needs a second to win this game.
Also, having 2 double pawns doesn't help Vincent's cause, right? Makes it that much harder. For example, if Vincent King did march up all the way and was even able to win that flank pawn, that doesn't help you actually create a passer. So my question to you, David, is this already some kind of a fortress that Magnus has built? You know, a player who famously said he doesn't believe in fortresses.
Yeah, it feels like he's close now. He brings his king back. What is his solution? The white king stepping forward. Is he going to grab a pawn now, Magnus Carlsen? There's a little trade here. more pawns off the board. He's still 2 pawns up. But look at this from Magnus. The black bishop stops white from trading off any more pawns. Passed pawns mean that there are no rival pawns in front. And for now, the 2 versus 1 majority Vincent has on the right side of the board, for example, totally blocked by the black bishop.
This does feel scary, though, to me at least, for black. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are both players fighting for winning chances here, or is it really only one side and the other is playing for a draw?
Yeah, Magnus playing for the draw.
Okay.
100%. Anyone's pushing, it's Vincent, and he's going to play this on. He's going to try everything, every trick in the book. You know, he'll try to get his king across the board. He will try to sacrifice perhaps one of his pawn at the right moment to create a passer, and that would be the G pawn. But it's kind of difficult to imagine all these ideas working out successfully. I would think, David, step 1 would be to try to win that pawn that's on the left side of the board. Get your king, march all the way across, and then at the right moment, tie down black's bishop, you know, the light squared bishop, to defend the queenside pawn.
Incredible.
Then sacrifice
Incredible
on the king.
accuracy out of both of our players here through many moves in this game. Feels pretty difficult to reroute that white king all the way around.
Stopped it. That bishop just controls the squares.
Exactly.
He's not allowing Vincent to achieve that idea, even step 1 of that idea.
Now we see Arjun Erigaisi, who just won a very important game, and just biding his time and yeah, just stalking around the tournament hall. This is where the action's at. Yeah, just incredible amount of accuracy, first of all, but also an incredible number of exclamation point moves for both sides in this game so far.
And look at this. I mean, Magnus with his king kind of taking the inside track here, if we think about it that way, right? As the white king has to go all the way around the outside. If he wanted to maybe take a stab towards those right-hand side pawns for the white player, he had an opportunity to do so. Instead, he's going to shuffle back and just do his best to lock the white king out of the position.
Also, I think it was absolutely essential for Magnus to actually stop this king march. It would become incredibly tricky if he allows Vincent's king to get to the left side of the board, closer to those 2 pawns. So Magnus keeping everything under control. And what is it with Magnus being the one player whose games last the longest at the start of the day, every single time? Yesterday against Vidit, a marathon, and this one as well.
I feel like at this point, Magnus literally just shuffles that bishop back and forth. Right? No other moves.
Yeah. And that's the whole thing with the fortress. It's just preventing your opponent's plans, stopping them from making progress. Clearly, white's plan is to bring the king over to the left half of the board somewhere to look at some pawns, to try and support white's pawns marching forward. But if you can prevent that from happening, then essentially you've stopped them from any productive plan. So Vincent just kind of waiting with his king. The only thing he can hope for is something we call Zugzwang. That is a German word, appropriate for Vincent Keymer, but it basically means where your opponent has to give way. The opponent has to make a move that is detrimental to their own position, but it just feels like black has too many waiting moves with his bishop.
Yeah.
There are 2 plans that Magnus has to stop, right? One is the king march, and the other is that pawn sacrifice, to give up the pawn that's on the G file right now for white, to create its best friend that's just next to it as a passer. So as long as at the right time, Magnus is able to shuffle his bishop to the right square, stopping these 2 ideas, he's got the draw.
Yeah, he's just keeping this square covered. The white king has gone far, but it shall go no further. And it's very hard to imagine anything Vincent can do here to destabilize the black pieces. This is why opposite color bishops have such a drawish reputation. Often it's positions like this. You can be 2 pawns down, yet still hold the balance.
Doesn't want to give it up just yet is Keymer. So he's going to continue to make different moves, avoiding any repetition as for now. But once again, now Carlsen will feel permission to slide his king over, just kind of threaten the idea that I as well could infiltrate to those backward pawns. He won't commit, but is at least showing that he could. And there it is, the handshake, as the players realize there's no more progress to be made in this one. It will be half a point apiece here. Magnus Carlsen up to 5.5. Enter the day as our tournament leader and continues to add to his scoreline. For Vincent Keymer, though, to escape a game against the world #1 with half a point after a tumultuous day 1, I think that's something you could still exit satisfied with, knowing that you have 4 more rounds to go to make your run into the top 8.
Also, it's a draw on Vincent's terms, right? He's the one who's got those 2 extra pawns against the world #1. It was Magnus who was on the defense, and I completely agree with you. For Vincent, it's a great start. You know, you don't want things to go too wrong. He's in danger territory. A draw against Magnus, solid result.
Absolutely. So there you have it. The day has been kicked off in fabulous fashion. We'll get a quick highlight reel of how all the games broke down. I mentioned to you not too long ago that the first of our games to find a result was that one right there, Hikaru Nakamura versus Fabiano Caruana, quickly going to a repetition and a draw early on, maybe conserving some energy and realizing that the fight between them was unnecessary. They're going to save their energy for later. Of course, as well, Jan Nepomniachtchi taking a big win as well over MVL to just further secure his position. And then that matchup right there that you saw on your screens, Richard Rapport versus Vidit. This was massive. Unfortunately for Vidit, let that one slip away while he had fighting chances, and it might sting. But for Richard, it breathes new life into his tournament.
Yeah, big round, things changing. And yeah, it's interesting how things can feel so different after just one game of play. For Vidit, though, it feels like heartbreak.
Absolute heartbreak. Again, mathematically, there's probably still an argument that you could make it through with 4 rounds. You win all 4, you get to that magic number of 5 that David was talking about earlier today. So again, nobody's technically out of it just yet, but the margin for error just keeps shrinking at almost an exponential rate here, Tanya.
Yeah, maybe technically not, but practically yes. I mean, how do you score 4 back-to-back wins against the field, your own mind, knowing the form that you're bringing in, having this kind of a start? And there we've got the standings with it still at the bottom of the board. And Gukesh actually leapfrogging there, finds himself in the top 8.
Exactly. We do have a tie currently for a 3-way tie, 2.5 points apiece. It was Gukesh taking down Pragnananda to get that tie. As well, Vincent Keymer with his half a point moves up into that 3-way. Magnus still remains up top the table at 5.5. And then we have a tie for second as Jan Nepomniachtchi joins Noterbeck there on the podium positions for now. Arjun Aragaisia, brilliant showing from him to move to 4.5 points. And so again, those who are in danger, it's still Vidit, Richard Rapport, Vincent Keymer, and then I would say all of those who are tied above them, including Pragg, Gukesh. Fabiano still just barely ahead of them with half a point himself. But again, I think a pretty solid start to his day considering how his day 1 went.
I think the players between 6 to 8 right now, definitely not feeling safe at all. You know, even with 4 points, you've still got to get that another point or 2 going over there. But for Gukesh, yes, a huge win against Pragg. This was Magnus, brilliant display of just keeping everything under control. I think Vincent should be extremely happy about how the day has started as well. Anything can happen with 4 rounds to go. I'm expecting a lot of shuffle up there.
I am so happy that you called out Gukesh, Vincent, because guess who's playing each other in the very next round? It's going to be Vincent and Gukesh, currently tied at 2.5 points apiece. Man, now they're staring
Big
down.
one.
Yeah, they're staring across each other to see who might be able to break that tie and really move into a solid position, top 8.
And you know what's the other storyline to that matchup, James? World Championship. Vincent was the second to Gukesh for that match, so he knows him incredibly well. They've trained together for months leading up to that match, so really going to be quite a fun ride for all of us watching. For these 2 players, maybe not as much.
So we wait on bated breath for that matchup in particular, but we want to hear from the players all throughout the day. And earlier we were able to catch up with Hikaru as he exited his first game of the day.
Hikaru seems like a very pragmatical decision in the first game today. What was your reasoning?
Well, I mean, in some ways chess players can be very smart. In some ways they can be very stupid. I don't think that's any secret out there. But one thing chess players are very good at is understanding the name of the game, meaning what the tournament strategy should be. And before the game, I mean, I basically came into today feeling that if I don't lose any games, let's just say I draw all the games, I'll finish in the top 8. That's the first thing. But secondarily, when we started looking at the opening, it was pretty funny because there was something of a disagreement. Basically, Nepo thought that E4, C5, the Sicilian line, was good for white, and Noterbeck, myself, and Pragg, we all thought that it was good for black. So then when I took that into consideration before the game, it didn't really make sense to be very aggressive because it could work out, but if it doesn't and I lose the game, it starts to become very, very tricky. And again, top 8 qualified. We're top 4 is something that I would have to try much harder, but because of the tournament situation, it just didn't feel like the right moment to take chances.
You're feeling good today about your chess?
I mean, I think the thing is you try to put yourself in a position where you have good chances, and for me, the less games there are, the less chance to lose, the better it is. So that's 1 down, but there's still 4 more games, so we'll see how it goes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
Now, how about that, Tanya? Referencing the group discussions, saying that their group in particular was quite split on one of the most talked about lines. Half the group thinking it's good for white, half the group thinking good for black. It's a part of this format of chess we don't talk about too much, how those group analysis can ultimately affect each other's games, right? You might question your own beliefs and your own intuition around the game.
It's such a treat for everyone watching and for us as commentators to see that happen, but also such an insight from Hikaru how that affects the players, that at the end of it, you only have 10 minutes really to figure out a position that perhaps you've never seen in your life, you know, where every move is a high responsibility move in freestyle chess, especially the first 5 moves. And at the end of it, you need to make your own decisions, especially when the group is split, right? We've had some of the openings, David, where we've seen all the players play one move because they agreed that this is perhaps the best response. And then this was one of those positions which is such a balance between 5-1-8, a standard position, what we normally see, and a freestyle, small mix-up with a knight and bishop not at the right place, where suddenly the group gets split based on their preferences when it comes to classical standard chess.
But it's also a nice insight into the top players and their priorities in chess, in openings. Hikaru, it's clear it's just about the tournament standings. It's about top 8. He doesn't care about getting top 4, getting kind of the choice of opponent in the next round. It's just about doing what's necessary. Some were prioritizing breaking the symmetry. Some were prioritizing getting a full-blooded fight. He's like, nope, I'm playing Fabiano. Fabiano's on a bit of a hot streak. A draw is a great result. I inch closer to towards safety, that magical 5 points or whatever it is. And yeah, he's just clearly prioritizing the sporting aspect rather than necessarily being objectively correct with his moves.
I mean, you got to play the game within the game, right? Absolutely. We're here playing the game of chess, but you're also playing the game of making it to the playoffs. And as each round ticks on, I think we're going to see more and more players adjust their overall approach to the game and the result that they're going for, right? Obviously, if you're given winning chances, you might play through to them. But at the end of the day, if you only need half a point to secure your position, that might change the way that you approach the game, might change the way you open up a certain position.
I think that's absolutely key what you're saying. You're playing the game and you're also playing your opponent, right? For Hikaru and Fabi to choose this moment, given the tournament standing, the points they're on, to choose a line or to choose a starting move that would create chaos on the board just doesn't make sense, especially for Hikaru, who's sort of in the mix of the things. The ball is in Fabi's court. He wants to take extra risk. Sure, come on, you know, it's game on then. But a draw in that big clash of the two big guns, I think for both of them, it makes a good start, a solid start to the day. And they'll choose their opponents, the tournament situation, when to go all out, when to make those risky decisions in those first few moves.
Super important distinction I think you made, right, is that the onus is on the players who are further down the standings to take more risk, right? And that's where I would be, again, pointing back towards players who are right there on the bubble. Richard Rapport getting a big victory over Vidit, but still has a lot of work to do. He's going to have to continue to test his opponents, look to poke and prod and find advantages, because let's just pretend that every match from this point onward through the end of the day went to a draw. Okay, then the standings don't change and you're out of the playoff picture, and that's the scary position to be in.
Yeah, I mean, for Richard Rapport, he is a very streaky player as well, so it's even more important for him to get those types of positions. It was very interesting. Vidit, I think, was punished for not playing true to himself. He's not normally a greedy player. He took a big risk. Rapport got his type of creative position. The players have to be true to themselves in order to succeed here.
Off we go into round number 8. Let's head into the player hall for the starting position.
About to witness round 8 of the round robin. We just saw the standings behind us there a second ago. It's very tight. Remember, top 8 is what it's all about today. We are ready to draw the next position, and for that, I would like to welcome to the stage. He won his ticket to come to visit us here by winning a prize at the Blitz Society tournament a couple of days ago. Please welcome Jules Brunier. Give him a round of applause.
Number is 636.
Thank you very much. Position 636. I will take that off you. Thank you so much, Jules. The players will have 10 minutes. As always, we are going to listen in. So have fun and good luck to the players.
Feels like an almost normal position. No, but the rook was on F1, right?
Is it?
One was rook on F1, one was on A1.
It's correct, okay.
Is this correct?
Correct, okay.
Yeah.
D7 is happening? G7 is also...
D4 is a really critical move, though, right? Because maybe there's... Or maybe...
So what, these are the two, B7 and G7 are weak, but you can't...
I mean, F4, F5, Bishop D4 is already kind of...
F4, F5...
That makes sense.
Bishop D4 or E4 is also... Not maybe.
E4 queen H5.
No, but this looks very critical.
Yeah, but Bishop D4 is actually quite annoying.
I mean, is this just really just good for white? I guess the bishop can't be attacked.
Bishop D5.
Yeah, Bishop D5, Bishop G7, G8.
Even Rook F7.
Rook F7 as
But maybe
because,
just
yeah,
go back and then...
Yeah,
No, we go back.
Yeah, you just go back, yeah.
Wait, here or here?
D4. D4 probably
Because
better.
I'm C3.
Yeah, D4 makes sense.
I think you should take the knight. And bishop.
Queen takes H8? Because then B2 is hanging. Yeah, yeah.
Is that 4 D5 on me? E4, yeah? No.
E4?
Take a knight to 6 and
We need
queen.
to...
Feels better for white there.
There's
Yes.
also...
Yeah, just even D4 is coming and...
D4, C3.
And the bishop on B8 is stupid. No, but...
Oh.
Yeah. No, it should just be great for white.
F4 maybe F6, yeah?
No, D, yeah, so...
So what's F6? Okay, so it's typical, no? E4, F5, yeah? Same.
E4, E5.
Wait, E4, E5?
E4,
Take
E5?
and Queen H4?
Oh,
No, but
knight
it...
E7.
Yeah.
But also E4, E5.
F5, right? Yeah, this is...
D5, D3.
But D5, we also have...
Bishop C5 or
Yeah.
something?
Knight E6. Even knight D6.
I don't understand why this is good for us.
I think this is good for white. Just
Why?
development.
Development?
Again.
I don't know.
Structure
or knight,
again.
or knight B3 maybe.
But we don't have to play F5.
No.
Maybe knight D3.
Knight G3.
Knight G3 looks reasonable.
Knight G3, actually.
And the knight belongs here, I think, right?
Most likely.
Because we can also prepare D4.
Yeah, we're kind of...
Or what is C6?
Something at B. I think C6 we can at least take F8, Knight B3. Should be a little something, huh?
I like F5 though in general. I think that white is really suited for F5.
I mean, C6 helps our cause for sure.
Yeah.
No, this looks good.
But this is certainly a little bit less than
I do like F5 though.
Yeah, you like F5?
I mean, knight, like here, if C6 and
C6 and F5.
Like,
Okay. Yeah,
or maybe
okay.
knight B3 first, I don't know. Maybe this is... Or...
Can't black go E4?
Takes.
And C6, D5.
Yeah, this...
Yeah, I think Knight G3 is a lot.
But even after knight G3 maybe
Knight
E4.
C5?
Knight G3?
E4.
E4, Rook F4?
C6.
C6, Rook goes back.
D5.
Knight C5 which one?
Yeah, knight C5.
D5, like Knight
Yeah, Knight
C3.
C5 makes
I
sense.
think
But still, Knight D6. No, it's guarded. It's guarded. I don't know, but
But
still,
it's
yeah,
annoying.
it's still a check. It's still a check. Yeah, it's
But I
still
don't
a
know if
check.
it's so annoying, but okay, it's kind of annoying.
But then just B6.
Okay, maybe Knight G3.
Please,
kind of
66 D5 like solid, but maybe worth it.
Yeah, it was, huh?
Okay, like two bishops, but okay, it's a matter of taste, I guess, yeah. I mean, okay, here, but okay, oh, his bishop is also not so great, yeah, like, what do you play? Okay, like, play chess. I don't know, C6. Okay, maybe it's worse. Maybe A6, I don't know, bishop A7.
Okay, but do we have to play F5? I mean, we get into some complications, yeah? Do we have something more, like, stable?
Okay.
I think, like, what is...
D5, yeah, I also think in D5.
If we go D5, because then we go, like, knight D6, F6, yeah? This will be the setup. I don't think it's...
And then we give this, no?
When I have a knight on D6, right?
Oh, yes, let's say in B3, yeah. C3. C5 would be white, I would like. Carlsen played D3. C5, C5 always? Okay, just not an idea.
Maybe knight G3 for E4, yeah. Bit strange.
so now, this knight, e45, we will have a problem, yeah?
Okay. What about f5-6? Just
e4?
Yeah, e5.
Yeah, but with this check, we can take back here. Like a normal person.
You can. You have 97.
97 always, yeah. It's not as dangerous. But I don't like the general idea, like, so, like...
Yeah.
I mean, it's like...
Knight d3.
Because in this game, like, space advantages. D6. We can also go, like, maybe a6, bishop a7, yeah, later.
Yeah, maybe d6. d6, bishop a7.
At d6, we're also, like...
How does it happen, like... F4, like...
F4 was very
and let's say if we are, like... And we have... No, I mean, okay, then e4, d4, yeah? No, I mean, like... Just to make maybe d65.
Now, as the players continue to discuss the starting positions here for round number 2 of our conclusion of the round robin, we're ecstatic to be joined in studio by none other than the Botez sisters, Alexandra and Andrea. Thank you so much for joining us. It's good to see you again.
Thank you for having us.
It's
Excited
absolutely our pleasure. Paris, France, capital city, a bit different than the experience in Weisenhaus. I want to come directly to you because I know you've been quite busy over the last couple days, producing content, bouncing around the city. What's the experience been like, and how different has it been being in a major capital city as opposed to tucked away into the forest like we were at Weisenhaus?
Well, you know, they both have their pros and cons. Weisenhaus was nice because everybody was so close. Obviously, Paris is a little bit harder to get between certain places. That being said, the chess culture here is awesome. We spent 2 days at Blitz Society Bar. We went to Jardin de Luxembourg until the police kicked us out.
I was going to say, are you wanted throughout Paris there, Andrea? What's going on?
Our top Paris experience every time is seeing how much time it takes until the cops shut us down. Last time it was 1.5 chess matches.
That's a good metric.
Yeah. Keeps getting shorter.
For anything. Is the goal to keep shortening it, or are we actually trying to evade
the law? But we're going to just keep trying. We're going to go back to the garden one more time. We just want to get some games against the older gentlemen at the park, you know, the nice French lads. So we're hoping today is our lucky day where they don't kick us out.
Heck yeah.
But Andrea's cursed. Like, whatever she does, she always gets caught. She always gets in trouble. Last time I was there, I made it an hour and a half.
Yeah, everybody's got that one like friend in the group, right, who just manages to get in trouble more than everybody else. Is that you? You a magnet for trouble? Is that what's going on?
Yes, out of the 3 of you, who do you think would be the troublemaker?
David, 100%.
Yeah, I had a feeling when you said that, I saw a big cheeky smile, and
Yeah.
I thought, what has
I don't even have to
David
look at the guy
into?
to know exactly that. You mentioned, though, playing in the park. I know you guys have experience playing, let's say, in the New York parks as well. Is there a difference in the overall level or average level of the opponents you guys are finding out here in Paris?
You know, I would say it's pretty similar, but the parks here are more beautiful. I got to give them credit.
No, that's fair, to say the least. And then Blitz Society, 2 whole days. What was going on there? How many challenges were you guys facing? How many chess matches have you played over just a couple of days at this point?
I've lost count. The first time we went, it was fun. It was like a meet and greet. The second time we went after getting kicked out of the park, and we actually played in the freestyle tournament.
Oh, nice.
Andrea had a really famous game there where she set it up wrong, and she had 2 light squared bishops.
Oh, I was going to talk about the famous game where we almost clinched a win versus the Grandmaster, a.k.a. Sebastian, which is helping organize this event. And then there was a very famous 8-year-old. He challenged us a couple of times, finally made a friend my own age, so that was nice. We met Ray Enigma. Alex had a very great result versus Ray, so that was exciting. Alex also had her rematch versus Anna Cranling.
I was about to say.
Which I would re-quote Aronian's quote from last time, her chess gives cancer to children. I can now echo that it's still true after the second rematch.
My goodness.
I felt myself playing, and I could see sick kids popping up all over.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You don't feel like you're learning anything about freestyle chess and how to approach it from these brilliant minds?
I think I am, but Anna was just still stronger in chess. I think the only reason I tied is because Monkey play fast, not well, and the time control kept getting shorter because I think we had to leave a little bit earlier than we expected. So,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Well, we've seen time trouble come into play for a number of our pros as well. You mentioned a game against Ray Enigma. We've been talking all week long. Who is it? I mean,
Who do you
I
guys
obviously
think? I would love
sit
to
on
hear
the
the
more
takes.
on the outside. I don't know of anybody else, but he's a strong player. That's got to narrow the pool down somewhat. No?
Yeah, I think David, Tanya.
He's gotten the closest to actually working that mystery out.
I think I know. So maybe when we're off camera, we can
Yeah, maybe
have a little
we
chat.
should
You'll have
reveal
to
that.
If you bribe me a little bit, I might reveal.
I'll
Where are
give you
the
your
Skittles? Give him the
back.
Skittles back. Exactly.
But who is your favorite chess player here playing in Paris? We've got a bigger field this time. It was 10 in Weissenhaus, 12. We know you've got a buff Gukesh photo back with you. But out of the players that we've got here, who are you rooting for?
It's so hard to pick a favorite because they're all competing. They're all doing great. But it is always fun to see if Magnus can get his revenge.
Well, and so far he's doing just that. Up the top of the table. Anybody else you'd like to call out, Andrea?
My answer stays the same. My favorite player is Hikaru.
All right.
And he's been doing quite well.
Is he also your favorite streamer?
He is my favorite streamer. I've learned a lot from him.
Okay.
He's like a mentor.
Well, speaking of, as we continue our conversation, the games have started. Perhaps we throw up Hikaru's game then so that Andrea can support her favorite player as he continues his second round robin. As was mentioned, he does sit in pretty solid position right now. If he were to even sit on his current point total, very likely to move through to that knockout stage. Are you guys with us through the end of the tournament, or what's on the docket schedule-wise for the Botez sisters?
Today is actually our last day, so we're leaving tomorrow morning.
No poker rematch?
No poker rematch.
I was hanging on to that. Okay,
But
well, promise me at a future event we run back some poker.
Absolutely,
Okay, all right.
absolutely. And I want you to win in my honor.
Okay, I'll do my best. I took just that one hand against Magnus and then promptly lost the rest of my winnings. So
You
we'll see
won
if I
where
can-
it mattered.
True fact, true fact.
Yeah, I've had too many croissants at breakfast. I think if I have any more, the plane might go down when we return home. So tomorrow is just the soonest we can get out. Otherwise, it's just all downhill from here.
Okay, fair enough. What about content-wise? I mean, obviously, you guys have been filming a lot. What can we expect to be released on the channels over the coming days, or any other projects that are around the corner you guys want to call out, spotlight?
Well, one of the more creative videos we did this trip is we did a Who Knows Each Other Better. We did it with Vidit and Nidhi, and we also did it with Magnus and Ella. I'm not going to say who won in them, but we learned a lot about everyone.
Okay.
And more about ourselves. And
I was about to say, if we were to put you to the test, who knows who better?
Well, we were
And I thought
competing
you would
versus
know
the
me better,
married
too.
couple. I think my guesses were a little better, but
Oh, hang on.
Go watch the
Wait,
video.
no.
Don't spo- not-
No. I'm going to spoil one. She said her guesses were better, so we did two questions. One was, who was your favorite American president, and who is your favorite Indian person? Because I don't know all of the Indian
Alex
presidents.
wanted to throw this one.
And Andrea's guess for my favorite Indian person was not even an Indian name. It was Tigran.
Because she had two roommates. One was Arnav, one was Tigran, and
No,
I got
one was
Arnav
not
and
Tigran.
Tigran
You literally
mixed up.
made this name up, and it's the most Armenian name ever. Yeah.
But my favorite video
Wait,
that
David looks concerned.
I mean, if you're naming world champions, Tigran's a good guess, but...
No, we weren't. I was going for her roommates. But my favorite video that we filmed while we were here is we got away with cheating versus Magnus, and he didn't know, and we pulled it off, but I still lost the game because I heard the moves wrong and played the wrong moves and blundered. But his reaction when I pulled out the AirPod was quite good.
That's a disaster.
It
though.
was a disaster.
Cheating to a loss? That's
Yeah,
got to be
well-
a first in world history.
It's going to take a special
I
talent
felt
to cheat and still
better.
lose.
Yeah, I feel like I would have felt really bad if we actually would have won. I don't know what his reaction would have been, so I'm happy that I failed, but maybe we'll get him next time.
Now, this is very tangential or very left-hand turn, but we know the Paris Marathon is happening later this week while we're still in town. We were having a discussion the other day. If you were to take the 12 players in the field, who do you think would have the fastest marathon time?
I've seen that all the players think Nordebek is the most athletic. I don't know if he does a lot of sports, but everyone has a lot of faith in him. So
That was who Fabiano. We asked Fabiano that question, and he kind of went
Everyone-
towards Notre
I
Dame.
don't know what training he's doing, but maybe that's why his chest is also so sharp.
And we look at the heart rates a lot of times too, and he's usually at a pretty solid arresting heart rate. We can kind of key back into the game, see how your boy Hikaru's doing in this one. Also sporting an 89 heart rate there as well, so maybe a marathon runner himself. David, help us understand what we're looking at here.
Yeah, he's a runner, by the way, Hikaru. He's no Dash, but he does run a lot.
Probably a better runner than I am now.
Yeah, just looks like a very level position right now. Neither side has really tried to impact the opponent's position. Both sides just sorting out their own business here. Maybe we'll see some castling. The kings and the rooks now, they've cleared the back rank. So we could see both sides castle. Maybe we'll start to see the two lines start to meet with some clashes in the center, some pawn pushes. But okay, very cagey stuff. Hikaru, it does feel like he's playing a lot safer now. He senses that the top 8 is in sight.
You say cagey, and the moment you say that, Pragnananda tries to create some counterplay as well. You know, he wanted to target that knight, which has just preemptively moved back. It's going to be a lot about Hikaru getting that central space in. I also want to point out, I think this is one of those positions that's also pretty similar to our standard 5-1-8 once the kings get to safety. You know, once the players decide where to put the king, and the moment I say that, Prag's going all out with his pawns. He's the first to strike in the center, get that space.
Yeah, he wants the space, he wants to activate pieces. I have a sneaky feeling if there's a capture, he might even bring his queen out. Not something we normally recommend to newer players. The queen often gets hit, but at least then he would gain some space. He'd clear that side of the board. The queen and this bishop need to get out of the way if the black king wants to castle on the right side. So, okay, very ambitious from Prag, who needs to start winning if he wants to get safety in this event.
And while you got Alex and Andrea here with us, should we do a round of prediction of results along with chat as well? We go game by game.
Yeah,
and, you know, it's a crucial round. Should we bring that up?
Well, we'll start with this one. It's already on our screens. What are we thinking here? The computer says it's a dead even, but as we've seen all throughout the round robin, very few of our games have actually ended in a draw. What do you think, Prag, Hikaru? I feel like I know where Andrea's going.
Yeah, I feel like I can't answer this. Don't want to do any jinxing, you know?
Well, we're just talking about this particular game,
Just this
right?
game.
Yes.
Just this game.
Hikaru win, Prag win, this ends in a draw.
You know what? I will be the controversial one. I will say Prag is going to pull up an upset.
Oof. How dare you? How dare you?
He likes to take risks, and let's see if it's going to pay off.
And to your point, he needs to take risks, right? Because given our tournament standings as well, Hikaru in the middle of the leaderboard. For Prag, he needs some points. Let's take it from the top. The top left. It's Fabi versus MVL. You've got a favorite in that one?
That's so hard.
It would help to see the position, but I like doing it blind. I think that could be fun as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to say draw.
This is purely friendship-based.
Yeah, this is hard. Both of them I love so much. I cannot pick. I forced MVL yesterday. It took a little bit of egging on, but by the 4th time I asked, he agreed. Nemo has been walking around with these giant croissants, and I said, please, MVL, hold this and say, Viva la France. And he said, no. And then I asked him again, and then by the 3rd time, he did it. And now I have the video forever.
Nice.
I
you
keep
can
telling
hold that over
Freestyle they need to
forever.
post it.
Speak. You said you said earlier you've been eating tons of croissants.
many.
Unfortunately, today is your last day here. So my final question to you is: how many more croissants are you going to try and cram in between now and that plane flight?
Well, I went on a breakfast heist, and my friend smuggled all the croissants out of breakfast. So
So
I have
that's
stocked
where
up.
all the croissants were when we showed up.
I know.
No, it was closing hours. And then we found out apparently you can just ask for a to-go box, but it felt much better feeling like we were taking them away.
Lawbreakers.
Exactly.
We're gonna-
I told you, she's the
Yeah.
problem child.
I've got the Parisian police on speed dial, and they're coming for you.
I got all their croissants.
Either way, I just want to thank you both so much for coming to join us. I know that you only have so many hours left here in Paris to enjoy the event and the city, so I'll let you go and enjoy all of that, and I wish you the safest of travels home. Thank you again for joining.
Thank you
Thanks
so
for
much.
having us.
It's a
I'm going to
pleasure.
take a few more Skittles, and I'm going to pass them back to
Another
Skittles for the... No,
smuggle.
you know what? Take them all.
Another
We don't
photo.
need
No, I
them.
can't. We're getting too much weight here. Pass it back.
Oh, Lordy. Okay, we'll take the Skittles back. Safe travels again. We appreciate you.
Thank
Make sure
you,
you check
guys.
out Alexandra and Andrea across all of their channels and social medias. We'll see you guys
Thank
next
you,
time.
guys.
See you soon.
Cheers.
Bye.
Returning to the matches at hand, my friends, I think it's a good opportunity for us to take stock of some of the players who are fighting for their tournament lives once again. I think Gukesh, Vincent,
mentor?
Keymer would be a
Your
matchup that I would
mentor?
be particularly
Yes,
curious
he's my
to key
mentor.
in on. These are two players who are currently tied in the standings at 2.5 points apiece, shared in that 3-way tie right now for the final position in the playoff picture. So we're going to check in on that game where it does look like the world champion has found himself yet the slightest advantage, but still plenty of game to play.
And to me, that's such a surprise because looking at the position, I mean, again, Gukesh has just gone all out with his pawns, right? With only the knight stepping one step ahead. And we already see that our evaluation bar gives an advantage. It's based on the space that he's created, the restrictions that he's created on Vincent's pieces on that left side of the board. But is it really that much of an advantage for Gukesh already?
Yeah, really surprising to me. I think it just harks back to something that Dash pointed out yesterday, like, it's just pawns. It's pawn pushes, it's space, it's controlling territory, and this knight jump was key. Gukesh's advantage might actually have disappeared if he hadn't found this move, and now there's two threats. Firstly, this pawn. It's undefended, it's tender, it's not been protected since the start of this game, but also a sneaky queen check to kick the black king to a bad square. Not just that, but the queen and knight together for white would start teaming up. And for example, if you do try to get the king out of dodge, if you do castle, which I'm going to put on the board just to show everyone at home, you do end up on these squares, this would be a pure pawn sacrifice. The knight can do a quick raid here on a black pawn, attacking the black queen. Normally, this loses a bit of time, but the knight would actually come back to a very nicely protected square in conjunction with its bishop and rook. So it looks like he's just winning material. I don't think you should actually try and save this pawn because this check is just too deadly. This would be a potentially fatal check, especially with the knight check to follow. Capture of this bishop, capture of this knight, which would then be loose. So danger actually for Vincent Keymer already in a huge match for the standings.
And eating up a lot of his time, down to 4 minutes on the clock to the 7:08 of his opponent, right? This has been the story of his round robin so far, has been getting into a little bit of time trouble and not able to convert and just standing on that bubble right now at 2.5 points for Gukesh. He's got a good position, but like we said, most of it through the effect of pawn moves. At some point, we have to get the rest of those pieces involved, Tanya, if we actually want to capitalize on our advantage.
It's the pawn moves combined with the concrete aspect that we're looking at, that it's actually impossible for Vincent in a healthy way to hold on to material right now. You know, you don't want to step up with your rook defending the pawn, bringing it in the way of its own bishop there. There are checks on the board that would actually end up even winning more material. So extremely difficult decision here. He's going to be down a pawn. He's going to be down on the clock. Will Gukesh be able to convert this one? It's the big question, but I think the world champ's looking good. You know, he's won that first game. It feels like this is Gukesh 2.0 that we're seeing today.
Yeah, he woke up and chose just brilliant chess so far, Gukesh. He's actually had 2 wins against his countrymen so far. Both of Gukesh's wins have been against fellow Indian players, against Arjun, and in that last round against Prag. So now it's against a fellow youngster, a player he knows very well.
And that's really interesting what you say, right? Because, like you said, Arjun, Prag. And then we've got Vincent, a very good friend. And usually for chess players, it's so difficult to play against somebody that you know well. But it feels like Gukesh is just built different. For him, he's got the good results coming against players whose style and personalities he's familiar with.
Got to have that killer mindset. Step into the ring, right? And all of a sudden, we're mortal enemies. As soon as it's over, though, we can go back to being friends.
What a meanie. He only wants to, he only wants to beat his friends.
No. How about that, though? Another minute was erased from the clock there for Keymer before he elected to make a move, developing one of his knights. Now the onus is on Gukesh to follow up and continue extending his advantage. We'll come back to this game in just a bit. For now, I think we should go up to the top of the table. Let's check in on Noterbeck versus Magnus Carlsen. They entered the day in a share for first place. And of course, both of them look very good to move on to the playoff positioning. But I do want to take a look at how 2 of our heavy hitters are performing against each other. And just as we entered the board, David, it looked like we went from what was an advantage to an equalization. Let's maybe roll that back and understand why.
Yeah, because Magnus suddenly lacks a queen. White's queen has suddenly disappeared in the last few moves. Let's just roll back 3 moves. We left it, the kind of most normal position in the world was this one. It looked very level. Suddenly a mistake from Noterbeck. He brought his bishop to the side of the board. His bishop was attacked. He could have saved it with an exchange. This is a sacrifice. Magnus accepted it. But after bishop takes pawn here, saving the white queen from this attack, just sliding back, would have given Magnus a huge advantage. The problem for black is that this knight is under attack, and this rook in the corner, if you take it, white will simply recapture. White has 2 pieces for a rook, a small material advantage. Magnus instead chose to give up his queen. This is Magnus at the top of the table, where he doesn't really care so much. He's just playing for the gallery at this point. He took this knight, given a double question mark by the computer. I think we can understand why. The queen falls. But once we do a bit of a roundup here, a recap, we see it's 3 pieces for white, 3 minor pieces. It's a knight and 2 bishops for the black queen. So rough material equality, but unnecessarily wild.
David, you say we can understand why. I can understand why it's given the double question mark. I can't understand why Magnus necessarily went for it.
Me neither. I think he just loves sacrificing his queen, Magnus. I've spent enough time with him to know that if he can play a controversial move, kind of a shocking move, then he does often.
Ever the entertainer.
He really is, and I think he entertains himself most of all. You know, whenever he finds something that could be fun to play on, he knows he's safe in the qualifiers. He knows that both these players have made it, and it's really the most challenging option that he's taken. And it could also have something to do with the fact that moving that queen away, he didn't like that as much, probably found it a little less fun than this option. It's creative chess. That's what he enjoys. But looking at this, we were talking about being materialistic in the studio, right? 3 pieces, 3 minors versus a major. Nordebek's queen. Which side are we picking? Because so much of it depends if the queens and the majors are actually able to put pressure on Magnus's king at the center of the board. Nordebek needs to find a way to get his knight, which hasn't made a single move, to come closer into the game, to come towards the center of the board. Magnus has to, meanwhile, regroup all his minors to make sure the king is defended, create threats against his opponent. Looking at the king's safety here, I do like the queen versus the minor pieces here. What about you, David?
Yeah, normally I'm quite biased towards the queen, but I can see why Magnus has gone for this. I think it's just because black's pieces are temporarily so passive, but this one could turn in any direction. The one thing I'll say is, if Magnus was at the bottom of the table, needed to play safe, needed points on the board, he would never have given up his queen. It's just the fact that he knows he's safe, he knows he's in the quarterfinals, even if he loses his next 4 games. So yeah, he's just trying to entertain us. He's trying to win the Brilliancy Prize.
Well, and some of our fans in chat, though, they're going to be wishing that maybe they could have him take that move back. We asked in our Twitch chat who they believe will win the round 8 pairing, Magnus, Nordebek, or will it go to a draw. 49% of our audience thinks Magnus will take it. Well, after that queen sacrifice, maybe it is less likely. Here we have a couple of moves flying out onto the board. I did see an X showing up there at some point, so an indicated missed opportunity.
Yeah, and that was me. I hadn't updated the board. Sorry, everyone at home, but some crazy moves. A question mark now given by Nordebek for the most natural move in the world, and it's clear that this white king is the main problem for Magnus. The knight's actually done a bit of dancing. It's now forked 2 of the black rooks, and Magnus now needs to keep this king safe. Whether he tries to hide in this corner or whether he runs towards the other side of the board, he needs to be extremely careful. I mentioned I normally favor the queen. Magnus, it should be mentioned, always favors the pieces if he can. A clear preference for Magnus throughout his career. So he needs to prove his point here.
Yeah, and if Nordebek isn't careful, he might be losing more material right now. But depending on where Magnus shifts with the king, whether it's on the left side or the right side, there will be a way for Nordebek to save one of the 2 rooks, either via giving a check on the open line that's next to the king, or via pinning that knight in the center line of the board. And Magnus does make a decision. It's neither of the 2. He falls back, and it's an inaccuracy.
And you can see kind of how
immediately
messy.
responses.
Yeah, you can see how messy this game is. The accuracy numbers creeping up there on the bottom of your screen. That's just for this game. How about we zoom out, take a look at the accuracy across all of these games, see which other ones are maybe indicated to be messy battles.
And wow, we see some very high numbers. It is actually Magnus and Nordebek with by far the lowest. Normally, they do say if you're playing for a win, that automatically affects your accuracy. It drags it down because you have to take risks. And normally, you're not playing objectively correct. Everywhere else, it's pretty much in the 90s, other than Vidit, who's and Keymer, actually, who are slightly lower on the numbers there.
A good bird's eye view, but I think we go straight back into Nordebek versus Carlsen just because of kind of the hilarity that is a queen sacrifice and wanting to see how it ultimately plays out. Let's see if the minor pieces or the queen wins out in the end.
Yeah, and a quick count shows right now black does have the queen. In return, though, Magnus now has a rook and 2 bishops, so a big material advantage for Magnus. The problem is, again, the white king, which is now even more bare than before, and this pawn is now coming to kick away a defender. The black knight might then jump into the action here. I would be terrified, I've got to admit, as Magnus Carlsen, as the clocks tick down. It's 4.5 minutes for white.
Oh, king's on the run.
For black.
King's on the run.
Ooh.
And Nodebek keeps pushing the pawns. Magnus's bishop lands on a key file where it can be protected by one of the pawns moving forward and just plants himself to a square, restricting Nodebek's rook. Not only blocking a central line, but taking away a key activity square on the open file next to Black's king as well. So a really nice call there by Magnus.
Yeah, that was a key move. Anything else, and Magnus was actually losing on the spot. He had to find this move, and yeah, it's all about piece control, as freestyle chess always is. Okay, Nodebek plays a very natural move, but the bar rises up for white. I was going to say this is the most natural move in the world, going pawn hunting, maybe a check here, but he is giving Magnus the time to run away to safety. The white king, if it gets into that corner, all the pieces will gang up against the queen, and he just has too many soldiers, Magnus.
In this kind of a piece dynamic, when you're playing against the minors, so much of it, the advantage, the pressure depends on your opponent's king position. And Magnus is literally 2 moves away from manually castling his king and bringing it to the safest spot closest to all his pieces and pawns. So it doesn't matter if you're sacrificing a pawn at the center of the board. And I think Magnus will go for this idea. I'll be really surprised if he even takes a timeout to actually defend one of the 2 pawns. Once the king gets there, it's the minors that'll do the talking.
I mean, you said it earlier, David. Magnus loves an opportunity to trade the queen off for the minor pieces and prove his point in terms of how valuable they are. As more and more pieces fall off the board, their value only increases, right? Queen may be the most powerful piece on the board, but she cannot do it alone. And right now, she's losing reinforcements, right? Her options are a lot thinner in terms of how she can ultimately attack that white king.
Yeah, she just has a knight for backup pretty much. The black rook is irrelevant here. It's made redundant. It just can't get into the game. The knight alone as well with the queen cannot really stop the white king from sliding away, slinking away behind its own pieces. I will actually mention the most viewed game that I've ever commentated on. I think he's got 7-8 million views now on YouTube. It was Magnus sacrificing the queen for 3 pieces against Anish Giri, and that blew up the internet. Again, it's happened here. He's given up a queen for several pieces, and it looks like he's again on the way to victory.
Okay, I'm trying to reason a move here for Nodebek. Feels like, again, if the idea is the white king wants to run away for a manual castle, I'm looking at sliding the queen down to that 2nd rank and just basically lasering the king. My expected response is the bishop slides back to block and open up a new avenue, but can our knight jump forward then?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, then the knight would jump forward with deadly effect. Now the white king would be forced out into the open. I think he's going to give this check. You know, this is just a variation. We put that on the board. Here, Nodebek did give the check. Nice spot, nice prediction.
Okay.
And I'm expecting Magnus to actually try and hide between his pieces now.
Ah, that's the other option there. Okay.
Yeah, Magnus.
That's a gutsy call, right? Getting your king still out there. The point is that there's very little chance that the black knight can actually get to that king. You've got 1 square, and then you can trade that off for your bishop, keep everything safe. And as long as that rook is tied down and not allowed to give a 3rd rank check to that king, white's feeling very happy. The knight next will jump onto the board. The f5 square looks incredibly juicy for the white knight to land on as well.
Yeah, the white rooks might start sliding across as well, not just to hit the black queen, but also to start targeting the black king. There's so many warriors here for white. If they start to combine, if they start to coordinate nicely, then this is going to be very one-sided. Also, look at the clock. Nodebek, it's just hard to find moves for him. I don't think grabbing pawns here is necessarily his #1 priority. I don't think that's the most relevant pawn. And Magnus, big favorite.
Also look at the players, right? You can see the tension and the nerves on Nodebek right now. He's had his 1st loss, and he could very well be staring at his 2nd loss in a row today. Magnus hydrating himself, looking absolutely chill for the win here.
The good news for Nodebek, he did so much good work yesterday that he enters today with 5 points and still sits in incredible position. So while it does look like Magnus has wrestled control of this one and might be able to pilot it to a decisive victory, let's jump back to one of the games we were looking at before, Gukesh versus Vincent Keymer, because here it's the world champion who we started the day saying we want to see more from him. We want to see him show a little bit of what has made him the world champion on display here in freestyle chess. And game 1, he delivered. Game 2 of the day, it looks like he might be doing very much the same.
Yeah, Gukesh has had to move his king, so will not castle the rest of this game. But most importantly, he won a pawn. And it was that pawn actually that sat behind that black knight on the right side of the board that was gobbled up a bit earlier. There was a pawn on g7 that was captured. So he's just 1 pawn up. 0 compensation for Vincent Keymer right now. The black queen was actually in danger of being caught behind enemy lines, had to retreat. And a 1 pawn advantage with minimal compensation at this level should be decisive. But Vincent just needs to stir the He just needs to muddy the waters here.
15 seconds.
15 seconds, and he's definitely taken aback by Gukesh's last move. This small slide of the queen suddenly eyes upon on the other side of the board, which is incredibly weak. It stops Vincent from getting his king to safety, getting the rook into the game. The knight comes to the center of the board, and now the big question, will Gukesh grab that second pawn? Will he get greedy right now? Vincent's got little time on the clock. Gukesh on the brink of getting a big win here. Can he get this job finished? He doesn't do it. He wants to get the rook into the game.
Yeah, also a nice move. He could get greedy. He could go and grab this pawn at any moment. I don't think that's a bad move at all, but it will cost some valuable time. He will have to bring his bishop forward, bring it back, and in the meantime, maybe Vincent will get some attacking chances. I think more likely he's just going to try and improve the queen, the rook, and then decide when to try and snack on that pawn a bit later. Vincent right now moved his king out the way. The black rook about to enter the fray.
Looks to me like Vincent already sees that pawn as lost, right? Now, electing in this moment not to even slide it forward one square and out of danger, just says, you know what, I'm going to vacate my king from the back rank and open up the option for my rook to slide over and actually get more involved with this game.
Yeah, fascinating. Never in normal chess do you see 2 pawns in the center of the board here for white, just still sitting on their starting squares. You normally need to push those pawns forward to activate your pieces, control the center. But this flank strategy Gukesh has gone for, this connect 4 he has on the left half of the board for white, just controls everything. It's a clear advantage for him. He's also been handling the clock better, Tanya.
Absolutely, and it takes away so many squares from Vincent. Vincent is not even bothered about pushing that pawn to safety because that would leave behind such big key squares for eventually Gukesh to step on. You know, we often talk about the pieces that get traded and what should be left on the board. One of the ideas in this position for Gukesh would be to actually exchange his own bishop for the knight at the right moment. And then you're left with this beautiful knight, while Vincent will have this bishop which has nothing to do at all. Right now he does grab the pawn, he gets greedy. He's up 2 pawns. He's up on the clock. Where is Vincent creating counterplay on that open file? Can he double up the queen and the rook?
Oof, I think he might need to. The black queen does slide across. Now discovered check, threatened, game-winning threat. If the black pawn in the center moves forward, that is a check against the white king suddenly, and the white queen would be lost. So sneaky double attack, hitting 1 pawn, but more importantly, going for the white king on this diagonal. Gukesh might have to give the pawn back, but he does have 2 extra pawns. So giving 1 back, just to simplify the equation, would be my main priority right now. If I were Gukesh, he does bring his bishop back to safety.
And I like this because, yes, if you pick up that extra pawn, you also end up trading queens, which would work to Gukesh's advantage, being up material. Vincent keeps the pressure on the board. I think that's a smart, practical decision. You want as many pieces to try to create as many threats as possible. The chances of tricking your opponent would be higher. And he comes back. Gukesh will not repeat.
No.
He will not go.
At this point, we just slide the rook over to the open file, no?
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Brilliant move. You do have time to save your pawn if you want. There we go. He keeps his 2-pawn advantage. Keeps the queens on the board. He will want them off at some point, Gukesh, but no reason to rush with that. Black has no threats at all. There's no weaknesses in the white position. Everything defends each other.
And the reason for that is we talk about knight being a great attacker, but here it's also a great defender to Gukesh's king. Right next to it, taking control of key penetrating squares, you know, just making sure none of Vincent's pieces actually land on those light squares.
I believe it was in Weisenhouse. You told me that a king's best friend is his horse in defense.
That's right, and a king and knight actually defend each other so well against an enemy queen. They can stop all checks, just a knight alone. It's a bit like the medieval times. The knight with a shield there, just blocking everything. And here we go, a trade of pawns. He's done to open up lines. The white rook has entered the action.
Yeah, that brilliant white connect 4 that had served him so well throughout the game. He's the one who elects to break it finally, but it's to unlock the power of the rook.
Absolutely, and it might be time now for Gukesh to shift focus on that king, you know, start threatening pins along the 7th rank. Now the bishop also with the idea of doubling down on Black's defensive resources there. Big pressure on Vincent Keymer right now.
Big pressure. This is almost a hopeless position already for Vincent Keymer. Again, the clock has been his downfall in this game. He lost a pawn early. He just looks panicked. Vincent, just no stability in his games, it feels like, throughout yesterday and today so far. Not the Vincent we were used to seeing in the latter stages of the Weissenhaus tournament, where he had everything under control. Now the white queen coming up to the top of the board. Deadly threat. This could tip Vincent over the edge.
Yeah, looks to be disastrous. He'll try his last few defensive maneuvers. There we have the queen just repositioned for another point of entry and a threat here on this pawn here on the right-hand side of the board. There's been one result across all 6 of our boards so far. It's a draw between Pragnananda and Hikaru Nakamura. So Hikaru kind of playing again to his position in the tournament, saying, I'm happy to keep taking half points. And for Pragg as well, I think that's, again, a very satisfying result for him, continuing to put points on the board.
You don't want to take too many risks against an opponent like Hikaru. You know, he's not the guy. You want to do that if it's not required. Meanwhile, we've got Vincent, who's now offering a knight trade to get rid of that key defender, just to be able to land some check someday to Gukesh's king. But even the rook does a great job of defending all those squares, and another pawn goes off the board. The queen is threatening to get into that 8th rank with devastating effects. Vincent, I don't see him holding this together with 10 seconds on the clock, even with an hour on the clock.
Yeah, he's simply 3 pawns down, Vincent, and he has no counterplay. The white king's still super safe, still no checks, and he's actually the one getting attacked as well. This is decisive. If Gukesh doesn't win this, he'll be kicking himself. This is the biggest advantage you can imagine at this level.
Yeah. Waiting for the last of it to play out. Vincent making a move there with just a second on the clock to bring himself back up to 11 with the added 10 that he gets. Looking to see where and when Gukesh can land the killing blow. The queen infiltrates onto the back rank. This king is losing space to work with here. He tucks in behind his final defenders.
Ooh, but now the pin on the 7th rank, the laser of this white rook is going to force resignation. It's a handshake. Gukesh takes a 2nd win in a row.
Now, an incredible win for Gukesh and a very hot start to the 2nd day as he fights for his tournament life. And with this result in the books, I think we go back to that endgame between Magnus Carlsen and Noterbeck to see how Magnus had utilized that queen sacrifice to maybe come away with a victory. The game is still very much in play. And as we hop over to that board, Magnus versus Noterbeck, we'll notice that there are no more queens for either player. There's been quite a simplification of the position, though still a solid advantage for Magnus with an extra piece here, the bishop pair up against the rook.
Yeah, 2 bishops. Normally we would say they're worth at least 6 points, 3 each. Together on an open board, they might be worth even more, a rook worth 5. The one trouble for Magnus here is that black has a pass pawn. The b pawn could start running at some point as a distraction, but the bishops are so nicely centralized that they can cover any promotion squares as well as kind of cover their own pawn advances. At some point, Magnus might start pushing these pawns forward. Black's pawns on the right side as well, very weak.
And to add to Noterbeck's problem is exactly that, right? You just shift one of these 2 pawns that are highlighted next to each other, and the conversion task becomes that much more difficult. Here, these pawns can absolutely be targeted once that white pawn moves 1 step ahead, opening up the bishop diagonals. And I think he's setting that up. You know, you advance the G pawn, you advance the F pawn, and you start winning material, create a passer. The 2 bishops versus rook is a huge advantage to Magnus Carlsen here.
Yeah, Magnus has also actually tied down the black rook in front of its own pawn. The rook gets in the way, but you can't move it out of the path of that pawn because that pawn would drop. So 3 isolated pawns for black. Yes, it's 3 versus 3, but white's pawns control each other, defend each other. The black pawns might start falling off soon. This is winning for Magnus, and he is an endgame god, as we all know by now. So I would expect him to convert, but Noterbeck, so tenacious.
He's doing it step by step. He might even start first by winning that lone pawn on the left side of the board. You know, Magnus, by chasing that rook away from the defense, the bishop can come into the attack, but he's playing slowly. Magnus is enjoying his position. There's no rush. He makes sure that every pawn of his is defended by a piece or another pawn, and then he will start going for Noterbeck's weakness on the other side of the board. Bishop attacked, move it.
Yep.
Centralize.
Centralize is good. You could also blockade black's pawn on that left side from ever moving again and just try to capture that pawn in the next few turns. But yeah, Magnus, he went from spectacular queen sacrifice to now endgame grind. He's got so many gears. I think that's the difference that makes him stand out over the youngsters right now.
He just turns the game into whatever version of the game he wants to play in that moment on that day.
Absolutely, you know, and he does fall back with the bishop, hits that rook. To your point, I think for Noterbeck, his biggest chance in this game was making sure that Magnus's king did not get to safety. Once it did, it was a Magnus Carlsen show. He's just transformed his advantage from minor pieces against the queen to 2 minor pieces against the rook. And this is really the dream composition, the bishop pair.
And so while we do kind of expect this one to be a bit of a grindy game as Magnus tries to maneuver in the end game to a winning result for himself, we did have Jan Nepomniachtchi take another victory in his second day of play up against Vidic Gudrathi, one of the players who's been struggling a bit today. I do think it'd be wise for us, though, to hop on over to Richard Rapport versus Arjun Erigaisi, because this is one of our players who's looking to stab into that top 8 and looks like he might be well on his way to doing so. 2 points to his name currently, possibly soon to add another here, Tanya.
Wow, and you know, Richie, he's got his task cut. He needs a lot of those wins. For Arjun, this one's got to hurt a lot, actually, at 4.5. But it's not over, because we see that there are 2 majors on the board, and the problem here is, yes, you're down material. You know, you do a quick count, you're down 2 pawns. But I want to highlight, for Arjun, his queen and rook are incredibly active pieces against Richie's king. And
3 seconds. Oh, he's panicking.
Oh! Oof. That was a full panic move with 2 seconds on the clock. You could see it. Is he going to repeat?
Richard Rapport could
I think he's just checking for time, right? Just trying to add time to his clock, perhaps, here, while also not looking for a draw. Or maybe he will settle for it.
Whoa, he's 2 pawns up. He plays on. He moves his rook.
He does play on.
He plays for the win.
He added time to his clock. He's up to 48 seconds, I think that is, if my eyes don't deceive me. So gaining back a little bit of time, probably out of panic mode a little bit, does recognize that he has an advantage and wants to play on.
Wow, we saw it on the camera. He froze for a second with only a few seconds left.
I thought he was going to flag. I really did in that moment, because he was looking off the board. Like he was looking for an answer from somebody else almost.
And this is the only way to keep the game going, right? Richie wants to create a bridge for the black king to slide it back and then slide it over to the other side so the rook can keep it protected. Arjun's relying on counterplay with his own rook and queen to save this game. Notice how Richard's queen defends a key pawn in the position, and the black rook has come to create a bridge for the king's safety. So really nice find by Richie.
Yeah, he needed to repeat there to gain valuable time on the clock. That's a very professional decision. We actually see that throughout chess history from a lot of the top players. They repeat the position twice just to tease their opponents before playing on, kind of assert their psychological dominance, but also to gain time on the clock. I've done it countless times throughout my career. You just need a bit more thinking time often, and repeating the position is the way to do that. So yeah, nice to see Richard play on for the attempt to win at least. Still a lot of hard work to be done, because it's that same dilemma we saw earlier. A queen alone cannot deliver checkmate. Black's queen looks menacing, but cannot get the job done herself. At some point, he will need the help of the black rook. For now, though, the checks continue before he goes for that bridge building that Tanya talked about. The black king will start to run away at some point. First, repeating a few times. Ooh, second time we've seen this position, though. He needs to be careful, and now he goes back with his own king, but... oh, the bar doesn't like that one. Says it's a mistake.
We're letting the queen in with check here on the back rank, or what is it?
It's exactly that. You let the queen in with check, and then it slides over to the other side of the board, starting to target the black king from that position. Can he do that right now? Can he find a better square for his own queen here, Arjun? Because he needs to be careful. You know, Richard could give check, 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 and win the rook, the white rook.
Wow.
With devastating effects.
He actually found the only move. Centralization with queens is so key. We see it from Magnus Carlsen in queen endgames. Now this threatens a check next to the black king, followed by the white rook coming up to the top of the board. And like Tanya said, this queen in the center actually covers the checking squares for the black queen. There's no way for the black queen to pick off the undefended white rook anymore. Here, Richard, he's let it slip.
David, just mark that path, you know, from the D1 square. It's a zigzag maneuver that was available for Richard to get to that rook. But the centralized queen, something we learned from Magnus yesterday, if you have the option, put your queen to the center of the board. It is the most powerful position for the most powerful piece. And Arjun does that, keeping control of everything, the defense and the attack. This is far from over.
Yeah, Richard now shaking his head. He might have to resign himself to the fact that this should be a draw now. For black, the only way to hold the balance is to actually give checks forever. Perpetual check and a handshake. He does eventually.
He has to.
Oh, you can see body language. He knows he's let it slip. The black king no longer safe, nowhere to hide. This check for the white queen, just too deadly a threat.
Yeah, might utilize those checks just to, again, add time to the clock, give himself a little bit more time to think through any calculations. Figure out whether or not, yeah, this really is a drawn position, and there it is, the repetition. It will be half a point apiece. Richard Rapport moving up to 2.5 for Arjun Erigaisi, escaping on that one and adding a half a point to his scorecard as well. Magnus Carlsen in that time was also able to secure his victory and maneuver in the end game. That leaves one board in play as well. That's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave up against Fabiano Caruana. We got the hometown favorite up against the guy who's trying to claw his way back and put up a performance much like, oh, well, as I say it, we jump to the board, and there you have a draw between these two as well.
Yeah, and it's almost even a mirror image of the earlier game we saw between Vincent Keymer and Magnus Carlsen, opposite color bishops. It was a fortress, and neither side could make progress. This was the final position where they agreed a draw. The black bishop covers this white pawn from advancing. The black king covers the other pawn, and both sides have a blockade on their respective color complexes. So decent result for both sides. Caruana, as long as he keeps picking up points, he's getting closer and closer to safety.
It also shows, right, how the players are actually adapting to the tournament situation. I mean, yesterday out of 36 games, we only had 6 draws. Today, we are going into game 3. We've had 2 rounds so far, and we've already seen quite a few draws, I think. 5 draws already, because the players were feeling safe. You know, want to make sure that nothing goes out of control. So they're trying to keep everything defended, keeping their position. They're playing the tournament standings.
Yeah, I would say that's a great result for MVL because he just continues to keep kind of pace and hold steady in the standings. That is a good result for Fabi. Obviously, he would have preferred to snag an entire point there and continue to create space between him and the people who are chasing him. We'll maybe call it the chase pack, the bubble pack. But regardless, you're always happy to come away with a point, or half a point rather, some amount of points.
Yeah, leaving points on the board is the most frustrating thing. Fabiano did have an advantage earlier. Richard Rapport, though, for him, not converting that advantage against Arjun Erigaisi might be fatal. He needed that momentum, very streaky player, and to not win a winning position, yeah, that can be so frustrating.
Yeah, perhaps mentally damaging more than anything, but I will call out for people at home, if we take a look at the standings possibly, or rather reflect on the highlights of this round and look at the standings in just a bit, it is a very close battle for that 8th position. Currently, it is held as a tie between Fabiano and Gukesh, both at 3.5 points apiece. That's at the conclusion of this round in which you're seeing the highlights of all the action. Just outside of that top 8, Prague at 3 points. And then Vincent and Richard sharing a tie for 10th at 2.5. But that means 7th place is only 1 point away from 11th place. In terms of an overall differential, that could essentially change in this very next round. So,
Fabi, Gukesh, 7th and 8th cannot be feeling good about their situation, at least not safe. You know, yes, they've made progress, especially Gukesh, but far from safe right now. Hikaru, though, has got to be feeling good about his chances. He's kept it solid in this tournament so far. Guys, with 3 rounds remaining, right, to reach that mark of qualifying where 4 players will get knocked out, what are the chances we actually get a playoff for that final 8th spot?
It's looking pretty likely to me. I'm no statistician, so I'm scared to put a percentage chance on it, but maybe we throw up the overall standings graphics so people at home can throw out their ideas in chat and maybe let us know. Do they think there will be a playoff? And if so, between how many players, right? We have a possibility of anywhere from a 2 to 5-way tie, quite possibly by the end of the day.
I say we get a playoff today.
At least one.
Yes, because it's so close. I mean, a half-point difference, you know, with 3.5, 3 and 2.5, players tied for that last spot, huge probability.
I will say that magic number of 5 is looking pretty good right now, David.
What can I say? I did my research. I was looking at the stats. I think for Hikaru, he's now 1.5 points above the danger zone. A draw should be enough. Just 1 draw from the remaining 3 games. 1 point would pretty much guarantee it. 5.5 is definitely safe. But yeah, for the players lower down there, Pragnananda will need 2 wins at least out of his last 3 games. I think 5, you guarantee at least a playoff, if not safety. So yeah, still anything could happen. Tanya, do you think we'll see a repeat of the Tata Steel Masters playoff for the championship? Could be Gukesh and Pragnananda playing off for their lives in this tournament and at the end of the day.
We're very close to getting that, right? They're just right there, neck to neck in their battle for qualification. And Fabi also feeling the heat right now with 3.5 points. You know, it doesn't matter how many wins or draws it took you to get that. You need to have at least a half-point difference to survive, to not take it to playoffs. And none of these players want to face that. You know, they want to be safe right now. So it's going to be interesting to see. I think this next round, and we should have the pairings soon to see who's playing who, because it's a big one.
Oh, yeah. We'll talk about those in just a moment. We think think 5 will secure you a playoff position. It is not necessarily guaranteed. I tell you one person, though, who is pretty solid in their position. That would be our number 1 on the leaderboard, Magnus Carlsen, with 6.5 points to his name. We had a moment to speak to him just after his victory in this last round. Let's take a look.
Magnus, that was a fun game to watch.
Yeah, it was fun to play as well.
How would you summarize it? I mean, you end up with a queen sacrifice at one point, and what was the thought process?
I'd missed the previous move that he'd made, and I thought I was doing quite well. And after I missed that, it seemed hard for me to coordinate my pieces properly. So I decided, this looks quite interesting, and I thought it was not a bad practical decision at all, even though I suspect objectively it wasn't that good. But I think he went astray quite quickly. I managed to not only activate my pieces, but also win some material, while actually retaining like the positional advantages of my position. After that, at some point, I thought I was coordinated and it would be easy, but he managed to find some resources, and I couldn't really find anything better than to sort of give back a little bit of material to coordinate my pieces. I think, in retrospect, that was a good decision, especially as I'd found the combination there that would win me material back and force an end game that was winning. So overall, very, very happy. I think my opening play was not good, but after that, I'm happy with the way I navigated everything.
You look more awake and a little sharper today. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I feel a lot better today.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, I very much know he's considered the world's best for a reason, but it'll never cease to amaze me the accuracy of analysis that these players have immediately coming off of a game, saying, I had missed my opponent's previous move, I saw something interesting. Objectively, it probably wasn't good, referencing the fact that the evaluation bar went promptly like this, but still feeling practically like it gave him good chances to win, and he played exactly to that analysis.
Yeah, so spot on. He's doing that interview blind, by the way. He hasn't checked with the computer, but he knows, not objectively correct. And it's always that fine balance. It's always the practical side that is actually the hardest to gauge in chess. Easy for us to say, oh, he gave up his queen. That's not correct. But to judge that his position was actually easier to play than the opponent's, especially in this rapid time format. So impressive, Tanya.
It's also classic Magnus, right? He sees this possibility to make things fun, to make things challenging and interesting. He doesn't find a direct repetition to it. He thinks he's still got chances. We've seen him so many times take that path.
Well, Magnus looking good in this tournament so far. The discussion for us becomes more about the players who are fighting for those final playoff positions. I'm just going to preview a couple of the matches that we have in store for our next round. The 3 I think that come to mind, of course, are going to be Nöterbek Abdusattorov up against Gukesh. Nöterbek, a bit of a struggle today. Of course, he sits very pretty with his current point total, but that means Gukesh might have another option to continue his incredible run today here, Tanya, in taking down maybe a vulnerable Nöterbek on day 2 in terms of his level of play.
I mean, a player who's had 2 losses back-to-back versus a player who's come back with 2 wins. I mean, that's a huge one, right? And for Nöterbek, he wants to stop the bleeding. He wants to make sure that he can come back because, yes, you make it through. Even if you make it through to the knockouts, you want to do it in a confident way. Not after having a disastrous day. He's had 2 tough games. Nöterbek's up for a fight. And there's so much history, David, between these 2 players, starting from the 22 Chennai Olympiad. We're always in for a ride when they face each other.
Exactly. In 2022, in the Olympiad in India, it was Nöterbek who broke local hearts by defeating Gukesh, turning things round from a hopelessly lost position, and he led Uzbekistan to Olympic gold. And here we see some of the stats that I have curated here. I do believe that calculation and attack are by far his strongest suits. I back that. Maybe I could have been more generous with defense and a few others, but yeah, he's a beast either way.
Also, you could have been more generous with the photo that you've used for Nöterbek.
That wasn't me, but I take on board the feedback.
Well, hold up on these statistics, and particularly this matchup from memory. Gukesh's highest stat is calculation as well, right? Yeah. So I'm just curious your opinion of how these 2 players ultimately stylistically match up. If one player kind of outdoes the other just by a point or 2 in their best category.
Yeah, I do think that Abdou Sattarov maybe is a decent all-round player, maybe a slightly better all-round player in the rapid time format. Very good on the clock. He very rarely makes these one-move blunders, but yeah, of course, Gukesh's calculation in classical chess really shines through.
It's really interesting. What I'd love to see is a sort of a head-to-head stat of these player cards that we have. If I remember correctly, the average score for Gukesh was 90. Is where it was at with the 24 performance that you had taken into account, and 85. I do believe that number is a bit low. I see your point, though, David, that strategically, I think he's an incredibly universal player, relies a lot on calculation. It's always a fight. For me, Nordebek, Gukesh, strength-wise, very close to each other. So 85 versus 90, not sure about that.
It was based on 2024. Gukesh won the candidates, won Olympic gold, won the World Championship. It was hard not to give him 90, but yeah, shout out to
If you'd like to flame David on his scoring, this is your opportunity to do so. Feel free to hop in chat. Let us know which of those stats do you think should be shifted based on the performances of these players throughout this entire circuit. That's just one of the matches that we're going to be keeping our eyes on here in this next round. Another one that I think we have to call out is going to be Fabiano Caruana up against Praggnanandhaa. Again, two of the players that currently are in position to move through. Or I say that actually, Prague is just on the outside. He's number 9 at 3 points exactly. Fabiano has a tie for 7th along with Gukesh at 3.5. So this is a huge opportunity for Prague to swing an advantage in his favor and leapfrog over Fabi in the standings if he gets a decisive victory, moving up to 4 points.
Yeah, that's a big one for Praggnanandhaa, right? He's playing against Fabi, a player who's sort of been shaky in this tournament so far. We are so used to seeing a consistent Fabiano Caruana, never in danger of qualification, always going the long run in freestyle chess. But here, he's not found his rhythm just yet. So it could be the moment for Prague to strike. Whatever I know of him, he's going to take the chances if they do come. So much of it depends on the position we have. And you gave 84 to Prague. Explain yourself, David Howell.
I do believe 2024 wasn't his best year. 25, he did start off strong, winning the Tata Steel Masters. Last year, in the candidates, he wasn't quite his best. He did admit himself, he lost actually a few ELO points throughout that 12 months. Still fantastic calculator, of course, given the time. I think strategically, I should have been a bit higher. I think I should have given him in the 90s. Strategy is his strong point, I believe. But overall, just very consistent, very universal player.
And for those of you perceptive viewers out there, he's not actually 0 years old. He is not an ethereal deity floating around in the ether while he achieved the GM title at the age of 12. He definitely has aged a bit since then. We'll see, though, if he can take down one of the older generation here in Fabiano Caruana. And again, leapfrog up into that 7th place position at 4 points. Final matchup I'm going to call out just real quickly is going to be Vincent Keymer, our defending champion, up against Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru sits pretty right now with 4.5 points, but still very much in danger overall, and Vincent is the kind of guy who might be able to get it done. With that said, we're just about to find out what position these players will be doing battle with, so let's head into the player hall for the lottery.
Welcome back. So after 8 rounds, we have a sole leader in Magnus Carlsen. Meanwhile, the fight for the top 8 places rages on. We are ready now for the next draw. And in order to help me, I would like to welcome France's first ever Grandmaster, as well as the owner of this magazine, Europe Échec, which I'm sure you all know. Please give him a warm round of applause, Bachar Quatli.
667.
And you just told me that Europe Échec is 66 years old, so that is a funny coincidence.
6, yeah, which is good, yeah.
Thank you very much, Bachar. The players will have 10 minutes to prepare. We're gonna listen in. Have fun.
Rook, knight, king, rook, I think.
Rook, knight, king, rook.
On this side, yeah.
Scratch, right?
Okay, so obviously G4 is G4 F4. G4 F4 D4 probably, right? It's probably 3 moves.
D4 doesn't.
No, I'm not saying it's a good move. I'm just thinking it makes sense.
G4.
G4 to me looks like the most.
G4,
G4
G5?
F4. Okay, so say F4. Let's just start. Because you can always play G3 or G4 later.
G5 F5, G4.
G5.
There's even bishop h4 is kind of awkward.
Yeah, bishop h4 and then G3. And
why not F5?
Yeah, probably just F. But F5 can like
G4
G4 maybe.
G6.
So G6, G4?
Yeah. It might be dangerous.
It looks kind of ugly.
Oh wait, maybe we should play F5.
Yeah, F5, G4, G6. GF5, Queen G7.
Queen G7, okay.
Yeah. So we can start with G6.
Yeah.
But maybe F5 makes more sense.
But G6,
No, but
E4?
G6, E4.
E4, yeah.
But I mean, white kind of has to play G4, right?
Or even G4, G5 we can play, no? With the same idea.
But at the end, there's probably a bishop H4. Like knight C3,
yeah.
takes, and bishop H4 maybe. Maybe not.
It looks dangerous.
Yeah.
And that's also coming to D5 there.
Yeah, this looks quite good.
But isn't it this?
So G4 forced. G6. No, but why not just G takes F5? Knight C3, take, and bishop H4.
But there's knight G6.
Bishop H4, knight G6.
Knight G6, yeah, okay.
Okay, so
there's knight H3
instead of bishop H4.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit concentrate.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not a big deal. Bishop G6, bishop H4.
Rook E8.
Knight D5, knight C6.
Knight B5, knight E6.
Is there no other alternative?
There's another
I mean, it's still a bit there for it now.
Might be better for it from the start. I mean, there's either G5.
Can you go D5? Can you play D5?
G4.
G6? Something like this. I don't know if it's any good.
Yeah, it's not important.
I mean, but probably, yeah, you have to go here, so otherwise E4.
G4 is not correct.
And then G6.
And then G5.
Or G5. G5 also maybe.
G5 or 5 again is the question.
But at least I have this.
But it's very difficult to get it out still.
Yeah, maybe G6.
Okay, G5, F5,
what's wrong with
E6.
what's wrong with G5, F5, and like
E6, yeah?
D4 with bishop C6? What's wrong with this, maybe? With bishop C6 next move.
Oh yeah, this looks reasonable.
Knight and B1 is bad.
Maybe we even do it on the first move. F4, G5, F5, D5.
Like this. Yeah.
You mean?
Oh, sorry.
You want to play F5 or takes?
Grab G5 with also.
D4?
I mean, white should probably go D4, I assume.
But maybe G4, yeah.
Still bishop. I mean, bishop H4 is not a big deal, man. Knight C6.
Even I don't know bishop F6.
Even that one. Yeah, maybe that's good too.
But scared of that structure though, because the knight is.
Yeah, that's
I think
maybe
that's
not so
good.
But why don't we start with D5 at least to see what its intentions are? This is our plan.
But white has to play G4, G3. There's nothing else that makes sense, right?
G3 is not as dangerous, right? G4 is more dangerous.
That means also for G4 we can start D5.
Yeah, also.
Yeah. G5 is hanging. I didn't see.
Knight on E6 in general is...
Yeah, we're following the 3 years.
Absolutely awful.
Okay, so then just here we go. G4. Okay, that's good. Yeah, develop all the pieces, and D4 is next. Yeah.
You have to somehow consider G5 here, I don't know.
Okay, but you think? I don't know. F5 I really like because of R6 knight.
Okay, let's try G4.
G4 makes sense, but let's see. Okay, play bishop H4 first, then G3 to kill my own bishop.
E4, yeah, we can just...
Here.
E4, knight C6.
No, it's still like...
But
like
knight C6, D4 anyway. We don't care.
I'd like to take care of my bishop first, though.
Bishop
H4.
Bishop H4 and G3, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid like we will be soon playing without a bishop for the whole game. If we can't win on a7. Then g3, we attack on a7 twice, yeah? And we're forcing like f6. But f6 kills our bishop forever. He plays bishop 7, bishop h6.
Yeah, I mean, you can just take and go g6, yeah?
Yeah.
It's not that big of a deal, maybe.
Yeah,
or knight
maybe
c6 first, yeah.
Why do we need to take it? Yeah, like, I mean, we can take it later. And we white. No, like, I mean, seriously, like, something like this. Almost like. But it's like, whatever, like, we'll be superior in the center, no? Okay, but maybe it's more important, no? No. Right? Like d4, e4, and
okay, but maybe the problem is
d4, I don't know. What's this like? Really like winning. No, this is like completely winning core, no? I don't know. Maybe not. It looks super good, yeah?
It looks playable, but
we can do all these things after taking the pawn.
Like his castle.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's a matter of fate, of course.
Yeah, let's just take the...
Not... First it's committal.
So knight c6.
And probably g6, yeah.
So this bishop belongs to what? To g3, to f2, and it's helping for d4. So we normally want e3 plus d4 here, yeah, with this setup. So keeping the bishop sharp, maybe e3, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, because we have a problem with this knight.
Maybe knight c6, d4 is
yeah, I think we should push d4 as soon as possible.
Maybe even now, though, yeah? Okay, now it's like...
Why not d4 after knight c6? Because we're threatening d5, yeah?
Yeah.
So g5 was a problem once again, yeah? What did you go after g5?
No.
f5?
And then g4? I mean, bishop h4 I don't like. Knight c6.
I have a stupid idea.
g3 f6. Because in the end, this bishop is worse.
It's slightly worse, but... Yeah, it just worse. Too much tempo.
Oh, big maestro.
Yeah. That's even...
Maybe not that bad, yeah. d5 is next, yeah? Wow.
So gentlemen, round 9.
Some spoiled all
No, we take on g7 and go knight e3 and then bishop h4 and knight d5. This is huge. So yes, bishop g6.
Yeah, that's good, yeah. Chop knight e3, yeah. Yeah, okay, that's good, yeah. Looks very good. Okay. Oops, I'll report.
Players make their way to their seats here in our third round of 5 here on the second day of the round robin. I'll remind everybody at home that later in the week you're going to have the opportunity to put your prediction prowess to the test for the opportunity of winning epic prizes if you manage to predict all the first moves across all 6 boards. We're going to attempt to do the same thing, but just for one of the boards to see if we can even get that. We're going to do Fabiano versus Pragnananda. Tanya, I'm going to let you go first. One move apiece.
Well, I saw what the players were discussing. You know, I had my eyes on them, so I think Fabi does start with... Sorry, Pragnananda will start with the pawn in front of the knight moving forward. That's an f4 on the board, and I'm expecting a central pawn move by Fabi with d5.
Okay, I'm going f4 as well. I think that's pretty well decided between most of the players, but they were talking about this g5 idea. I don't think he'll go that far. I think instead he's going to just go for a g6 push.
Okay, that makes me
quick.
Yay! We got the first move and
okay, well we were all wrong anyway.
Can we hear who's the winner here?
Wait, Tanya was right.
Oh, did you say d5? I'm so sorry.
Thank you very much.
My goodness.
Please send in my award.
Okay.
I will be giving my address to Jan Butner.
Well, so that's a good example of what you'll have to do. You'll just have to do it 6 times over as a fan at home if you want to get the prizes later on in the week. And so again, just stay tuned for all of those prediction games that we'll be bringing your way. Of course, they did follow it up pretty quickly after with that g5 move that was really discussed throughout the analytical periods, David.
Yeah, I'm gutted. I guess g5 move 1. It was only on move 2. Consolation prize anyway.
It's fine, David. You know, I mean, I got it right, and I'd love to hear it from both of you that, you know, yes, Tanya,
that
you did
you are
well.
Better than us.
Thank
Absolutely,
you.
in all ways, shapes, and forms.
Your prize, Tanya, is a place on the sofa tomorrow.
Yeah.
Front row tickets.
You want
front
some
row seats.
Skittles? We've got Skittles.
Skittles, and I can just, you know, take some time out and just relax here. It's a good spot. I like it. But, James, as you always say, all pawn moves.
Exactly,
So far.
all pawn moves
And
at the outset. A lot of it because we're unlocking certain pieces in terms of activity, even without them coming off of the back rank. Look at how a majority of these bishops and queens on diagonals already have sight lines across the board. And on top of that, This matchup is a hugely impactful matchup to the overall standings and what will be our playoff picture in the end. As you can see there on your screens, 3 points to Prague, 3.5 points here for Caruana. For the two of them right now, they are on that bubble, fighting to see who can leapfrog over the other.
Wow, all pawn pushers. It's crazy to think how much more accurate the players are being in the openings here rather than Weissenhaus. I mean, sometimes we turn on the computer, sometimes we've been following, and the opening stage, I genuinely think they've done a lot of work. It feels like they now understand that all these pawn pushes are necessary. They all realize developing the queen, opening up the queen is an urgent priority. And Tanya, just very impressive opening play across the board.
One of the takeaways that we've had with patterns is, right, when you've got long-range pieces like the queen and the bishop on the corner, we often see the top players, these guys who are in Paris, employ the first few moves that open up those diagonals. I just quickly want to point out that Fabi, who's advanced that central pawn, it might look like, hey, wait a second, you're blocking your own bishop, but notice how that pawn has taken away key squares from Pragnananda's knights to actually have jumped to the center of the board. It's taken so much space and making it look very good for Fabi in the center.
And now, not just that, I also just want to mention for everybody at home, since I have the advantage of seeing all 6 boards, every single board started with the exact same initial 2 moves per player, which is a kind of a rarity.
James?
Right? A lot of times we see some consensus, but then a deviation somewhere. Here, it is full consensus across
James,
the
you've
board.
been talking about how our audience needs to focus on the analysis the players have been doing. I don't think you did that, because that's exactly what the players were talking about. Needs to be the first move. You know, you got to watch them carefully, man, if you got to win this competition.
I'm going to have to up my perception score.
In our defense, we only spent the first 5 minutes with the black team, then we moved away to the white team, and G5 on move 1 was what the players were looking at the first 5 minutes.
Remind me who got it right?
Either way, though, just to highlight on this board, every single one of the 6 that landed a black pawn in the center on the d4 square. Every single board of the 6 as well, a white pawn landed on f5, also backed up by the g pawn. Some exchanges already on some of the other boards, but this pawn structure cropping up. It's one I've never, ever seen before in normal chess. But this is freestyle, and the players are certainly freestyling. I've got to say, early days, I love what Prag's doing. He's got a bishop on a long diagonal. This light square bishop are probably about to be traded off, but also on a nice long diagonal. And the white knight is about to hop forward, create some real threats near the black king. Already, Fabi has to be careful, and the black queen as well. Far more caged, far more boxed in than its counterpart. All of these small things feel like they make white's position easier to handle.
David mentions light squared bishop maybe about to be traded off. Let's talk about trades and who wants to make them, right? I think that's a concept that sometimes can be difficult to understand. So when you say about to be traded off, your expectation is who wants to get this bishop off the board? Who does the trade advantage more?
I would say it's a good decision by Fabi to get rid of this bishop that's played so beautifully to start targeting those pawns on the left side of the board. You know, it was also a minor piece that was coming in the way of his own queen and rook. So a nice way to develop. He does bring out the other knight. The big question is, how long will he stand off the trade, or will he do it in Prague's terms, allowing the queen to take its spot on that long diagonal? But to answer your question, I think the trade favors Fabiano Caruana, rather than letting those light squared bishops stay alive.
Yeah, fully agree. But the question of when to take and who will blink first, I think we'll see these bishops stand where they are for quite a while longer. If white, for example, captures the black bishop, then the black knight hops out with gain of time. You've essentially given your opponent a move to develop for free. And likewise, as Tanya mentioned, if black ever captures this bishop, for example, if white just moves a pawn, if black ever captures this bishop, the white queen's suddenly on a far more potent diagonal. So it's a case of the bishops are going to be exchanged anyway. It's just who blinks first. You want to capture it on your terms.
Right, don't improve your opponent's position for them.
At least don't make it easy, right? And I want to point out one difference that exists, because Fabi also has its counterpart on that top right square, you know, that bishop. But because of that pawn move, it's not a piece that you immediately need to be traded off the board, which is why for Prague it's absolutely fine to keep his own bishop on the diagonal. And look at that, the bishop and the knight combined to put pressure on a key pawn in front of the king, needed to be defended, and now Fabi voluntarily offers a trade of the bishop on the longest diagonal.
Wow, well, the bishop's about to leave. It might just be queens and knights dancing around this board. I think he needed to. Essentially, that black bishop in the corner was the problem piece, was staring at its own pawn. Fabiano, good decision there. And having a space in the center, this pawn, this black pawn, it could be a big weakness. It could actually be captured in the next few moves, but it could also be just a thorn in the white side. And who would you take here, Tanya, if you had to pick a side?
You know, it's so hard to answer, especially when you've got the evaluation bar staring at you. But I will say that I do like that central pawn that Fabi has. You know, it does make it a little bit more difficult for Prague to actually get the pieces out. Also gives Fabi a bit more space in the center. So I'm going to actually disagree with our evaluation bar and say that if I had to pick a color, yes, it's too early, but I kind of like what Fabi's done in his position so far.
Ooh, rook lift. Wasn't expecting that rook to move anytime soon. Actually, neither side is likely to castle in this game because both sides already have a king next to a rook. They already have the castle formation, so finding a new avenue to attack, maybe the rook just defends the bishop. It's going to slide across. Very creative.
Now, with such a consensus around at least the initial moves in this round, I'm very curious to zoom out and take a look at the accuracy of all 6 boards to see if there's any major deviations, of course, as we had seen most of them probably up in that 90%, I think, to be expected. Ooh, Arjun Erigaisi, I'm looking at an 82%. Perhaps we check in on that one a bit later. Before we do, though, we had mentioned Gukesh versus Noderbeck as a very important matchup, not necessarily because Noderbeck is in danger of falling out of the top standings, but more so because of the story of these 2 players on the day. Gukesh, 2 wins in a row. Noderbeck yet to get a point on the board here in the second day. This definitely feels like a vulnerable Abdusattorov that Gukesh might be able to take advantage of and really solidify his position in the standings.
Yeah, Gukesh has started his comeback in this tournament, you know, with his wins today. And he's facing an opponent he has so much history with. Both of them love playing against each other. There was one tournament where I actually interviewed Noderbeck and asked him out of the whole field who he's most excited to play. And he said Gukesh, and I asked him why. He said, I know his style. I know what he does and what his weaknesses are. He didn't give on what they were. The whole world is trying to figure that out. Nobody knows, but apparently Noderbeck does. So always an interesting fight. Again, we see a standoff between the bishops. It's a key theme. You know, once more, David, is this the same game that we're watching? What's going on here?
It's almost deja vu. Actually, Gukesh has played pretty much all the same moves as Black, as Fabiano did in his game. It's only Abdusattorov who's done something a bit different. It's the white knight sitting on this square rather than over on the b5 square, which we actually saw in the Prague game. So yeah, it's clear that the players and their discussion time beforehand had a massive impact on how they've handled these early stages. And finally, this thorn in the side that we were talking about, the black pawn that's marched into the white territory, about to be traded off. This position could explode. Very much in the balance for now, though. And Gukesh, I think his success today has been based on the fact he's actually been up on the clock for most of his games so far. Yesterday, just way too slow. He's definitely sped up.
One of the big strengths that I've noticed about Gukesh over the years is that he's able to recognize what's going wrong and fix those holes incredibly quickly. I think it's true for this younger generation. They're just really quick to adapt to things that they need to. And it's probably something that Gukesh thought about, you know, looked at his games, saw his time management. Something, by the way, David, you've given him, I think, quite a, you know, not a very generous score on has been his time management. It came to play on that day one, and he's trying to take control of it right now, and it's working well for him.
Yeah, on those take player cards, I gave him a very low score in the 70s for time management.
That is awful.
But he could be proving me wrong. He could be proving me wrong today. I think yesterday it was very on point, but no. Definitely upped his gears here, upped his speed.
A little bit of tension on the board, though, now, as Abdusattorov had pushed that pawn just one square forward, kind of challenging, this very advanced pawn for the black player. So now Gukesh with a good think here about how to navigate around it.
You know how every sport has its own epic rivalries. We talk about Magnus versus Hikaru. I think we spoke a little bit earlier about Gukesh versus Prague as a scene that we'll be seeing so often over the coming years. This picture, this matchup is also something that's going to define so much of the coming years at top-level elite chess. Noderbeck versus Gukesh. Their storyline has already started. The narrative has already started going back to 22 and all their clashes since. And it's only going to build with epic games, you know, and we've got one of them unfolding right in front of us.
Yeah, and they're both part of golden generations in their own respective countries. We should mention Uzbekistan, the home of Abdusattorov, also Javokir Sindarov, one of the heroes of the previous Freestyle Grand Slam, and of course Gukesh, part of India's current crop of superstars.
That's really interesting because I think one of the key things about their rivalry has been this, this national layer that has been added to it. Team Uzbekistan also filled with such big talents and prodigious youngsters, Javakir, Abdusatrov, the Indian kids as well. And I know our chat, and I would love to hear it from our chat. Do we have a poll running, James, for this matchup? Who takes the win? Because I know both these players have got so many fans. They're superstars.
Well, perhaps we can get one up. We didn't have one for this game in this round just yet. We did ask our fans at home who they think would take the game between Jan and Arjun Erigaisi, and the majority of our fans do believe that Jan Nepomniachtchi will come away with a victory in that game. And just to let you guys know how that one is going, he does have himself a solid advantage in that one. So looks like the prediction prowess of the chat is on par today.
Yeah, meanwhile, this position in front of us, the last few moves, there have been some exchanges, the board starting to clear slightly, but the one big problem for black is a backward pawn. This means that the pawn in the center here cannot really move forward. The black e-pawn targeted. That pawn has just been sacrificed by Gukesh. He brings his rook up, another pattern we saw in a different game, the rook lift, developing the rook this way. And my big question, Tanya, is greed good in this position? It does cost a bit of time. The white queen will have to retreat to a bit of an awkward square, but should he get greedy? Should he grab this pawn before the opportunity passes?
Oof, that's a big decision, right? Because you're allowing the black rooks to start chasing the queen, take control of the open files, while your own rook on the left side of the board is still nowhere close to getting into the game. But Nodebek, he never shies away from it, and I think he's taken the decision. He takes the bait, it's game on.
When I was studying Nodebek's games, when I was making those player cards, I noticed he always plays the most ambitious move. It might not be good, it might not be sound, it might not be the best move, but it's always the most ambitious that tests the opponent. If he can grab material, he always does. If he can attack, he always does. He never steps back from a fight. And now this white queen looks like she's actually trapped if the rook slides across to hit her, but she has only one safe square. She can retreat the whole way back on this diagonal. A bit of a smash and grab, a bit of a lightning raid on the black position. One pawn, but will he live to regret that greed?
And the other problem with that square is that it does come in the way of actually lifting that pawn up to give some more space for your own rook at the edge of the board. Gukesh, he's still thinking, so for me, the most obvious move was to get that rook to the central line, to start hitting that queen. I wonder what else is going on in the world champion's mind. Does he see more attractive options here?
Yeah, the reason I would actually throw in this move immediately for Gukesh to hit the queen is not just to gain a bit of time against her, but white can actually castle the whole way across the board right now, but wouldn't be able to do so if the black rook slid across, because then the white king would be going through check. You cannot castle through check, so the white king can no longer seek refuge. I'm not sure it wanted to anyway. It's just to take that off the menu. Often castling is so mind-boggling in freestyle chess. It's just nice to kind of not have to worry about it by your opponent.
There we go. We will have the rook repositioned, and the queen will retreat all the way back down to the left-hand side of the board to safety for now. But I think it's very important, as we've called out, the fact that that white rook there is kind of stuck on the A1 square, unlike we have seen in a couple of the other board positions where players made more of an effort in the white position to unlock that rook earlier on.
Yeah, white would love to now just move one rook away in order to castle the king and rook on this side to activate that rook in the corner, but it takes a while. In the meantime, Gukesh, most likely the priority is to develop his queen. The black queen looks like the worst placed piece. First, a trade of pieces.
Really interesting. And then he brings his knight to a more active spot, again with tempo, attacking one of the pawns that Nodebek has and needs to spend more time. So making sure that still the rook remains there. But now Nodebek does have the option to castle at the right moment when he can find that time, and get that rook into the game. David, earlier we were talking about being materialistic in the studio, James. You're up a pawn in this position, lacking development. Who are you picking this time? The extra pawn or the initiative?
I'm going to stay materialistic here. And I think it's because both kings aren't, in a somewhat safe position. Like we say, there's still the option to castle here for white. And then we're just playing with essentially major pieces for the most part.
Yeah, I would take the pawn here, not just because you're a pawn up, but also you do have the opportunity to give it back later, to seek some kind of measure of safety. I think having the pawn in your pocket gives you so many more options. Being a pawn down means you have to be so energetic, firstly to win it back, and only then to try and seek some kind of advantage. So it feels like a bit more risk in the position for Gukesh.
What's the consideration here? We have a knight that jump forward is attacking an undefended pawn. To me, it feels pretty natural just to slide up, connect those 3. What else could we possibly be spending our time on?
Maybe there's other ways to defend it. Maybe the white queen will slide up to defend across the board. Maybe he's just going to give the pawn back. As soon as the black knight moves, the white knight will have a nice outpost in the center. But yeah, the materialist in me just wants to push forward. Keep the pawn. You can castle later. There's no rush. And yeah, I don't really know what's going through his mind. As mentioned, he always plays the most ambitious move. H3, maybe it's not his style, just a quiet, consolidating move. I think Magnus, Hikaru, they would play it in a heartbeat. Okay, he does eventually settle on that one. So it was ambitious, keeping the extra pawn. Next move, if white gets a chance, it is time to castle the king.
But every pawn move has its own set of consequences, right? Now I see your knight is undefended, and Gukesh will make sure that Nordebek doesn't get that time to get that rook active, to get that castle going. I'm just wondering, can you be extra energetic here as black and dash your rook all the way up the board, you know, to laterally hit that knight and start asking questions? Another energetic way to play, Gukesh chooses it. He's going all out on the right side of the board. He's trying to break apart all of Nordebek's pawns there with a pawn sacrifice of his own, but creating incredible weaknesses if that's once picked up.
That's definitely not what I expected. You're already down a piece and you're offering another point of material to your opponent here in this one.
I think, again, it's just prioritization of piece activity. The black queen is the one that's not really entering the fray. She's just staring at her own pawn. No other way to activate her. So if this pawn now on the edge of the board is captured, I'll just put this on the board, not my move, while Nordebek thinks. Then pawn to g4. Suddenly the black queen has a way in. She has some lines opening up. She has some angles to enter the action. So I think very creative. Sometimes if you're a pawn down anyway, why not throw more fuel on the fire? And we actually see the second pawn offer rejected as Nordebek does castle. Finally, the rook is into the action. But this is a rejection of the pawn sacrifice and giving back the extra pawn you are up.
I was going to say, strangely too, the king stays on the same square. So that queen idea still exists, you know, if the players continue to explore trading that pawn off. But it will be traded in a different fashion. Gukesh going to help open the position like that and ultimately snag the pawn back in the end. But this does allow that white knight to centralize, like you talked about, David. As soon as the black knight vacates the challenging square, okay, knight jumps in, defended by the pawn, locking the black rook away from controlling that file as well and giving himself full control of that H file in the process with his own rook.
And I still find this position, despite all the trades that have happened, so incredibly double-edged, right? Because white has all these threats of that knight jumping further, targeting the black rook on the left side of the board, and combining with the queen to give some checkmating ideas to the king. Meanwhile, the rooks can line up on that line where the knight, pawn, and queen are placed to, again, create threats on the right side of the board as well. And while Gukesh has neutralized the material deficit that he had, I think there are still questions to be answered for black. There are immediate threats. You know, the two moves, the knight jump and the rook slide over, both are moves that are not going to be pleasant for black to face.
I want to take us back over to Fabiano versus Pragnananda. We were looking at it at the outset of this round. Again, Fabiano with just half a point advantage over Prague in the overall standings. That half a point is the difference between the playoff picture or tournament elimination. And unfortunately for Prague, finds himself just with the slightest of disadvantages by the computer standards. But of course, we know nothing is ever that easy.
Nothing's ever that easy. Look at this, Prague just wins another pawn. Right now, we have to do a count because it took me a while. I was like, wait, White's got so many pawns here, but White has sacrificed a knight. Fabiano has a knight. Here, Prague has a mass of pawns. He's still got all 8 pawns he started this game with. It's a knight for 3 pawns. So level on material. Whose material imbalance here will succeed. I just want to backtrack and show the last few moves, actually, just to illustrate what has happened. We saw some crazy stuff in the center of the board. This knight was attacked. He just let it hang here on this square. He pushed a pawn forward. There was a trade of bishops, and this knight dropped off. And Fabiano, just to catch up with current play, has just, on this last move, got his king all the way over from this side to the other flank. And a long castle, dropping this pawn. This feels like anyone's game. The black queen is a real problem piece. Queens should be active. She's looking pretty stuck right now. So I actually quite like White's chances here, White's position.
It's a crazy position, and the bar, even though it's somewhat level right now, in some ways, given especially that black has an extra knight and is not giving a huge advantage to Fabiano right now, I think draw is the least likely outcome in such a material imbalance as we're seeing here. You know, the queen, it's also, for Fabi's queen, it's also tied down to defend that pawn that's overextended itself on the right side of the board. You need to keep that pawn in front of the king defended. Fabi right now first takes care of the left side, and immediately the bar shoots up, and that just shows how difficult and complex this position is. And I wonder if the problem is that for Fabi's knights, right, which are defending each other, one of them can be targeted. You could get rid of a big defender here by jumping your own knight towards the right side of the board if you're playing with white. That's a move that I would be very tempted to be thinking about right now, David.
Yeah, really clever move there. And once this black knight that we're highlighting here is deflected, the other knight will be vulnerable. Other moves that come to mind would be to try and bring this white rook into the game. I'm not sure how the most productive way to do that is. Maybe you could push this pawn forward. You are strong on this side. It is currently 5 pawns versus 2 on the left half of the board. So pushing that pawn forward to slide the rook across to join its fellow here in the center, also quite appealing. Yeah, plenty of choice for both sides. It's so imbalanced. Normally, I would say this type of position suits Fabiano's style more than it does Pragg, but we'll find out. Pragg was the one who sacrificed the piece, after all, very ambitiously.
And this is one of those games where I think the clock situation will play a big role for both these players. Because starting from now for the next 10 moves, every move is a high responsibility move you've got. You know, going wrong could be extremely costly in this position. He brings the queen in, attacked, puts it in the center square. Now he's threatening a bunch of black's pieces. Rook takes knight is an idea. The pawn on the left side is also under attack. And the problems for both these players are just starting. Both about the 2-minute mark.
I mean, just look at the space control, right, that white has. I mean, driving a wedge straight through the center of the position here for black. Looking very difficult to navigate here for Fabiano. Claustrophobic, to say the least. You already called out, you know, the most powerful piece in the queen feels almost a non-factor in this one at the moment. It's going to go ahead and slide that rook over to defend the knight. Knights defending each other. That's a theme you pointed out yesterday, David. Never really a position you want to be in where the knights are just servicing to protect each other and nothing else.
Exactly, they fight for the same squares. Actually, one knight is very well placed for black. This knight we're highlighting here, it defends everything, controls everything, stops some jumps, but the other knight is a clear target, nowhere really for that piece to run to.
Huge question here. Do you think Pragg is going to bring that queen back in terms of offering a repetition here, offering a bailout? Or given the tournament standings, will he try to push down a piece in this position? Because it's big risk. You lose this, you're almost out of the running.
Yeah, but I think you have to. I think this is the risk that you must take, given that this is one of the few people you have the opportunity to jump over in the standings. So don't give Fabiano that extra half a point that he wants so desperately and has been happy to take all day long, right? Draws, you know, throughout the day here for Fabiano. He'll take more of them and just keep adding a couple points to the board.
Yeah, Fabiano draws today, draws this game and draws the next 2. He should be safe. So Pragg doesn't want to allow one of his main rivals for those qualification spots to stay ahead of him in the standings. This is a very cool move, though, Tanya. Just ignoring all the chaos that's going on at the top of the board there. Just moving the white king 1 square forward. What do you make of this? Calmness by Pragg.
Calmness is the word there, and he's still in the 80 mark. You know, we see that heart rate monitor, Caruana touching 120 there, so feeling the nerves right now. But how difficult is this position that the bar immediately indicated? This cool and calm move, not the best one. It gives Fabi the time to get rid of one of the key attackers in the position that Pragg has, offering that trade and easing the pressure. Let's not forget, Pragg's other rook is out of the game.
That's why he brought his king up. He wanted to bring the rook back and across and kind of join up teamwork here. But it just takes too long. It takes 3 moves. Not only one set of rooks coming off the board, but the black queen, which has been doing not much for the last few moves, is about to slide back and challenge some of white's heavy pieces. The more pieces that disappear, the more likely it is that the black knights will actually be able to start jumping and start attacking some pawns. Okay, right now, though, big decision to recapture with the knight or rook. This one's still hanging in the balance, we should mention. No blunders so far, neither side blinking in this chaos.
I like that, though. He finally unlocks the knights from, you know, the defense of each other, right? And in doing so, threatens the white queen. He's going to force a move here. out of Prague rather quickly, just slides over one square to the left here.
Do you trade queens? Do you offer a queen trade to ease some of that pressure? He decides not to. Instead, he brings up the knight back, attacking one of Prague's pawns, so still not giving him the time to re-maneuver his rook. At what stage does Prague start pushing those pawns on the left side of the board, trying to create a pawn storm?
Yeah, that's the one thing Prague would love to do. He'd love to push these pawns forward. The downside is that's also the flank where his king sits. So pushing the pawns forward might advance his goals of promoting one of those pawns, but it also comes with some significant drawbacks. His king might suddenly find itself a target of the Black Knights. So double-edged decision. He brings his rook up the board. He's trying to activate his rook now across and maybe just to control this line, but it does look a bit artificial somehow, this rook not looking great. And he's also been ignoring this pawn hanging on the side of the board for a few moves now.
I've got an explanation for that. I think he wants to give up that pawn to get a key square for his own knight to perhaps come into the game if it's allowed to the center of the board, which is why Fabi doesn't rush in with that decision. It would make things extremely dangerous once Prague's knight joins the party as well.
Improving the Black Queen, the best she's looked all game.
Yeah, best she's looked all game, and yet the engine indicates it was a missed opportunity of some kind.
Yeah, knowing computers, slightly materialistic.
Yeah.
They wanted the pawn and didn't see the downside.
So every move will be an X from here on out if the pawn's not taken.
The biggest difference between a human move and a computer move is that behind every human move, there's a heartbeat, right? You want to make something that's very natural. And activating that queen to that square, I think 9 out of 10 players would do it.
And some of those hearts are beating faster than others. Caruana here up close to the 130s, just cresting into it right now. Prague still sitting just under 100, but perhaps both players beginning to feel the pressure of the moment and the importance of this matchup in particular. Now, of course, while we've been here, we had a bit of chaos reigning on our other matchup. I'm going to just call it out here. We got to go back to Gukesh Noderbek just to see how that game came to a thrilling conclusion. It was Noderbek, actually, who will get his first win of the day over Gukesh, the world champion. So we'll put a stop to that winning streak there that Gukesh put on display. When we have a moment, we'll hop over there just so we can give you the recap of how that one ended up playing out. For now, though, we continue to watch these two do battle.
Yeah, big moments in this game, you know, and I think the next few moves could be pretty much decisive in this one as well. You've got a queen trade being offered, and Prague refuses it, not giving activity to Fabi to create a passed pawn there. I like that decision, but the tables have turned around. Is that a blunder?
It looks like a huge blunder from Prague just on that last move. Noderbek, who's just taken the win now, watching the rest of the games curiously. And yeah, he should be safe now. He's in the quarterfinals, but okay, Fabiano could have jumped the Black Knight into the center with a pin along the central file. It would have been a fork against the White Queen and the White Rook. He would have won even more material, but he just wanted to grab some pawns now. He's still winning, Fabiano, just because the Black Knights are now so stable and the Black Pawns are coming. White has no counterplay here at all. The White Knight is actually really terribly placed. But yeah, slightly surprising Fabiano didn't go for that one.
That was a huge blind spot by both players. You know, Prague walking into it and Fabi not capitalizing on it. Prague struggling to find moves. You can see it. He doesn't have much time on the clock. He's playing on bare seconds, 5 seconds in that last move. And Fabi's idea is clear. So much easier. Push that pawn, win another pawn that's going to be hanging on pre once the knight retreats.
Fabi knows he's winning. His heart rate just spiked up to 150. Dropped slightly, but he knows he's winning now.
He's looking at solidifying, you know, his playoff positioning here. Obviously, 4.5 points isn't locking a spot, but it's doing a great service to himself if he can manage to take a full point over one of the players that is most likely to usurp him in his top 8 position. Still has to get it done. The computer likes his position quite a lot, and Prague is running out of time to make decisions, to find a way to breathe new life into this position.
That last move is a bit of a mystery to me, I won't lie, because there was a pawn that was hanging. Could have been picked up. For some reason, Fabi doesn't want material in this game.
Yeah, it feels like Fabi, he's had so many opportunities to win some pawns. He just doesn't want to take them. He could have won a White Rook. He didn't want to take it, but I think it's just the nerves. The stakes are so high. A spot on the line here in the quarterfinals potentially, and he'll get so close now with a win, Fabiano. And okay, he pushes those pawns. It is 2 versus 1 on the right flank. He is trying to make a new queen. The White Rook is actually just kind of biting on granite here. It's just hitting stuff that's protected. The White King out in the open. A bit of a vulnerable piece there. Prague just bringing his queen back where it came from. Yeah, it feels like it's all collapsing for the young Indian here.
That rook that Prague has is beautiful looking, in a beautiful pose, but doing absolutely nothing to help him at all. And it's sort of been the storyline of this entire game, right? That rook's not played an active role, a proper role in it. And look at Fabi. He just goes on pushing the pawns. With the rook and the queen offside for Prague, there's nothing holding the position on the right side of the board. He might just have another queen in the next few moves.
Yeah, and a good tip for everyone at home, if you do sacrifice a piece for pawns, earlier it was three pawns for the piece, then you need to push your pawns forward. You need pass pawns, you need to throw them at your opponent. But Prague hasn't pushed any of his pawns too far. He just hasn't been able to destabilize the black knights. And here, Fabiano, he's closing in for the kill. The black pawn, 2 squares away from touchdown now from promotion.
Yeah, that's huge progress. I mean, just a few moves ago, this pawn was 2 steps behind, blocked by Prague's pawn. I mean, this was not even a foreseeable future. And here he is, you know, just so close to that promotion square, and we've got some big moves happening right now.
Oh, he threw a knight in the way. There was a deflection tactic. He actually picked up the white rook, so winning the exchange, he already was a piece up, so now he's got a full extra rook, Fabiano. But he's allowed some checks against the king. Will he live to regret this? Some counterplay should still be winning. Still enough control. Queen's in the center yet again, showing their strength. The black queen defending the knight and controlling everything else.
It's a full rook. I mean, yes, you've got a couple of pawns, maybe not even. This is huge material advantage. If the king is safe, and we spoke about this, right? The knight is such a great defender to the black king as well. White not having an assist. I think defending this, running away from these checks, you could start going to the left side of the board slowly but surely and hide from all of it. And then the material talks.
Yeah, check, 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 trying to find a way to get out of this one. And it's looking quite dangerous here for Prague. Fabiano looking quite good. And so while Fabiano looks to maybe add a full point to his scoreline and secure or solidify his position in the top 8, Vincent Keymer, one of the other players that we talk about being just outside that top positioning, sitting in 10th at 2.5 currently, also has a winning position, a very, very winning position here against Hikaru Nakamura. Let's go ahead and take a look at this one. We haven't touched this board all round here, David, so maybe we can roll it back just a little bit to find out how he ended up in a queen versus rooks endgame.
Yeah, right now it's queen versus rooks, but more importantly, the white pawns. Look at them, they're marching forward. He's not going to be able to stop these pawns, Hikaru. I don't know if we have time to roll it back. It looks like the game might end any moment. But Vincent earlier played some brilliant moves for anyone who wants to check out this game. He's first going to give some checks. This is Vincent back in full flow. The queen is going to drop back with a check. The pawns are going to push. No way the black rooks can stop those pawns alone.
And Hikaru doing Hikaru things, right? He's so incredibly tricky and resourceful. He wants to make sure he puts maximum pressure on Vincent's clock. It's his only hope to try to trick him into a blunder right now. So look at the speed with which Hikaru had played the last few moves. He slows down now because Vincent sets up a little trick. He wants to move that pawn forward, bridge any attack that might come on the queen from the flank, and also give a check to that exposed king. A nice little touch there by Vincent Keymer.
Look at that heart rate for Vincent Keymer. He can sense it. Blood in the water. He just needs to convert. And I'll just call out for people at home how important it is he gets this point here because Gukesh ended up falling down to Noterbeck. Gukesh is the person that is within striking distance here of Vincent at 3.5 points. Vincent sitting at 2.5. With the victory here, boom, tied up going into the final couple rounds of the day.
And Hikaru here shaking his head. He's under the 1 minute mark. I mean, he's the best defender in the world, I think. Most people agree with that, but defending a position like this is another level. The pawns are just so dangerous, and White's moves are so easy. That's another downside of rapid chess. When your opponent's plan is easy, just push, push, push. It's hard to keep up the speed. It's hard to find the most accurate defense.
And the pawns on the left side of the board can also be picked up at leisure, right? If you're white here, you start picking all of it up one by one. You've got 3 pawns and a queen for 2 rooks. Vincent Keymer, he instead just wants to keep pushing the pawns. He attacks Hikaru's rook. Hikaru trying to play fast, but it's such a difficult position to even make that happen.
And yeah, it looks like you can start pushing more pawns. You can start gobbling up these ones. I think, Tanya, I wouldn't be able to resist. I see a pawn, I take a pawn. And
it's well established that the boys in this crew are extremely materialistic. They see a pawn, they take a pawn.
In life and in chess. Oh, wow. He actually moves forward with his queen now, having given up one of his strong pawns, Vincent Keymer, but now it's unstoppable due to a pin along this diagonal on one black rook. this rook is immobilized, the other pawn is going to march forward. One rook is going to have to give itself up, and that should be game over. We could see a handshake any second. Unstoppable now, this pawn marching forward.
Really convincing conversion here by Vincent. You know, he didn't let the nerves get to him. Playing on second, Hikaru banging out his moves. He just kept his cool. He has a one-track mind, a tunnel vision, pushed those pawns, and now he's almost at the finish line.
Yeah, Hikaru just going to do the calculations to make sure he sees everything we do, and does elect to make a move allowing that pawn to jump forward, not going to sacrifice the rook for it. Looks for a check instead to extend the life of this game, but maybe pretty soon we see a second queen on the board.
He's going to give up the rook. He just wanted to pick up as many pawns on the way as possible, but I'm not expecting Hikaru to keep this going for much longer. Yes, he's going to put the rook to the center of the board right now. Vincent will pick that up. David, is this easy to convert? You make a queen, you give that up. Oh, and that's it.
There it is.
Oh, not yet.
Oh, no.
Not yet.
Ah.
Just a grimace, just one of Hikaru's many faces. I think he missed this last move, just attacking the black rook. You have to be a bit careful where you place it. It might be vulnerable, but either way, Vincent is biding his time before he does promote. We will see Hikaru fight on because one rook will defend this side of the board, and black still has a pawn, which could start running on the other flank. This might go on longer than it should have done. Vincent, I agree. Good technique to win a rook. Maybe he could have kept more pawns alive, though, along the way. I think he was just a bit hasty in his road to victory. But here we go. A second queen appears very briefly before it's captured on the board.
Exactly. There we go. A pawn for a rook in the end is essentially what that trade is. Works well in the favor of Keymer. While we've been on this board, Fabiano did navigate his way to victory as we expected against Prague with his very strong advantage. There's two other boards in play, Magnus Carlsen against Richard Rapport, where Magnus does have an advantage into the endgame, and Vidic Gudrathi up against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. By my computer's acknowledgements, it looks like Maxime is also in a winning position there. I think this is the one we stay on, though, even though it does look pretty certain as a victory here for Vincent just because of the standings implications.
Yeah, the problem for Vincent is creating a passed pawn of his own. I'm slightly surprised Hikaru pushed forward his own pawn there because it was defended by the black rook. He could have tried to hold that formation, but essentially the black rook is unstable. In a fortress-type position where you just want to hold the line when you're material down, you need stable squares, protected squares. The black rook is only saved by its queen right now, and again, it's hanging by a thread for Hikaru Nakamura. The rook has had to move away from
Get the king in. Get the king in. Get the king closer to the pawns.
There we go.
And now, won't you just...
weaknesses.
Yes, David. I mean, aren't you forced to lose one of them once the king steps back, keeping connection with that black pawn? The right side pawn is falling, the left side pawn is falling.
Yeah, I guess the black rook will slide across one square, but it is creaking, the defensive formation. It's not going to be holding much longer. Vincent's doing everything right.
Ooh, Hikaru just gave up a pawn. And that means a passer, the one that you wanted, right? This has to be an easy convert. Just start rolling up the board with that pawn that you're pointing out. Who's going to stop it? The king is the assist.
Hikaru looks away. He's going to resign any second now. As soon as this pawn starts mobilizing, moving forward, unstoppable. It's got a clear path through.
Unexpected easy conversion, but Vincent's still going to make sure he does, be diligent. Go through all the steps, make sure that you're not leaving anything to chance here.
And now it starts the march.
There it is. With a check as well. That pawn will begin. Of course, Hikaru, yeah, he's going to make him think twice as he starts to run a pawn of his own, and the handshake is extended. Vincent Keymer picking up a very important full point here to put himself up to 3.5 and keep himself very well in contention overall in this playoff picture. We've got one board left to jump to. We'll go there quickly here. Magnus Carlsen versus Richard Rapport. It looked like, actually, for a moment there was an opportunity for Richard Rapport to bring this one to a draw. And as we get here, in just a moment, we'll have David walk it back because you can see now Magnus well in favor to win this game. But just a few moves ago, there was maybe a way for Richard Rapport to add just a half a point to his scoreline.
Yeah, just to put it on the board, we see on the cameras here the live position. Richard might resign actually any moment, but he had an opportunity just for one move. When the black knight came to the center, a big mistake by Magnus Carlsen. The white bishop could have come up to the top of the board and trapped the black bishop in the corner, forced an exchange. And while black is busy dealing with that, once the black bishop is gone, this White King would have marched up and gobbled up the remaining black pawn. Black would have not had enough material to save it. Instead, he retreated his bishop, missing the opportunity. And now we see the Black Knight completely cage the White King. And it's just a matter of time now before Magnus's king goes, grabs the white pawn, and this game is not long left. For this world.
So perhaps a very serious missed opportunity there for Richard, because again, sitting at 2.5 points, very much akin to a number of our other players who are fighting for that all-important top 8. That could be one that you relive, that you're thinking back on if you don't end up stabbing into the top picture.
Yeah, he's left so many points on the board, Richard. Yesterday, he had some winning positions, rushed it a bit and let those slip, lost many games. Today, beating Arjun Erigaisi, couldn't finish it off, only a draw. Today, should have held against Magnus, let it slip. So many missed opportunities, Richard. I think a matter of confidence. Don't take that bishop, though. That would be stalemate, Tanya.
That's pretty. It reminds me of a stalemate that we just saw yesterday, you know, by Hikaru and Maxime. Sacrificing material, the White King has nowhere to go. So if the bishop's taken, no pawn moves left, and that is a stalemate. The game ends in a draw for those of you who might be new to the rule. You know, the pawn can't be moved. But Magnus doesn't need to pick up the bishop. He can just play slow. Come close to that pawn, pick that up, and then start marching towards your own pawn with the king. Remaneuver the knight to give a check and wrap up the game.
What would have happened if Richard tried to give up his bishop by force? He's doing it again now. Note how Magnus is not taking the bishop, because that would be stalemate. He instead keeps the bishop and gives the White King a square in the corner. It is a resignation rapport, but Magnus, that wasn't convincing technique. He got the job done. Rapport, though, is that going to be the end of his chances? He's on the brink now.
Yeah, definitely a precarious position for him to be in for Magnus Carlsen with that 1 point added to his scoreline. He retains sole possession of first place by just a half a point over the likes of Jan Nepomniachtchi, who's had an incredible day for himself. We haven't focused too much on the top of the table because the majority of them are in a safe position. But we talked earlier about that Noderbeck versus Gukesh game and how it kind of ended in a blistering fashion, with ultimately Noderbeck finally getting a win on the board today after going scoreless in the first 2 games, and almost more importantly, putting a stop to what was looking like a streak developing for the world champion in Gukesh.
Yeah, he puts a stop to that streak, and at a very important moment as well. You know, Noderbeck finds his form back. And it reminds me of what we were talking about, right? Noderbeck has Gukesh's number somehow. He knows his strengths and weaknesses, and once again, the Uzbeki youngster scores over Gukesh. And a beautiful, beautiful finish. I think David will bring that up later.
Yeah, first we got to relive the highs and lows of the entire round for all of our players. It was position 6, 6, 7 for each of our 12 contestants, participants, if you will, here on the day. 3rd round out of 5 for the conclusion of the round robin stage.
Yeah, what a round, another bloodthirsty round for the players. And I think all decisive in the end, all 6 games there. 4 wins for the white pieces, 2 wins for black. And yeah, just chaos reigning. That start position actually turned out to be more dangerous than it initially looked. And yeah, we saw some heartbreak for players as they let points slip, some blunders, but also some brilliancies along the way.
I think Prague losing was definitely a huge setback for him. You know, he had this complicated position, not being able to save that one. And then Vincent's win. It's so much about these youngsters who are finding themselves in danger zone. And every round, things are changing on our leaderboard. A really crucial victory here by Vincent Keymer against one of the big ones, against Hikaru.
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings just so we can put an image to everything we're talking about right now. There were 3 really important results in this round in particular. 2 of them already mentioned. Prague, unfortunately, falling down to Fabiano there when he had a chance. Vincent, though, getting that victory over Hikaru, holds pace with Gukesh, who dropped the game to Noderbeck. So that right now is the tie that you're looking at for 8th position at 3.5 points apiece. But let's not forget that Prague is still in striking distance. And for a player like Hikaru, who we thought starting the day might be pretty much solidified alongside Fabiano, now at 4.5 points, still 2 rounds to go. If they're not able to get any points on the board, they could also fall into precarious position.
Yeah, Fabiano, Hikaru, they're only 1 point above 9th place. So still anything could happen. Still clear that these players, they need to rack up these wins in the last couple of rounds now. stakes higher than ever.
I think for Hikaru, you know, he comes in with this incredibly solid mindset, and maybe somewhere that's backfiring for him. You know, he wants to play super safe in positions, which to his style might not be suited with some of those starting positions that we are getting. So maybe he's sticking too much to the tournament standing. And I also want to point out, I mean, with it still at one point, the tournament has been a complete nightmare for him.
It's been real tragic, and we didn't put a lot of focus on his game in this round, but in fact, at one point I did take a look in at it, and once again, he was in a pretty solid winning position, and he let it slip once again. So might be kicking himself for that one, but we've been promising it. Now it's our turn to deliver. We want to take a look at how that Gukesh versus Nördebek game ended in blistering fashion. We'll get that up on the screens now. David, help us understand.
Yeah, let's take it away, because this was actually the position we last left it. We moved away at this point saying small advantage for Nördebek. Abdusattorov, he'd just given back a pawn that he was up earlier in the game. And here, Gukesh could have prolonged the fight by, for example, dropping the black knight back, challenging this very strong piece in the center of the board. Maybe he was reluctant to give up this pawn in the corner, but he would have got some serious counterplay after bringing his rook back and hitting this pawn X-ray through the queen. The game would have continued, big fight ahead. Instead, he tried to solve his problems tactically. Gukesh, with a lot of time on the clock in classical chess, calculation, we mentioned, is his strong point, by far his biggest weapon. But here, he tried to calculate his way out of trouble by taking this knight, but a big mistake. The whole idea is to remove the defender of this square. Suddenly, there's a knight fork. So he's aiming to just regain the material and seek some safety there. But he might have missed that after stepping the pawn forward and capturing this rook in the corner, the white rook does not have to go and recapture. This black knight is actually so far offside that this can be ignored. Nördebek here spotted his opportunity. He swooped in with the white queen, a brilliant move. He's actually a whole piece down, but it's all about the black king and all about the pawns. The knight retreated, trying to grab this pawn, another mistake. And now stepping forward with one in order to clear the path for the other. A check, first of all, a capture, and the clincher stepping forward with the f-pawn. This one is going to become a new queen.
So Nördebek's play flying in the face of the materialistic boys. He recognizes that sometimes position is more important than material, and he utilizes that concept to great effect.
Got to start reconsidering those Nördebek numbers, David.
Yeah, he's probably 99 today.
Hey, I mean, look, in the way that he has shown up to this tournament, he definitely has been, to many, I think, the surprise and the delight. We'll see if that form can continue as he sits in third place currently, sharing that, of course, with MVL at 6 points apiece. Jan in second, Magnus still up top the table. But again, as we move into those final rounds of the day, most of our focus is going to be on the bubble positions 6 through 10 or thereabouts. And in particular, there's some matchups coming up that I think are hugely important. As we've been doing in the previous rounds, we'll call them out so that you can put a magnifying glass on them yourselves. Next up, we have Vincent Keymer versus Pragnananda. So as Vincent Keymer navigates a beautiful victory to add a point to his score, he and Prague just a half a point separating them right now in that 8th to 10th positions. This is a big one.
I think that's going to be one of our main focus rounds in this one, you know, as we reach the end, the conclusion of the round robin phase. For these two players, most likely, if either of them, it can only be one of them that goes through, that's able to shuffle up. So a big one there. We've also got the world champion against Richard. So if Gukesh wants any chance, it's almost a must-win for him against Richie.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to think about with Richard's poor start yesterday, that he's actually still in this conversation here. And part of that is due to the fact that he still has a matchup against one of the players that he could ultimately steal the spot from in Gukesh.
Yeah, Richard Rapport, if he wins this next game, will give himself a fighting chance. In the final round, he'll play Hikaru Nakamura.
Ooh, not easy.
Not easy. But if he wins this one, if Hikaru loses, he could actually catch Hikaru with a win in the final round. So, yeah, not just Gukesh, but also Richard Rapport. Clearly must-win situations for both.
Yeah, still a lot of players that can't consider themselves as safe. And so they've got to make sure they're bringing their absolute best to the table as they learn the next couple starting positions. Again, it becomes more now about playing the game within the game, right? What do I need to secure for myself in order to book that ticket through? It shouldn't be forgotten that the top 4 finishers will ultimately have a small advantage, quote unquote, in that they will get to select their opponent, starting from the top, moving down. Now, all that said, we saw very quickly at Waisenhaus, you can be the number 1 seed and it can come back to bite you, as Ali Reza had elected to face off against Vincent Keymer, and then boom, just like that, the eventual tournament champion ran through not just him, but Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano to boot.
I don't know how much of that advantage it really is. You know, we had Notterbeck in the studio yesterday. Yes, you get the gauntlet, right? You pick your opponent, but then you've got this pressure of proving it. David, as being the our in-house grandmaster, would you rather have the luxury of taking your pick, or would you just sit back and say, you know what, you guys decide, it's game on?
Tanya, I might be a grandmaster, but I'm also the most indecisive man in the world. So I would rather just be chosen, be picked, and face whoever it is.
Yeah, flip a coin, throw a dart at a board. Magnus Carlsen continues to impress at this tournament. 7.5 points through 9 rounds so far. Once again, we took a quick moment to talk to him following yet another impressive victory.
Magnus, who needs queens when they play chess, right?
Yeah, exactly. It was, crazy game, for sure. I think my play was certainly too risky. I think he was definitely much better to winning. Then he was running out of time. Probably was a bit nervous. Things got a little bit out of hand. Things got a lot out of hand. Then I got down on time as well. And at some point, it felt like a draw would be, with repetition, would be a nice conclusion after a crazy game, but I thought, let's keep it going a little bit more. I didn't think that I was better, but I also didn't think that I was running serious risks of losing there. So it was not an objective decision, but it was not the craziest gamble either. And it's the kind of gamble you can make when you're doing well in a tournament, and it paid off. I got the joy of sacrificing a rook and a bishop simultaneously as well to queen and pawn, which is not something you do every day. So yeah, it was just a joy to play.
It's funny because you speak about chess sometimes like us amateur players speak about chess, oh, it's so much fun, we got to sacrifice a queen. But do you still maintain that childish joy when you come into situations like that?
Yeah, I think especially when you play freestyle where every game is so unique, then there is just a joy of trying something you haven't tried before, right? And I think that spirit gets us to sometimes take risks we wouldn't normally take, and to produce games that we normally wouldn't be close to producing.
We're enjoying it, so thank you so much, and good luck in the next one.
Thank you.
Well, and thank you so much for that last question there, Sveta, because that's the closest I'll ever feel to Magnus Carlsen. Again, he is looking very secure in his top position, but of course we'll still have 2 rounds left to play. We're going to waste no time getting you to that 10th round. Off to the position lottery.
Back, we have 2 rounds to go. The situation is very tense. Remember, only the top 8 will qualify to the quarterfinals. We are ready to draw the next position now, and for this one, we have a very special guest. He is a 2-time French champion. He was the second of Magnus Carlsen in every one of his matches, and of course, he was the winner of the 2012 Mind Games. Please give it up for Laurent Fressinet. How familiar are you with the positions, the starting positions?
No clue. No, I'm not familiar at all. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, we're going to take it back. The players will have 10 minutes as always. Thank you, Laurent. Back to you.
whichever white side. So what? Okay, so A7, A7, A2. Not really. But I just need some guard. So F4, I assume? Or. This is not. You can't grab this pawn. C6. Or, wait, I see. Yeah, so it's not really hanging. Okay, so it's not actually hanging.
I mean, we don't have to start with it.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, but F5 makes sense. If Queen S7, Knight C6 is no good, then F5 makes a lot of sense.
So E4 is also...
Yeah. E4?
F3 comes in.
Yeah, E4 makes sense.
What about F4, F5, Knight C3?
Yeah, of course, it's about F4, Knight C3.
G4?
G4?
Maybe G5.
Why is G4 so special if I play like G6 or something?
It doesn't feel very special.
Good.
Actually, F4, F5, Knight B3. How do you actually
You want to go Knight A5 or something? Or
Knight C6?
You can just castle. Yeah, probably not great.
Castle first move. What about
E4? I mean,
also D4 is reasonable.
D4, D5.
Very dull.
I mean, D4, F5.
Yeah, D4, F5 also.
Why not Knight C3?
Which one? C5?
D5, but also Knight B6.
It feels weird, Queen on G1.
It's too risky.
Yeah, Queen on G1 feels somehow out of game.
Yeah, maybe E4 then.
Yeah,
E4 and F3 this time.
E4.
F5 is not much.
Maybe Knight B3 because Knight C3.
Knight B3, Queen B2, Knight C3.
I want to play this one.
B3, Knight B6.
Yeah, Knight B6.
Knight yeah.
Knight C3.
Yeah, so.
Rook A1 or something?
Rook A1.
Bishop F7? Rook A2.
Okay.
You don't even get everything.
Yeah, again, Knight B6 is not So let's take immediately and then go Bishop F7. Alright, Knight C3,
Or,
Queen
yeah,
B2.
transposes, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Queen B2 and then.
Knight C3, Bishop C3.
Rook A1, Queen B6.
Or not necessarily Rook A1.
And the
Also
Queen
starts to develop.
F3.
Yeah, maybe just develop.
What, this position or no? Which one?
Yeah, that's right.
Knight B6.
Why is this such a big deal?
Maybe black is much better.
B6.
It's too risky for white to go for this.
Wait,
B5?
what if Rook A1? Queen D6, Knight B5, right?
Knight C6, right?
Knight C6.
Yeah, probably that's not great.
Probably too risky.
Although Knight B6, Knight B5, Queen A2 is also
I'm not
possible.
sure.
So. I mean, Knight B6 is probably also a fold.
Rook A1.
Knight C3.
Or
Knight
you
B6.
can also keep it.
I mean, or long castle. Yeah, just.
Long castle.
No, let's see what happens if we keep repeating.
Yeah, long castle.
Okay, maybe this one doesn't matter.
F3, D4.
Okay, but D4, you earn bishops. No. Yeah, actually, let's see. At which point do I want to do a
Here F3 or D4?
F3 I can play F6 or D4? Yeah, we'll
I
take
just take.
C5.
Yeah.
That will be fine.
Here, yeah.
Yeah, take it. I mean,
Nice. Because
thanks.
EF, F3.
Not sure. Okay, but maybe.
Yeah, it's completely fine.
This is fine.
And at some point f5 and queen a2.
We could also start with
F4.
we could also start with f6. We could also start with f6 technically. Yeah, like we could also here play f6. Yeah, maybe not.
f6 is to d4.
Okay, so let's say if you had a check, play d4. Yeah,
d4.
And knight b6. What's wrong?
Anyway, yeah.
No, yeah, also here. Yeah, you're right.
No, I just don't want to give away.
But I mean, also take you always in bishop h5, yeah, like after d4. Yeah, d4.
Yeah, technically you have to
kind of
bishop h5. Bishop h5 d4. Yes.
It's kind of annoying, right? You have to place your rook.
Bishop d5 is.
Bishop h5.
D5 is bad. D5 here.
But I thought maybe knight b6 now first.
That is.
Yeah, I mean knight b6. Yeah.
But even after you have like, because if you have to play d5 to avoid d5.
f5. f5. Nothing. Yeah.
Okay, I think
this check is a bit annoying, but
maybe check other first moves. Yeah,
you've seen that.
I think before e5.
Yeah,
looks like we are.
I think f4 is super principled. Okay, if knight d3, what we do?
First move.
Yeah, I mean like so not to get.
Maybe
as you mentioned, we can castle. Yeah, so.
Yeah, it's like it's not like knight c5 problem. It's just a problem.
Maybe this.
This? Okay, so if I take the center, yeah, we've seen bravely.
No, I like e4 actually.
Yeah, e4 is a bit annoying. So f5
But the first move f4, you really want to play f5, yeah?
But e4, I like f5.
You like f5?
I like f5.
Take.
G6.
G6.
Also, yeah.
And there I can check on h2.
So take, yeah.
Here I can check, yeah, I think.
Knight c3.
Okay.
Take.
No, probably queen e6.
Queen e6, it takes some.
No.
Yeah, but.
But why e4 and 5? I mean, e5 was a normal choice.
Maybe too smart, yeah.
e4, f5.
I think f4 is.
But maybe after bishop g6 also.
Yeah,
like f4 is so natural.
Here?
Yeah, first one.
Just some compensation.
Yeah. But this way you can cancel, yeah?
Sure, some compensation.
What? You're gonna play what? e4?
I guess, yeah.
f5?
Take.
And g6, yeah?
Take.
And here g6 already.
Yeah.
No,
actually here. This is good, yeah. For sure.
And also here, by the way, knight e4 is annoying because it's important because with knight on e4 in the front late,
knight a4.
castle never works because a2 is hanging.
Oh, yeah.
So here, like knight a4.
No, we can play this.
Here,
Queen d4.
Queen a2? Queen a2.
Here is like very unpleasant.
Yeah.
Dangerous, yeah.
Oh, so here, this
bishop
is
h5 also,
coming.
Yeah, but knight a4 maybe b3.
Bishop b2, queen c4. No. Ферзь d4, ферзь может 5, слон c4, ферзь c4.
b3 here.
Knight b2 is not on. Shit. Sure, it's a mate. Yeah.
No, I want to play e4.
So 1 minute to the start.
And the players have taken their seat for the penultimate round of the round robin stage of this one. Of course, playoffs are still a possibility for many of our players fighting for those all-important playoff positions. Two of the men on your screen right now in contention for those top 8 positions. Richard Rapport right now finds himself just outside the picture in 11th at 2.5 points. Gukesh occupies that 8th place in a tie right now with Vincent Keymer at 3.5. I say we go to the 6th board. Let's just take stock of all of the matchups, because matchups in particular play into that playoff picture so importantly here in these concluding rounds. And you can see, of course, the current point totals of each of our competitors there right above their boards.
Glad we didn't play the guessing game in this round, because none of the positions have the same first move for both sides.
Yes, we've got the bishop pawn moving ahead. We can see that across the board, you know, top left, top center, on that top right board, a deviation, like you said. Some boards mixing it up, but I think from the point situation, it's the bottom left board, Gukesh versus Richard Rapport, extremely important on that road to the knockouts, and on that bottom right board, Praggnanandhaa versus Keymer. It's 3 versus 3.5. A win is what is needed in both these boards for these 4 players, but only 2 can get it.
Exactly right. We'll be splitting the majority of our time in this round between those 2 boards. Why don't we start on the bottom left with Gukesh versus Richard Rapport. Again, Richard Rapport had a poor showing yesterday, and arguably so did Gukesh, while he would find his first win in his entire freestyle Grand Slam career just yesterday, and today started in an impressive way, falling down just a round ago in his game against Nodirbek Abdusatorov. So in the danger position, but currently holding that 8th place spot. If he can fend off a player like Richard here, that would do wonders for him in service of securing you know, his tournament life going forward.
I think it's a great call. These are going to be your 2 marquee matchups based on the tournament standings. And maybe we back up and take it from the start. You know, David, there were some hanging pawns in the position. And once again, the dynamic, when your queen is in the corner, look for ways to get it into activity early on.
Yeah, very, very difficult position, I'm going to say, for both sides to handle from move 1. That is because 2 pawns are hanging at the beginning in the start position.
David, get some water. Get some honey.
Talk me through it. I'll follow you.
I will help you out while we get you some water, David. So in this position, we can see this first move opening up the diagonal, hinting at that undefended pawn, which needed to be saved. And it was followed out by Richard, developing his space pieces to make sure that pawn does remain defended. And then, as we saw the game progress from here on, and I'll just get the moves up. We had another pawn advance, and the knight wants to come forward, and this is when things start getting really fun here with Richard Rapport finding yet another creative way to get his queen into activity. Access denied by Gukesh as he pushes his pawns behind enemy lines. A bishop comes out, hitting across the diagonal, an undefended weakness, and I believe one more move was made. Knight comes out, stops it, develops, and here we are. We've got David back. He's still alive.
I'm still alive, everyone. I can promise. Sorry about that. I was picking out during the break, let's just say, and while the players were discussing the position. And yeah, crazy position because both sides started with undefended pawns on the left flank, A and B, 2 pawns each undefended. That's a bit of a rarity in Chess 960. There's only a dozen or so positions where that does actually occur. And, okay, it looks like both sides have stabilized. Gukesh taking space with pawns. We talk about pawns. With pieces, though, it looks like Rapport in pretty decent shape right now.
I think the interesting thing for me, though, is with all these pawn pushes from Gukesh, he's kind of opened up a lot of the board, and it feels difficult maybe to find king safety later on. You know, typically we don't want to move pawns right in front of the king necessarily on the sides of the board once the king has moved into a safe position. Obviously, it started in a safer position this time around, so might come into play later on. But just like that, with the move most recently made by Richard, the computer starts to favor Gukesh's position.
And that was a knight jump. We saw the bar jump and Rapport's heart rate jump all at the same time right here. And I think it's all about, this is such a natural response that Richard has chosen. You see this beautiful outpost at the center of the board. You want your knight there. He does that. But the problem is that it's going to be challenged very soon. And you've got 3 pieces eyeing that square, the queen, the bishop, and the knight. So Richard isn't able to really keep control of that outpost anymore because he rushed into it, David.
Yeah, you have to play moves that your pieces are ready for, essentially, especially when it comes to big responsible decisions like taking space, like taking squares. You need your pieces to back you up, to pour into those gaps. those breaches. And right now, it's all about the queens yet again. Rapport, he's trapped his own queen. The black queen has nowhere productive to go. The white queen, meanwhile, actually is on a pretty decent diagonal with a lot of targets backed up, supported by its bishop. So, yeah, if the center explodes, it's clear that that's going to favor Gukesh.
And now head in hands, we see Richard, time being eaten off the clock as he realizes, perhaps I just weaseled my way into a precarious position.
And this is how dangerous this is. You know, you make the most natural-looking move, and then it backfires so quickly. I want to point out one nuance in this position, you know. What black really wants to do is push that central pawn to solidify that knight at the middle of the board. You want to move that up so that you can recapture, but then we'll have a streamer's favorite move, and I think we have to show that, David. We're in France, we're in Paris. It's the en passant. You got to make it.
Yeah, the only French that I know. En passant. Bonjour and en passant. Here, white.
And merci. Merci.
C'est la vie.
C'est la vie.
Ça va?
Déjà vu.
Je m'appelle Tanya.
And here we would see en passant as if the black pawn just moved one square. White would capture it. No bypassing when one pawn is on the 5th rank and a pawn tries to move 2 squares on its first turn. And now suddenly it's not just en passant. It's fine. You can recapture. More importantly, you will be destabilized in the center. This black knight, again, taken away its protection. And maybe we'll still see this happen from Richard Rapport. He could drop back with his knight and capture a pawn, but suddenly there's a big weakness in front of the black king, a backward pawn, undefended. I don't think this is going to be what he wants to see here. Richard Rapport, the white rook suddenly lining up with the black king. This could be terminal already. So instead, a trade. He's going into damage limitation mode, Richard Rapport. And it's clear that Gukesh next wants to blow open the center.
And that's the key point, right? And suddenly, that outpost is lost. That key square for Richard is lost once that pawn in front of the rook moves 2 steps forward. And we also see Gukesh with that capture has got a side pawn towards the center of the board, protecting his own weakness as well. And suddenly, it's all worked out to his favor. A king move. Is he vacating a side file? Is Gukesh going to bring his rook to the corner of the board for the file that's just been opened up?
Yeah, mysterious, that king move, but now it looks like this might well be the plan, Tanya. There is an undefended pawn that has been undefended since the start of the game.
Yeah, you slide that light squared bishop up 1 square or 2 as well, and all of a sudden the queen and the other rook are all connected and can infiltrate along the left-hand side of the board. Feels like a pretty feel-good position here for Gukesh in the moment, and so while the question mark is given, there's still a very solid advantage overall from the computer's perspective. In this one, I think we jump over to that other board that we spotlit. Vincent Keymer versus Pragnananda. This is another one right on the bubble of playoff qualification that we need to keep our sights set on.
Yeah, and look at this. The white pieces have all come out, and only 1 pawn has actually been moved here. 7 of white's 8 pawns still sitting on their starting squares. This is such a rarity to see. It's as if the pieces come out, and then he's tried to set up the pawns ready for the next game. But yeah, fascinating position. To my eyes, it looks roughly balanced. Yes, white is slightly further ahead in development because the white king has castled. The white king is going to be nice and safe now on this left side of the board. The black king can do so, though, at his leisure here. And looking very level, Tanya.
It's the weirdest chess position I've ever seen. Don't ask me for an evaluation just yet. Can we do a quick action replay of this? Because 7 out of 8 pawns still on the 2nd rank. Some of the pieces still on the 1st rank. This is not something you get to see every day, David.
Yeah, let's backtrack all the way to move 1. We haven't had that many moves in this game. It started with the G-pawn. All games going different ways as early as move 1 in this round. Good luck guessing the move, everyone.
Yeah, see, that's how hard it'll be.
Exactly. Good luck guessing the move in future. But F6 here now played. Makes a lot of sense. The black queen now hitting this pawn, the first threat of the game. The white knight comes out to block that diagonal. And here we see that he insists, Pragnananda, on opening up his queen. We see a set of pawn trades very soon. Not accurate chess necessarily.
Oh my goodness.
On both sides. A lot of red, a lot of yellow there. Criticism from the computer, but I think very natural moves. And important here, just a big decision that Vincent wants to sidestep this queen trade. If he wants to play safe, I think taking those queens off the board would give him a measure of safety. Looks very, very level. And he is half a point ahead of Prag, so interesting decision. He wants to keep the queens on, wants more tension. And the white queen sidesteps as well, was about to be hit by the black rook, so preemptive there, and pawn to a5. It feels like Vincent here being the more aggressive of the 2 players.
And grabbing space, right? Again, still waiting for any of those pawns to leave their initial starting position, and there the first one will go just to match the move that was made on the other side. So a little bit of symmetry there on the left-hand side of the board. Now another bishop comes out. The snipers are lining up their scopes on possible targets as well.
But that's a big decision by Prague to allow that destruction of the pawn formation on the left side of the board if the trade was to happen. You know, you're voluntarily giving weaknesses. And also, let's point out that central square that the Black Knight has to jump and take advantage of those weaknesses coming in with some big threats there. You know, we saw those red marks appear on the screen, but I want to criticize our criticizing computer for that, because it just felt that both players, both extremely strong grandmasters, they've just made very natural developing moves so far. You know, especially Vincent. Look at the position that he has. It's hard to imagine that something's gone wrong for him, and the advantage keeps increasing.
I think the one thing I will mention about Prague's decisions is that he did castle very early. He castled on move 7, so the white king is fixed where it is. And although the black king most likely will stay in the center or on that side of the board, at least it's more flexible. You could see a position that totally explodes, and then the king's like, haha, you attacked me in the center, I'm going to run away now. So in freestyle chess, one pattern that keeps recurring is castling too early tends to backfire. And now we will most likely see that plan you mentioned, Tanya, this knight removed, the black knight jumping into the center, and big weaknesses appearing.
Now, some people might be surprised to hear that we already have a result in this round, merely 5 minutes in, but it comes from the Arjun Erigaisi versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave game. Both of these players already in the playoff picture, at least if the standings were to stay the same. They go to a draw by repetition, nice and early, each add ½ a point to their scores, and further secure the safety of their top 8 positioning, currently in 3rd and 5th, respectively. From there, we return to the games, of course, that we've kept our eyes on here, primarily between Vincent Keymer and Praggnanandhaa, as well as Gukesh and Richard Rapport.
Huge moment here. I think for Prague, things have gone drastically bad. I don't even know if it's point of no return for him. You know, the queen's lined up against the weakness. The knight jump that we're pointing out, it doesn't allow Praggnanandhaa to use his king as a defensive resource here. You move that king one step forward to defend that pawn. The knight jumps in with a deadly check. That would be game over. Thank you very much. Prague in huge trouble. And what, we're on move 11 right now.
Wow, and the computer gives black an over 1 advantage here. The current evaluation -1 in black's favor. That is only going to grow unless Prague finds 2 moves. Only 2 moves to stay in this game. Otherwise, it might just be instant knockout. He needs to bring his bishop over and swing it back to defend. Basically admit that you're losing this pawn to the black queen and go into full-on defensive mode. Or you need to bring your own bishop forward and eliminate a black knight and hope to seek some safety with opposite color bishops. I'm going to say that this bishop move is so unnatural to my eyes. I don't see that one really happening. I think Prague, by process of elimination, will realize he needs more defensive pieces around the white king. But no, he takes a pawn. Oof. This could end in checkmate in a few moves.
The queen's coming in, the knight's coming in next, and it's called the kiss checkmate in chess. You land the queen in front of the white king, and that would be game over.
Wow, what is he planning after queen takes pawn now with that threat that Tanya mentioned, the black knight coming in? I mean, the queen is going to be backed up by both of her knights. The black bishop might even come in to sacrifice itself to open up the white king even more, and the white king can no longer escape.
The other knight will jump into a key square as well once that pawn is picked up. This could be game over in the next 5 moves, James.
Castle?
White?
Already did it.
Oh, already. Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, I flipped the positions then. I was thinking white hadn't castled. And okay, yeah.
But
never mind then.
That's a great point, because that has been the key problem in Prague's position, that he chose his king spot too early on, giving a direct target to Vincent to come at, and that's exactly what the German Grandmaster's done. He grabs the pawn, the knights are coming in.
Oh, and he looks at Prague as well, the famous Vincent Dexter. There we go, checking his opponent out. He did that a lot during Weissenhaus, kind of stared into their souls, read their minds, and won a lot of games. Yeah. Now it looks like Vincent is going to position himself very nicely ahead of the final round today. If he wins Prague, this is going to be devastating, disastrous for him.
Sees his moment, and he seizes it very importantly here, as again, he sits in that 8th place tie currently with our world champion, Gukesh. And while I mentioned Gukesh, perhaps we hop back over to that board to see how that one's developing against Richard Rapport, because both of these players at 3.5, Vincent looking like he's going to push himself up to a 4.5 point total, means the onus is on Gukesh to keep pace. But right now, kind of locked in at least what the computer thinks is an even position.
Wow, an even position, but that wasn't the case when we were last here. Gukesh had the advantage when we were last at this board, and this white queen suddenly is totally entombed behind its own pieces. Look at what's happened. The black bishop is now coming hunting for the white king. Richard Rapport as black can still castle. He hasn't moved his king yet, whereas the white king fixed. The two young Indians here, Prag and Gukesh, have committed their kings and might be paying the price for that decision. Maybe just a quick backtrack over the last few moves.
Let's do it.
Yeah, when we were last here, we saw Gukesh trying to open up the center, the world champion, trying to actually open lines towards the black king in the middle. And this was met very nicely by Richard Rapport, just playing a waiting move, pushing his pawn forward, the black queen now given a bit more air. Really important in freestyle chess to let your queens breathe. And now a capture, a big mistake, I think, strategically from Gukesh. He's opened up his opponent's bishop, not just because this is a strong diagonal, but because after this pawn push, he's trying to crack open this diagonal for his own pieces. Suddenly, bishop takes knight. Always a hard move to see, always a blind spot, I think, with the top players. Bishop for knight exchanges. And after a recapture, the black knight finds a beautiful outpost, and now the bishop joins the action.
Trying to keep you apprised of both games simultaneously. This one clearly going to go on for a little bit longer, so we're hopping right back over to Vincent Keymer versus Pragnananda, feeling like this one is teetering on a knife's edge, could end any moment in favor of our defending champion from Weisenhaus in 2025.
We've had just a couple of moves since we left it last, and Vincent's knights are coming for Pragnananda's king. David, I think there's just been one move, but we will start from that position. You know, when the queen jumped in, if we just back up, and right here.
Yeah, the black queen took a pawn, the white queen stepped forward in order to slide back on this diagonal. The black knight jumped in as well. The white queen had to step back, and it feels like there's some kind of smothered checkmate coming in. The black knight taking a pawn. Vincent Keymer looks so excited right now, trying to keep calm with his winning advantage. Pawn takes pawn now. He must be winning in so many different ways. He's got 4 attackers, 2 black knights, a black queen, and the black bishop about to enter the fray. I'm not sure how to land the knockout punch, but it's so clear that black has a decisive attack.
Your idea, right? Bring that 4th piece close to the king. This is a move that you were suggesting a few moves ago. David, how is white defending that? You know, you put your bishop right in front of that pawn. It can't be taken. That leads into checkmate. This could be the shortest game we've seen in freestyle chess.
Wow, it's only been 15 moves, but there's an immediate knockout on the board. White is going to have to shed material, shed a queen or more to postpone this.
He does it.
Yeah, we see it. Vincent sees it. He's going to go for that full point here in a victory over Pragnananda. He's going to push himself up to 4.5 points on the day, or through the 2 days. Still 1 round to go, and still very much not secured in his top 8 positioning, but this would do wonders in service of setting him up for our final round.
Look at Prague. He knows it. This is all over. It's a brilliancy on the board. Is there a way for Prague to even keep this going for the next few moves?
The answer is no. Simply, this pawn is collapsing. Let's just show a couple of checkmate patterns very quickly while the players think. If pawn takes bishop, then the black queen simply slides across. The king is trapped. The queen will have to throw itself in the way, and this is checkmate. Likewise, if you try to remove another attacker after this brilliancy, if you remove this black knight, then it's smothered mate. The other black knight jumps in, the white king is caught in the center. There's just too many attackers. It's 4 attackers for black and not enough defenders.
He's going to resign.
Yeah, it's choose your own adventure, but not the version you want to play where you're choosing which way you go down in the end here for Prague. Searching for answers in the ether, but soon enough he'll realize.
That's a checkmate. That's a checkmate in 1.
Checkmate in 1. The black queen can slide in.
Why is Vincent not playing it?
He hasn't seen it. He hasn't seen checkmate in 1.
What?
It ends anyway. It's over anyway. Like we said, there's so many ways to win, and in the end, it will be our defending champion from Weisenhaus who picks up the full point and pushes himself to a 4.5 point total. But of course, his work is not done yet. 1 round to go. Still plenty of competitors out there doing battle. Back over to that other all-important matchup we go, Gukesh versus Richard Rapport, to see how that one's developing. Still locked in a very tight battle are these two, but it's almost putting more pressure on Gukesh here in what feels like a fairly even game, that he might have to take some risks and find a victory.
Yeah, both sides taking risks, and that was a fun finish of the Vincent Keymer game. Instead of mate in 1, we should mention he went for a mate in 3, so we can't fault him too much, fault him there. But this game is chaotic. Both sides definitely taking risks. Risk has been the name of the game, This last move, not the best according to our engines here, given a miss. There was a stronger move by Richard Rapport. I think actually reacting by retreating his bishop might have been safer. This bishop now can be captured in the center. It would come at the cost of white's bishop, however. And this one is just chaos. It might say level the computer, but we could see the eval bars shoot off in either direction in any moment now. Maybe taking this pawn on the last move, thinking about it, would have gone up on material, but these top players, not materialistic, as we've learned. Not like us, Dash. And yeah, this is crazy. Whoever plays better in the next 5-10 moves is likely to win this game.
I must admit, though, I don't mind being lumped into a category with you, my friend. Even if we're not at the level of the super GMs, the fact that I'm being included in the same breath as one David Howell is a win in my book.
And meanwhile, heart rate, again, the differential. Gukesh down under 80, Rapport up at 120. That shows the nerves. Ooh, big threat on the board, though. The black bishop, if it gets one move, will jump out the way with a check and a discovered attack. The white queen is hanging. The white queen undefended, so that check is blocked. Gukesh wants to seek some safety with piece exchanges, but that comes at the cost of a valuable pawn. This pawn is hanging. Queen exchanges might happen. Material count shows that black will be up 7 to just 5. 2 pawns ahead if Richard Rapport now grabs this pawn.
And hopefully Gukesh will find the time to put enough pressure to win one of those 2 pawns back, but definitely he will be on the defense. And it's such a big moment for Richard, right? He has to win to have any shot at qualification. He'll need some results to go his way, but all he has in his control is his own game right now. He does grab it. He's about to trade queens. The white rook will step to the center of the board as we see this line being played out. Hit that central pawn on the center line. The other rook eyeing that flank pawn. Gukesh will win one of the 2, but it's going to be the pawns on the right side of the board that give Richard Rapport such an advantage to start pushing and creating perhaps a queen.
It's a great point, though. We put so much focus on Gukesh because he's currently the one who sits ahead of Richard Rapport and was in that tie there with Vincent Keymer. But in fact, Richard still has opportunities to make it into that knockout stage. And of course, the onus is on him here to get a victory and then do something similar in the final round to extend possibly up to a 4 or 4.5 point total and maybe buy himself a tiebreaker for a final position in our playoff picture. Either way, this one's not over yet, so you can only take it one game at a time, one move at a time. He has a small advantage. Can he capitalize here? He is going to just go ahead and throw a pawn forward, 1 square, just go ahead and solidify his position a little bit, but does end up letting a pawn go in the process.
Well, that is an extra pawn for Richard Rapport, but for Gukesh, what he has going is the left side majority. You know, he needs to find his chances there. Start pushing the passer, create a distraction for Richard, because give Richie a couple of moves, and he's going to make a queen of his own right now. Richard needs a lot of results to go his way as well, to have a shot at qualification. But again, you control the controllables. He's got complete focus. He knows he's got the world champ on the ropes. Can he finish the job and keep his hopes alive right now?
I think the things that he can definitely rest his cap on are, of course, the fact that all of his pawns are sitting on dark squares up against a light square. Bishop is his opponent. Of course, as I say that, he makes me a liar, pushing one of his pawns forward onto the light squares, but just supporting that light squared bishop of his own, trying to take some space, maybe activate that rook in a very long rook lift on the right-hand side of the board.
Yeah, and it's a pawn race. He just actually wants to push this pawn forward. Boom, boom, eliminate the blockader. And it's the pawn he's just pushed that might be promoting. So if he gets 4 moves, he wins Richard Rapport. It's that simple. Also, we can confirm on the standings, it's a must-win situation. If Rapport draws, he has no chance of getting to the top 8 now.
That's a great point. Currently in 8th position is 4.5 points. And so therefore, at the very least, you'd have to hit 4.5 while the rest of those players on 4.5 don't score a single point more throughout the remainder of the day. With only 2 games to play, that means victory here for Richard, or his tournament life is over. For Gukesh, he's got a little bit more room to work with, but still, you don't want to drop it here. This is a big opportunity for you to set yourself up going into the final round.
It would be a huge dent in Gukesh's path to the quarterfinals. And, you know, the position right now, he can't even be thinking about a win. He's just holding and praying for a miracle that somehow he can save this. The bishop retreated to stop that pawn advancing, so at least for now, he's taken care of Richard's threat on the right side of the board. Meanwhile, he's trying to create his own ideas on the other flank. You know, upon his attack, he wants Richard to trade, to be able to have those 2 connected passers then march up, move by move up the board. And that's not a decision I'm expecting Richard to take, you know, allow this healthy pawn formation for Gukesh, giving him some real chances for a fight back.
Yeah, this is one case where you definitely would rather just drop a pawn than allow two connected pass pawns. If white ever captures on this square, we should mention it's going to be a triple Tower of Terror there, 3 tripled pawns even, and that is not a nice formation at all in any level of chess. So, okay, he's offering a rook trade, Richard Rapport. If rooks disappear, then it's going to be harder to hold back the black pawns later. I really fear for Gukash if he allows these rooks off the board. He needs to keep as much tension as possible. He needs to move the rook away. I'm not sure exactly where is best, but maybe to team up, double up on the A file, and just hope that later there is some kind of counterattack against the black king. Gukash needs to keep pieces on.
And the only reason he's not rushing with that decision is because it allows Richard's rook to come into his camp. The second rank will be open for penetration for Richard's rook to get super active there. Gukash with some very difficult decisions right now, and a minute to boot.
Oh, the clock again. It's come back to haunt him. The last couple of games, Gukash slowed down after a speedy start to the day. And yeah, maybe it's just the stakes, the pressure weighing down on the players. It's not been the most perfect game, but a really, really entertaining one.
Yeah, time ticking away. What are the options available for Gukash here? As you said, there's always the threat of those pawns marching forward on the right-hand side of the board. Well, it will take a few moves to make that happen. He's going to opt for the rook trade there on the back rank and then quickly throw a pawn of his own forward, saying, okay, maybe we go into a foot race.
It's very much a race. The downside is, when it comes to bishops, occupying the longest diagonal, it's like gold dust. The black bishop controls the promotion square of his own pawn for black, but the bishop also controls any advancement of the white pawns on the other side of the board. Such a long-range piece. It feels like black is a big favorite. Starting the race at some point with this pawn pushing as well, trading bishops, or getting this black rook active, feels like Richard Rapport in the driver's seat.
Another downside for Gukash in the position is that Richard Rapport's king is such a beautiful defender against Gukash's pawns that are advancing. Meanwhile, notice Gukash's king. It's completely offside, playing absolutely no role in stopping those pawns. It's incredibly far away. So Richard has got a key attacker in the bishop and a key defender in his king.
Yeah, if you could kind of pick up the white king and put it on the other side of the board just to stem the advance of the black pawns, then we'd have a real fight on our hands. It would be a much more even race, but at the moment the race feels very one-sided. As the white rook retreats, he's losing so much time with his pieces, Gukash. That rook has moved too many times and not been able to get in anywhere productive.
The one crazy thing about today and, observing Gukash's play has just been his heart rate. Regardless of what the position is on the board, the board is on fire, you're feeling the nerves, you could be, about to get eliminated, you're about to lose a very critical game. And yet he never exceeds the 70 to 80 mark. It just shows the kind of control that he's developed over his nerves of steel.
Yeah. Not just that, but probably speaks to his heart health, my friend. I need to get on whatever regimens he's on, be it meditation, be it diet, be it exercise. He seems to have it figured out. Cool as ever, even as the pressure mounts and he finds himself in a dire position here.
Good start, though. The white bishop could try and sneak its way around the back and try to create some counterplay. But for now, Richard Rapport, he's just using his king as that blockader, as a bit of a goalkeeper, stopping the white pawns advancing, and it's just a matter of time before black's pawns start motoring forward as well. It feels like he's done everything he can to stem the tide, Gukash. It's just nothing much to do. His king stuck, his rook now guarding the second rank, his bishop purely defensive. Can Richard Rapport break through?
And Richard's got those extra seconds on the clock as well, right? It's good enough time to really calculate your path forward and the path pleasant enough. Start pushing the pawn, then eventually get your rook to assist that pawn. And it feels like the problem in such position is there's no counterplay for white.
Yeah.
There are no threats and tricks to be made here.
And those defensive moves that you called out, David, is exactly what tells me that Gukash recognizes he's playing at best to save the position and maybe for a draw. At worst, he'll end up in a fully lost position here against Richard Rapport, who has managed to just improve his position ever so slightly. The king creeping forward, that rook finding himself onto the D file and controlling that very, very well. Pawn structure looking solid, but where does the win come? Where does the breakthrough come?
Yeah, it's still unclear. I totally understand why Rapport is burning most of his time and advantage trying to find a plan. If you find a winning plan, it's just game over. I think he might at some point have to just start advancing. He's reluctant because that massive pawns for black, that's a kind of, that whole pawn island over on this side, they all protect each other. As soon as you start advancing, you lose a bit of integrity there. The risk factor just increases massively. But at some point, he will have to push forward, whether it's a bishop exchange that he goes for later, whether it is trying to bring the black king into the attack, maybe later on this diagonal. Yeah, he has to try something. First, he's just yo-yoing back and forth with his rook. And wow, really surprised that Gukesh has allowed the black rook in. He's going the other way, though, Rapport. He's going to kick away the blockader bishop here.
And that's such a cool way to get the rook into the attack, right? A file that is so easy to miss on the right side. You're so focused on that central line that the rook already had. Displace that blockading bishop on that square. You know, get that out of the way. You're also laterally attacking the weaknesses on the left side, the doubled pawns once the rook does land on that 4th rank.
Well, finally, the white king decides he wants to get involved, but might be too little too late here, as he begins the long trek to the right-hand side of the board. Granted, he's allowed to do so because of that black rook finally vacating the d-file and allowing him to cross kind of that central line. Now we have a pawn thrown forward here, obviously protected by the light-squared bishop and giving, exactly as David is showing right now, a pathway for the black king as well to dive into the fray.
Wow, that might just be unstoppable, that king march for black. First, he tries to match the bishop.
It's trapped.
You can defend it with his rook, but oh wait, you just take it anyway.
It's trapped, yes. And that's a beautiful tactic. This is game over.
Wow, Richard Rapport, if the white rook tries to defend its bishop, you just take the bishop anyway, and at the end there will be a fork, a double attack. It's a handshake. Gukesh resigns.
What a find by Richard Rapport. A beautiful end to a game that was necessary. It was needed for him to take that victory if he wanted any hopes of making it into our playoff picture. He earns himself a tie with that point added to his total at 3.5 with Gukesh. Now, both of them tied for 9th, so still on the outside looking in, but at least for each of them, they have an opportunity in our final round of the day based on the results of the other games. And that's an important point. They are not fully in control of their own destinies. I think the two most important people that we need to be keeping our eyes on now are the other players at 4.5 points who are still playing games. We have Fabiano on one side, and we have Hikaru on another, both of them at 4.5 points. First, maybe we jump over to Hikaru Noderbeck. We'll take a look at this one real quick, and then after that, we'll jump over to see how Vidit is putting up a very, very firm stand against Fabiano. Let's just go ahead and talk through this one real quick, see how we got here.
Yeah, it looks like a very level position, other than the fact that black actually has an extra pawn. One of those extra pawns, though, is doubled on the d-file. So only really Noderbeck who can win this one. Opposite color bishops, though, we've seen it several times today already. They have a drawish tendency. So for Hikaru, a draw is the goal here. He should not be able to win, but a draw would get him to 5 points, and we'd think that is the magic safety number.
And I'm sorry to play ping pong with y'all's attention, but while this one is a little bit more even in its positioning, let's go over to the other 4.5 point holder in Fabiano, who right now is on the back foot against Vidit Gudrathi. He's had a very difficult tournament over the course of 2 days here, Vidit, but he could play a massive spoiler in a way here in the final couple rounds of this tournament. Fabiano would love to at least come away with half a point here and just currently keep himself out of target of those 3.5 point holders.
If Vidit's got an extra night, like you said, you know, no chances to make it to the qualifiers, but he is playing big spoilers to the world number 5 hopes there. Extra night for Vidit Gudrathi. A pawn that is a clear passer. You can start pushing, marching that down the board, and that's it. It's resigns. A huge loss for Fabiano.
Wow, we got there just in time to see it, and maybe a look of despair there on Fabiano as he realizes the precarious position that this puts him in. You know, for Vidit, that's going to be just a tiny sweet note on what was a bit of a sour performance overall throughout this tournament. 1 round to go, but again, this leaves Fabiano in a current tie at the bottom of the playoff picture at 4.5 points. Back over to Hikaru and Noderbeck because we have to see how this one finishes out. There's a possibility of 3 different players, Vincent, Fabiano, and Hikaru, all being in danger of falling out in just the final round. That's if Hikaru doesn't come away with at least half a point here.
Yeah, and although there are opposite color bishops, this is a pain to defend. This is horrible to defend for Hikaru. A great defensive player, of course, one of the best in the world out there. But yeah, to hold everything together, to stop the black rook coming in, it's going to be a real challenge. Noderbeck really enjoying pressing this advantage.
It's the kind of position you can play on forever, right? But that will not be the case if the rooks are off the board. For Hikaru, it would be a dream to trade the rooks, get a pure opposite color complex of the bishop endgame, and that is it. That would be a draw in the books. But there's no way, just absolutely no chance that Noderbeck will allow that. As long as the rooks remain, Nordebek pushes for a win. By the way, it's been so incredibly tense that we've not even looked at one game. It's still going on, and it's the rematch of the 2021 World Championship. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. Just goes on to show the kind of field and what's at stake at here.
Yeah, we'll have that one in the back pocket here. We can jump to it any moment, but like you said, both of those players sitting at 1 and 2 in the overall standings and actually sitting in a dead drawn position currently by the computer's standards. We will have time, I think, to get to that one shortly. For now, it's all about this right here, because for Hikaru, he's fighting for just that half a point to hit the magic 5-point number that David was talking about at the top of the day that would book his ticket into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, we can confirm a draw here for Hikaru, and he's safe. He's guaranteed in the quarterfinals with a game to spare. 5 is the magic number. His heart rate has been pretty high, Hikaru, because he knows he's close now. The last few moves have gone in Hikaru's favor. The white rook suddenly looking very active. The black rook somewhat blocked, somewhat stuck in its attempts to enter the action. But okay, Hikaru pushes a pawn meanwhile. The rook is coming in and he's offering a trade. Oh, it sits on a really nice square though. Dilemma for Hikaru Nakamura. If he trades off that black rook, it will be replaced by a very strong pass pawn, Tanya.
That's the one moment that you don't want to get rid of the rooks. You know, allowing that pawn to exist there would be a thorn in white's position, very tough to defend. Evaluate that on seconds on the clock. Understandable that Nordebek doesn't rush with the decision. If Hikaru blinks, Hikaru's the one to trade, that would be draw on the spot. Look at Hikaru, he's now bringing his king into the game as well. Hikaru's up a pawn, but they're doubled pawns. As long as that stays the case, Nordebek with a big chance, Hikaru with a big chance to defend this one.
Oh, but look at that roll up of the sleeves by Nordebek as he leans forward, eyes darting around the board. The black king is coming. Kings are so important in the endgame. We've seen it multiple times already today. And the black king is coming in. White is very stuck. If the white rook ever vacates this open file, lets the black rook free, then there's going to be some devastating checks, potentially checkmating attacks against the white king. He goes into the pure bishop endgame.
Decision.
Oh, but the pawns are going to be so strong here, no matter which way you take.
Okay, but it does feel risky, as we were talking about.
I would be just tempted to undouble those 2 pawns, pick it up with that central pawn, create that big pass, or also vacate a big square for the black king to land on. But Nordebek knows so much, relies on the decision. 4 seconds.
There it is.
He does take it with a central pawn.
That pawn is going to be a thorn in white's side for the rest of the game. The white king and or bishop are going to be tied down, stopping that pawn from advancing. Hikaru just needs to hope that everything else protects itself. The white king is most likely going to be the blockader, while the bishop will be given the job as guardian of the remaining pawns. Most of white's pawns are on light squares. That is the one saving grace here for Hikaru.
And the problem is the bishop doesn't have a great square to defend those light squared pawns, you know. Everything is under control. That central pawn that Nordebek has takes control of a key square from where the bishop could keep things intact. Without that possibility, the white king is about to get deflected from the defense of the queen of the pawns on the left side of the board.
Oh, Hikaru pushes a pawn forward. That is not the best move, apparently. Black's advantage growing. The black bishop now is going to improve itself. White is very much stuck. The king stuck defending pawns. Oh, I fear for Hikaru here. He could well fall in this game if Nordebek can maneuver his bishop to the edge of the board and then push his pawn. That is the plan.
Whoa, he rushed. It's a blunder.
Why would he exchange pawns?
He's let Hikaru off the hook by allowing him to dissolve one of the weaknesses.
Why would he trade pawns? That was a clear weakness for white. There was no need to rush either.
Relief on his face.
And now he's feeling it. Abdusatorov, with less than 10 seconds on the clock, he's still going to have to make a move. He can't sit and dwell on the mistakes for too long here. Counting down 3 seconds. You've got to move a piece.
2 seconds.
There it is. Oh, he knocks the piece over. Does finally get the trade. 10 seconds back on the clock. Hikaru will trade it off with the pawns now staring down at each other. But Abdusatorov, he doesn't have the answers. I think he realizes that he threw away his one opportunity for a full decisive victory here. Hikaru not really happy either with the whole situation, but he might come away by the skin of his teeth here. A drawn position, the handshake, and Hikaru just barely booking his ticket to the quarterfinals as he moves to 5 points.
And it all came down to that one move, that one inaccuracy that cost half a point to Nordebek up to Satrov for Hikaru. What a relief, you know, just making it through. And there we see it as the Tusa comes there. And this is just incredible, the turnaround that we saw in that game.
Some relief, I'm sure. It's not the way you want to qualify. I'm saying, you know, Hikaru is exactly the kind of player who will be critical of his own performance and expect more of himself. But at the very least, as we heard from him yesterday in his interview with Sveta, the most important thing is top 8. Then it becomes about perfection. Then it becomes about your performance at its absolute peak, working through the knockout stage is a reflection of how this 10th and penultimate round here in our round robin stage broke down. There you had a look at our top ticket table that we didn't manage to get to, but I can let you know at home it ended in a draw between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Magnus Carlsen still holding solid control of first place with 8 points. Jan just behind him at 7.5. When it comes to our playoff picture, that's where we look towards those 7, 8, 9, and 10 positionings. You got 2 players sitting at 4.5 points. It's Vincent Keymer in 7th, Fabiano Caruana as well, tied with him at that 4.5. Richard Rapport and Gukesh sitting just outside looking in.
What a roller coaster of a round, David. You know, with it getting a win in this one, Praggnanandhaa going down to Vincent Keymer. The turnaround that we saw on Hikaru's board, eventually surviving with a draw. It's kind of hard to pick a big moment. I think every single one of them, massive.
Yeah, for everybody at home, the left-hand side of your screen, they are locked in to the quarterfinals. Every single one of those names from Magnus Carlsen down to Hikaru Nakamura will be continuing throughout the knockout stage. Over on the right-hand side, those are the players still fighting largely for playoff positioning. Unfortunately for Prague and Vidit, they are mathematically eliminated because they cannot catch those 2 players tied for 7th and 8th at 4.5 points. But for Richard Rapport and for Gukesh, it is going to require victories and defeats from the people that they want to surpass. So not fully in control of their own destiny, but you can only do, you know, fulfill the part that you can control and then hope for the best from the heavens.
Yeah, Richard Rapport will need to defeat Hikaru Nakamura in his final game in order to stand any chance of survival. Gukesh will need to defeat the informed Jan Nepomniachtchi, who's been on a bit of a tear today. It's not going to be easy for either player.
No, not in the slightest. Now, admittedly, Fabiano and Vincent Keymer are paired up for their final matchup of the day. The 2 of them sit at 4.5 points. A draw between them pushes them both to 5 points, and mathematically they can't be caught.
Yes, this is tricky because both of them are completely aware of this, right? And they really want, I mean, everyone just wants to make it through to the top 8.
The draw offer was not banned in the technical meeting between the players.
Until move 40.
But it is achievable by repetition.
Yes.
So by repetition prior to move 40, past move 40, by an offer.
But James, this is freestyle chess. It's so much easier to find a repetition or to have one when it comes to standard play. And I look at David and his expressions are not so sure. You know, when you know you need only a draw to make it through. Will there be a way that even in freestyle chess, the 2 players are able to find a formation that allows that repetition?
It's a risk-reward calculation, right? Because at the end of the day, if you play for the win and end up in the loss, that's the one scenario in which you don't make it into the playoffs.
What do you think? Do they fight it out?
It's in the spirit of the tournament to fight it out, but being pragmatic, being objective, playing safe in a way. Kind of, if both sides play safe, that's when draws do happen. It's normally if one side plays safe, the other side tries to push. That's where the action happens. I wouldn't blame Vincent Keymer and Fabiano for at least trying to play safety first chess at the beginning, but who knows?
And hey, look, we'll see. This is all before we even know what the starting position of the final round is going to look like, and that's going to be a big determining factor in how ultimately the players approach their final round. I think if we go ahead and take a peek back at one of the games from the round we just witnessed, it would be maybe taking a look at how Vincent Keymer managed to dispatch Prague and put himself in a position where he can keep his hopes alive and maybe defend the title that he earned himself at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, Vincent Keymer keeps his fate in his own hands. He eliminates Prag from the race for first place in the meantime. For Pragnananda, some decisions to regret. Let's just recap the last half dozen moves or so of this game. It looks like a very innocuous position. We were joking about the white kind of wall of pawns here not having moved at all, but it was here after the black pawn pushed, threatening to come and destabilize this knight, that Prag started to go downhill. Maybe best was to move his king just to create an escape square for the knight, and everything's covered, still relatively safe. Instead, pushing pawns on the side he is weaker came back to haunt him. The bishop came across to eliminate a key defender. Suddenly, that piece was captured. The black queen now stepped across to attack this pawn. Bishop forward, and swinging it back would have been the best way to defend, but after another capture, suddenly it was almost over. Terminal attack here, and one queen sliding forward was not enough. The brilliant move was this one. Bishop into a3, sacrificing itself to just drag the white king out into the open to remove the final defender, this pawn.
Incredible speed at which the entire position collapsed.
Can we see the missed mate in one?
Don't do it to him. He won the game.
Stunning game, brilliant
He won the game. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, there it was. It could have been an easy queen slide down one square, but he went for the fancier. Mate in 3, as you said, David.
Yep. Instead of bringing his queen in with the kiss of death, he played knight takes pawn check. And,
the big red X.
Big red X, luring the knight away. And here he could have given checkmate in multiple ways. Bishop takes pawn, maybe the nicest, with a queen checkmate to end proceedings.
Okay, well, as he delivered a beautiful close to this game and keeps himself alive to defend his title, we took a moment to hear from the man himself as he exited that last round. Let's take a look.
This is such a massive win, Vincent. It practically at least guarantees a playoff. How happy are you with your play today?
Yeah, it has been up and down. I think my first game against Magnus was decent. He blundered something, but I still did manage to win the game. Then the second one against Gukesh was, of course, really, really tough because he was also a direct competitor for the top 8, and losing that game felt like now it will be really, really tough to make the top 8. But okay, the game against Ikara was a huge, huge fight, and of course this was kind of a breakthrough win. And now this, I think in the opening it went just really, really wrong for him, and immediately his position was bad, and he lost pretty quickly.
I'm just curious, if now number 1 or 2 season number 8 finishing Vincent Keymer, do you think they have the guts to choose you again?
I don't know. Maybe not, but I don't think it's so easy to say. I mean, as you see, I won the last event here. I'm fighting to get to the top 8. Of course, it's different if you play rapid or classical time control, but yeah, we will see.
So what you're actually saying is that some chess player may be dumber than they appear.
No.
And choose you.
Maybe that's a smart move. Who knows? Yeah, I think for now I'm focusing on playing a good last game because I don't think I am done yet. I am not safe yet. So that's the main thing.
Good luck, Vincent.
Thank you.
Almost got him to badmouth his opponents there, but also Vincent Keymer may be underplaying the danger that he poses to some of those top seeds and saying that, I still wouldn't necessarily be surprised if I got chosen as the 8th seed by, let's say, the top 1 or 2 seeds. But I think a lot of players in that situation would be reflecting on the results of Weisenhaus and maybe reconsider him as their first choice.
Keymer is a different animal when you change it to a classical time control.
Yeah.
That's what we saw in Weisenhaus. He finished at the bottom of the qualifying table, even there, was picked by Ali Reza and went on to destroy that pick. Not just that, won against Magnus, won the finals against Fabiano, and then took the crown. So from underdog to champion was his story then. I think at least the players are going to think 5 times before making him the pick, even if he might be the lowest rated in that field. But that's still far away. There's one incredibly crucial round and the big question. Fabi versus Vincent. How much do they want to fight?
One thing I will mention, I've never seen Vincent take a quick draw, ever. I just don't remember it. I don't think it's his style. There probably have been occasions in certain games. I very rarely see Fabi take a quick draw. Sometimes, if he really wants to bank it, I have seen that But I don't know. I don't think they'll be talking before the round. I don't think they'll agree anything. I don't think that's in the spirit of the tournament. I think the spirit of the tournament is to fight and to play.
No, and to your point, well, that question is left unanswered for us. How will either of these players approach the game? I think it's very important that we set the stakes for the final round. Let's bring those standings up one more time just so that everybody knows at home who is here to play for something in this final round of the day. Everybody on the left-hand side of your screen, 5 points or more is already secured into playoff positioning. For Vincent Keymer and Fabiano Caruana, if they put any points on the board, they join those other 6 in the knockout stage. For Richard Rapport and Gukesh, they sit 1 point behind, so the onus is on them. Win or nothing. You got to put up a win. Drawing is not an option for you. You have to at least match that 4.5 points to maybe have a tiebreaker at the end of the day.
They're focused on their game. They want to win and get that point, but they're also rooting for one of these two players.
Exactly.
What they're hoping and praying is that Vincent and Fabi have a decisive result. If that game ends in a draw, everyone else is out. So Richard doesn't only have to face and win against Hikaru. Gukesh doesn't only have to face and win against Yan. They also have to pray that the other board fights it out and plays it till the end.
Yeah, so, of course, we got a word from Vincent after he put himself in solid position, but work's not done. We did the same with Fabiano, who finds himself in lockstep with our defending champion. Let's hear from him now.
Fabiano, how hard is it in freestyle compared to this normal chess to get that important draw that you both need?
I wasn't really thinking about a draw. I don't know. Maybe I should have. But I just wanted to play, and yeah, it became complicated. So, of course, a loss is not good. Puts me at risk again. A draw would, I guess, just qualify me to top 8. So I should draw the last game, basically. Win or draw makes no difference to me. I just shouldn't lose.
Yeah, but Vincent is in the exact same position as you. Is it harder to actually find, I wouldn't say joint agreement, but to find the way to that draw in freestyle chess with certain positions?
Yeah, it's a bit harder because, of course, we know what the draw is in the normal setup. We can just like play the 4 knights or something, or the Berlin draw or something like that. There's like implicit understanding of like which line leads to a draw, and we can't do that. And it's good that we can't offer draws. Otherwise, we would just offer a draw early on, which takes all the intrigue out. It wouldn't be the player's fault, but of course, you can't blame players if they go along with the regulations and doing something that's best for them. So this way, we just have to play. That makes their chance of a decisive result much higher, of course, than if we didn't have a draw agreement or if we were playing with the normal setup. So we have a new position. Some chances that things go wrong for one or the other, but still probably some trying to tend towards safety, I guess, in this situation.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And thank you for that, because it's just such an interesting.
Fabiano echoing our sentiments there that, of course, in a standard game, it'd be a lot easier to find your way to a draw, knowing that that's all you need in freestyle chess. It's not a given. So while they're going to fight it out, like you mentioned earlier, Tanya, it's Richard Rapport and Gukesh hoping for a decisive result in their game, and then, of course, needing to do it in their own. Gukesh is up against Jan Nepomniachtchi, the number 2 on the overall leaderboard. And then, of course, if I look over at Richard Rapport trying to find him quickly, he's up against Hikaru Nakamura. These are not easy matchups. We'll see how they play out in just a moment as we go in for our final position of the day.
Back. It is already the last round of the round robin. We saw the standings there. 5 players are sure to be through the quarterfinals. The rest will be decided in this final round. In order to help me draw the final position of the round robin, I would like to welcome to the stage the founder and CEO of Freestyle Chess, Jan-Henrik Brüttner. And Jan, just before we do the draw, I think you just have some short information about the dinner tonight.
Yes, I just want to remind everybody that tonight at the dinner we are doing the pairings, so that the winner of today's round robin will select first and then second and so on. So that's happening at the dinner, and also for the players who are not qualifying for the top 8, it's important because the player in position number 9 will select also his opponent out of the other 3. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. So let's get started.
All right, we do have 384.
Thank you very much, Jan. For the last time, the players have 10 minutes, so please enjoy to the players. Good luck.
Like this? What is this? It's the same corner.
Looks boring, right?
This looks very boring.
Yeah.
Because you can just go b3, knight f3, knight g3, castles. This looks extremely boring. I think I've played this position before.
d4, d5, c4.
Yeah, d4 is part of the try, right? Because like c4, c5, I mean, this is just going to turn to some normal d4, d5.
Doesn't look so dangerous.
No, I just mean it's going to turn into a draw because you're going to go and put the knight's castle, d4, d5, just symmetry. So d4. C5 is not a try here? Or is it?
Try for what? To win?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, you don't need to win either, so.
But I think objectively, like c5, d5, how can... On c4.
I thought c5, d5, c4 with b5. But again, yeah, why do you want to go for
No, but
the
that makes sense. I mean, also...
But b3 maybe? I don't know. Yeah, maybe this is too much. Because e4, knight e3. It's going to be very fast. No, it's probably too much, right?
I don't know. b5, and then knight on knight g6.
Knight e3. I don't know.
Knight f6. I think black is better.
Actually, yeah, you're right. You're right. Ah, that's a good point.
Black is maybe much better.
Yeah, black's probably a lot better.
But probably d4, c5 is just not the way.
But then, I mean, because c4, c5 is just boring. e4 looks...
e4 looks wrong. Because you can't play c3 without killing your bishop.
Yeah, exactly.
Like e4, b5 also is...
Yeah, so... Yeah, so, I mean... c4, c5, there's nothing, right? It's just boring. Just actually very boring. Yeah. So, I guess d4, c5... But I mean, is there anything wrong with just d5?
No. I just don't think people will play d4 because of c5.
Ah, okay.
I mean, c4 here is at least a critical try. Take.
c5 is or is not a move? Is the question.
c5 rook c1?
Yeah, and I was wondering if there were some tactics like knight d6 or knight e6 or something.
Maybe knight e6.
It's probably too much. So wait, so c5?
I think c5 is it.
Yeah, if there's nothing right away, then it's just stupid.
Well, you could have played e5 instead of c5.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
but looks...
Yeah, knight d6, I mean, it's very fast. And just b6. Looks fine.
You can also start with b6.
Yeah, this looks completely fine for black. e4. Here e4. Here
e4, c5.
And d5, e6.
d5, e6. Yeah, there is bishop e... Not bishop e5 is not...
No, I mean, I think this should be just fine, though, right? What's wrong?
Knight e3.
Knight e3.
And knight g6 or something.
Knight g6. And if I take... This is so great for white, or not? Is there no bishop?
Was knight d5 was better?
I thought bishop e5 was just completely fine.
But knight d5 maybe it was more dangerous.
You were going to take the knight here? Okay.
I don't know. But maybe bishop d5 is...
Yeah, bishop d5 and then bishop e5 and just kill the diagonal. No, this is probably more than fine for black. If you got bishop e5. But this one also, I mean, this diagonal is... Oh, sorry, yeah, this diagonal is... Knight f3. Knight f3, knight d6.
Queen to e2.
Five might...
Yeah, this is what we were talking about. E5 is on it?
E5, c5.
E5, knight d6. No, I prefer this. It's good.
b3 hasn't a draw this, it seems, yeah?
No, because, yeah, this does not move to...
Okay, but b3 was nice, no?
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean, it's some small...
We'll never... We can also do like c3, c4, dc, b3, of course, yeah, like in any course.
I mean, we might want to check c5.
Okay, dc.
But that is dc, and knight d3, knight d3.
But dc, queen c5, c4 is different. Oh no, it's not. Yeah, but here it feels really bad.
Yeah.
Looks a bit risky, no? Some queen g5 never works, yeah.
Is b5 or more? B5, yeah.
Yeah, b5. But knight d3.
b5 and then knight goes to d3, yeah?
Yeah, more.
And then it goes c4.
Yeah,
no, b5 I think is
not
a
that
change.
bad, but for black.
Yeah, but
knight
just,
d3 is slightly.
It's like pretty much the result game, yeah? Actually. And also, like, it doesn't solve the c4 problem.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
knight
now
d3, knight d3, c4, yeah.
Okay, so what else? Okay, some other moves of d4, they're just not existent here. Oh, it's b5.
Yeah, b5, yeah.
Maybe b3 anyway, yeah?
But now you can do knight g3.
But b3, c5?
But I can go c3, I think, yeah? C3, preparing for... Because c5 I go d5, I think I can hold it.
C4? Can I do knight g3, e4?
Ah, no, c3 I don't c3.
Also, what about c4 here?
It's c5.
Knight g3, so
c4 I also do.
Okay, c5
c5, d5?
c4.
Ah, knight f6.
F6, I guess, yeah?
Yeah, and now c4?
bc4?
Queen c4.
I mean, so we are generally happy, yeah? Like, okay, then some e6 maybe, yeah? b3.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
not
like the structure is...
Yeah, no.
That should be kind of more pleasant here for us.
Maybe you're at b3.
No, b3, c5, no?
What do you take?
You think? And then what?
You can also
start with c4. And knight can still go to d6.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, but same. It just e6.
Can we go a4? Okay, a4 is meaning this, yeah?
a5 is okay,
b6.
6.
c4, what's the problem?
I mean, b5, a4.
Looks normal to me.
Yeah, it looks...
Immediately. But maybe before c4.
Okay, if I just play like e6, knight f6, what's your like knight f6?
Okay, b3, knight g3, knight f3.
castle, b3.
Let's say like another try. If he goes and gets c4, c5,
like
b3.
d5, c6.
Or d5, knight d7, with some
Go like this. b6. Can we like get something over here?
Take and d5. This does not feel correct. No.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? No, I think this is...
Knight f6, knight f6.
You can play it.
This is usual position.
I think black is better.
Yeah, maybe not better, but this is like typical. Okay. Yeah, but like f3, knight, knight f5, and so on.
Yeah, but yeah.
But it's okay. But here knight f3 is better because of this. Okay,
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, b5 makes sense. b6 no sense.
I think c5, c5 is it or not?
But c5 you can take.
You can take, yeah. Take b3.
But that's okay, no? b6? That's hedge out. What do you...
So, gentlemen, 2 minutes to the start of the last round.
Here we might maybe to play some.
b6 and
maybe
it's
we might
normal.
to grab some
Yeah.
space. No? But here b5, yeah, yes.
Yeah. But maybe d5, yeah.
c4,
c4, e4.
I find this one. This is something c3, queen c3 a minute.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just like slowly kicking away like
And
c4.
e4, knight
and
e3,
you
yeah.
push this one
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
No.
No. It depends on b5, yeah.
And b3, b5 he plays. Instead.
Maybe b5, b3, c5, and no something with c. Yeah.
Fifth and final round of the day, barring any tiebreaker scenarios here. Position 384 will be the battlefield from which all of our players will take their seats and prepare to make their stab towards that final playoff picture. One of the men on your screen right now. It's do or die time for him. Gukesh against Jan Nepomniachtchi needs to get a victory just for a chance at it. As well, Richard Rapport against Hikaru Nakamura needs a victory just for a chance. And this is all before we see whether or not Fabiano Caruana and Vincent find their way to a draw or end in decisive fashion one way or another. The one thing I will say, and this is kind of coupled with Fabiano's interview that we heard just a moment ago, freestyle chess obviously doesn't have known patterns towards draws that would have been easier to find in standard chess. And in particular, Tanya, I think this position of many in freestyle freestyle chess would lend itself to a pretty swingy game where one could come out on top.
Incredibly unclear, right? You've got all the long-range pieces on the left side of the board. You're trying to find ways to open them up. It's going to be a double-edged game, so not going to be easy for Fabi and Vincent, even if in their hearts they just want to keep things solid to find a way to keep the middle game under check and control. The matchup we've got in front of us is the world champion versus the 2-times world championship challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi here. For Gukesh, like you said, you control the controllables. The only thing he has is to take care of what's in front of him. We see a first starting move here by Jan, which to me was a bit of a surprise, right? He pushed that pawn in front of the rook, blocking his own bishop on that left side of the board. Were you surprised by that, David?
Very surprised. I think the players came to that conclusion because everything else led to positions where it would be mutual attacks a bit more wild. Here, I think Jan, because he's already qualified, because he knows his opponent will be trying to mix things up, Gukesh in a must-win situation, he just wanted a solid base to start from. We do see almost Queen's Gambit-esque type of pawn structure in the center, both sides having pushed these central pawns, and it's going to be much harder for Gukesh now to kind of create too much imbalance.
Whoa.
And you saw the reaction as quick as the eval bar was on Jan's face there. He saw it instantly. A questionable move here from Gukesh.
And he does take the pawn. The bar says it's the right approach.
And for Gukesh, the problem is now you normally want to maintain the integrity of your pawn structure. You want some presence with pawns in the structure. Here, we saw him wince, but if he takes back with the black pawn, the white knight jumps in, and this is just terminal. There's a threat of a fork, a family fork, a royal fork. King and queen would be caught here. Not just that, but the white queen is coming out. This could be an early checkmate. He simply cannot take back the way he wants to.
Okay, so if pawn's not an option, bishop is our remaining option, along with the knight. How do we make the decision between those two?
The problem is that whatever you capture it with, you give a free flow to Jan Nepomniachtchi at the center of the board. That pawn will move 2 steps forward and take complete control of the position. It might not even stop there. It will further move ahead at the right moment and start targeting Black's king side. I mean, this is absolute disaster. And look at this. Gukesh realizes his miss. You know, he just played hand moves. He was making it quickly, relying on the patterns of familiar chess positions. The queen's gambit decline. He's gone with the pawn.
Oh, really?
The knight jumps in. The queen's coming in. There's a fork in the air.
This has got to hurt right here. I mean, we've been talking about time control and time management kind of all tournament long so far here for Gukesh, and maybe blitzing out moves a bit quicker than he should have here, not utilizing all the time available to him, and he quickly finds himself on the back foot.
This is so scary. I mean, it's what, 7 moves in? The computer says +3 for white. It's just a checkmating attack. He's going to have to shed material, or he's going to have to lose something in order to just survive. And it's, again, because the queen is trapped. The black queen is doing nothing. The white queen about to swoop in to deliver checkmate. Look at these long-range pieces you were talking about at the beginning of the game, Dash. Like, I mean, black's pieces are still stuck at home. That white knight is on the glorious f5 square. There's even sayings about that in normal chess. Knights in f5 will thrive. Knights on this square, just deadly attacks. Gukesh, it's shocking to me that he's self-destructed this quickly. It's a must-win situation, so probably added adrenaline pumping through him, but this is not going to end well.
This is the thing about freestyle chess, right? We're on move number 7, and the world champion is almost lost here.
Yeah.
And this is what ends up happening when you've got little time to sort things out, how quick you have to be, how much you need to rely on your intuition, your instincts, your creativity. And for Gukesh, he just didn't have enough time to figure this out. You know, recapturing with the bishop or the knight in that previous move, keeping that square under control where Jan's knight has jumped to. David, that would have only delayed what seems like the inevitable. You know, you allow white to move forward with the pawns. The attack would still have come, and not a happy choice for Gukesh. And he knows that this is close to over. I mean, he's going into a thing. He could be thinking for the next 1 hour that wouldn't help him right now.
And that's the thing. He's feeling the effects of his own, quick speed, or rather, at which he played, right? The time that he maybe should have spent a couple moves ago, he's now spending to try and find a way back in it. Not going to be easy at all for him to find it. But maybe while he gives a think, does ultimately go for a move. He's going to reposition the king just to guard against the knight jumping in. But David calling it lost with that animation there.
That just looks so bad, Tanya.
That's desperate, right? He probably just couldn't find any other way. You need to fight against the knight jump. The queen threats on that pawn as well. Not a happy decision. Head and hands for Gukesh. How does he survive this? It's a checkmate. being threatened right now, defended. You're never going to be castling. The king's going to be stuck at the center of the board. Does the other knight jump in now? Do you take a page from Vincent Keymer's book? Get your knights and queens to attack the Black King?
Yeah, I think that's just a very strong move. Tanya adding another piece to the party, another attacker. Even if you just take a time out, it's not just the fact that the Black King will never castle, it's the fact that the rook next to it is never going to centralize, never going to connect with its fellow rooks. It's never really going to find any open files. You've just muddled up your pieces. Black has so many problem pieces here, while White is so active. Even if White starts kind of throwing another pawn down the board, even if White just kind of castles, gets the rook over, just continues getting business sorted. There's also other angles to attack from. The White bishop on this diagonal, that looks like a juicy one against the king. Too many tempting moves. Gukesh in huge trouble on the brink of elimination here.
Yeah, absolute dire straits here for Gukesh, but he's not the only player with hopes of playoff contention. Let's now hop over to Richard Rapport up against Hikaru Nakamura to see if he is on his way to a decisive victory, what he will need at the very least to tie either Vincent Keymer or Fabiano Caruana. Of course, still needing that other game between Fabiano and Vincent to end decisively as well, just to tie one of the two. So in a moment, we'll hop on over to Richard Rapport up against Hikaru Nakamura, who just barely qualified in the last round by snagging a draw and moving up to 5 points himself.
And normally, once a player has secured safety like Hikaru had in this previous game, it goes one of two ways. Either Hikaru will relax here. He looks super
looking relaxed.
No, either he'll relax a bit too much and give Richard chances, or because the pressure's now off Hikaru, he'll bring his best and play his best, and that's not good news for Richard. In the meantime, level material, there's one doubling of the pawns. White's traded off a bishop for knight, and now Richard trying to explode the center, trying to go towards here, Hikaru's king.
I think Richard should be happy with the imbalances that exist in the position. Even if the eval bar seems to hint that Hikaru is doing fine, you know, the bishop versus knight trade, the pawn formation, it gives chances to create long-term play. And Richard opening up the lines for the rook and the queen right now. Hikaru gives back that bishop pair advantage to, in return, destroy Richard's pawn formation. If you were to take with that pawn in front of the king, you're then allowing Black's rook to slide over and start threatening that king on the G line.
Yeah, computer wants that material, but while Rapport tries to reason his way to a victory here, we have to see if it'll even matter by jumping over to Fabiano versus Vincent Keymer here, because like I said before, if they were to draw, it wouldn't matter the results of Richard or Gukesh's game. But as we jump over, you might notice that right now Vincent finds himself in a dominant position, and if Richard knows this, if he's paying attention to that board, then he sees opportunities to maybe make it into the knockout stage.
Wow. Black is actually a pawn up, but the computer says he's totally busted. And I actually said it earlier. It's such a devilish position, such a kind of deceptive start position, because, again, all these long-range pieces. And here, White's queen and bishop could line up on the long diagonal, threatening some checkmate patterns. The White knight can start kind of jumping in to some really nice outposts deep in enemy lines here. There's still an undefended pawn. That was Gukesh's kind of Achilles heel, that pawn. There's also just open lines for the white rooks. Everything looks so appealing here, so tempting. You still need the killer blow. If Vincent can't land it in the next half dozen moves, this could turn. Fabiano might be breathing a sigh of relief, but Tanya, it's so hard to imagine this attack not being decisive.
This is unbelievable. Fabiano is close to losing in, again, under 10 moves. Your idea on the board, threatening a big mate on that square. Now, Black's got to find a way to block that diagonal, right? Moving that knight away is not a solution because, yes, you save the knight, but you don't save that king. The rook would be hanging in that case. I'm expecting Fabi to blitz out that pawn. Well, he's not blitzing it out, but he at some point will have to push that pawn one step forward. But that creates further weaknesses in his camp. And look at that bishop. What bishop am I even talking about? It's kind of hard to spot for Fabiano Caruana. The one next to the queen. No open diagonals there. And like he said in that interview, no easy ways to shut down when it comes to freestyle chess. And he was bang on. I like that emoji, David. Very smooth. Fabi takes a decision. He's not making further weaknesses. The rook comes to defend.
Wow, this is so ugly. You normally never want to fianchetto a knight. You never really want to put a knight on a square like this, especially when it's vulnerable on a diagonal. And look at that black rook, a sad defender. And it's like a mirror image. Gukesh, Fabiano, they've just allowed a direct attack against their king this early in the game.
And Gukesh has to be beating himself up right now, right? I mean, you've not even given yourself a game for that shot. By rushing through the opening moves, we'll check in with that. But it feels like Gukesh or Richard would have had a chance because Fabi is about to go down in this one.
Yeah, Fabiano against the ropes at the moment, and again, in falling down against Vincent Keymer, he would be the one in danger of losing his top spot. These, again, I'll remind everybody, this was our championship match at Weisenhaus, and just the idea that one of them wouldn't be in the playoff picture is ludicrous to me. But Keymer, in very much the way he impressed us in Weisenhaus in warming up throughout the tournament, seems to have warmed up at the right time here on the final day of the round robin, and looks to be taking this one. Of course, as you mentioned, that will put the onus then back on the other matchups, Gukesh versus Jan and Richard versus Hikaru, to see if either of them can come away with a decisive victory. Both of those games still in play. Both of those games, though, not looking like they're easily going to go to either of the players who are outside of our playoff picture.
Unbelievable turn of events. And you know, this was the finals matchup at Weisenhaus. It was Vincent versus Fabi. Vincent getting the win in that one. Close to this, but I want to ask you, how much of this is in his mind? He gets a winning position and he does a beautiful plan. Before we get to that, he wants to post that knight on a stunning post, gets a star by David Howell. Once it lands on c6, you've got to find a bigger emoji than a star. Maybe give it the son of the position as well, because that will be close to game over. Yes, you can trade the bishops, but thank you very much. Once the rook comes onto the open line, it will start targeting that dead bishop next to the queen.
Oh, this is just painful. A knight on this square is going to cement this bishop stuck on the back rank for eternity. Essentially, you can just resign at that point. I think it might be desperation time. You might have to throw this pawn down the board. Just try to release this bishop, even at the cost of giving back your material. Advantage here. Fabiano, you can tell on his body language, he knows he needs a gift from the other games now. He knows his fate no longer entirely in his own hands.
You're very right. He's now rooting for Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru over their two opponents, because as long as either of those guys pilots to a draw or better, Caruana still retains his 8th position and a playoff spot. And with that in mind, let's go back to a couple of the other boards to see how they're maneuvering their way to a possible playoff berth, starting with Richard Rapport against Hikaru. He, of the two, between him and Gukesh, is in better position, but still by no means a winning position. So this is a complex. Where do we see avenues here for Richard to punch through?
Yeah, this one is going to be difficult, partly because it's opposite color bishops again. Maybe the one good thing is that Hikaru looks a bit distracted. Hikaru looks
I think he's looking at those exact other matchups that we're talking about. He wants to know, you know, am I the one? Am I going to be the one? Am I the decider? Do I need to shut Richard out of the playoff picture?
Yeah, am I going to help out my buddy Fabiano? Do I want to consign Fabiano to a playoff? But either way, this position does look very level. It's opposite color bishop, so black on this diagonal looking for some opportunities. White likewise with the light squared bishop. There's currently a pin on the C file. Black's pawn structure looking slightly compromised. The black king's slightly vulnerable, I would say. That's the main thing in Richard Rapport's favor right now. Tanya, who do you think has the advantage here, or do you think Richard has any hopes of muddying the waters?
It's a very tough position to call. I mean, it's just a game for all three results, and I think it's the most that Richard can hope for right now, right? You still have a lot of pieces on the board. It's an open position. He immediately takes a decision to not allow that knight to jump further towards the white king, which would have been extremely dangerous. Gives it up. Hikaru's king still quite unsafe. You know, the pawns have moved forward a little bit. Everything to play for, but I completely agree with you there. You know, right now for Hikaru, he knows what's happening on the Fabi board as well. Richard, he has to find a way to win this, to have a shot right now. I think it's completely unclear.
That's interesting. Computer doesn't like that. That felt logical to me, sidestepping what would have been an easy attack by the queen if that pawn wanted to move forward, but instead, Hikaru will take this opportunity to start marching the pawns forward, creating a beautiful pawn chain and grabbing more space.
Hikaru is on blitz bullet mode right now. He's not even taking any time at all. And it's funny because just a few weeks ago, barely even, it was Hikaru versus Fabiano Caruana in the American Cup for the championship. And here it is, Hikaru feeling safe in the qualification. Fabi kind of really hoping somehow or the other, you know, his big rival is able to hold off Richard Rapper. Hikaru barely taking any time. Maybe, David, it's also to play for because it doesn't really matter, right? He's going to finish in the second half of the qualifying table, regardless of his result.
Yeah, it doesn't change too much, barely changes anything for Hikaru. A win, loss or draw in this one, which actually helps free you. And Hikaru, he's on record saying, as a streamer, less pressure, he plays better.
Yep. Yeah, I was like, this is the answer to the question you posed earlier. For some players, is that, freedom going to aid in better play, a more relaxed play, or will it mean that an error or two creeps in? I think for Hikaru, he's in his zone right now. From there, let's go back over to Gukesh versus Jan Nepomniachtchi because it's not over just yet. Again, I don't want to paint this as a pretty picture. I'm not telling a lie to the audience here like this is something that Gukesh can easily find his way out of, but he is going to fight tooth and nail for every opportunity.
Wow, this position is crazy. Gukesh's king is still the main focus of this position. Look at this line. It's a bit of a traffic jam, but if it ever opens up, the black king is easy pickings. And okay,
whoa,
a slip. Yeah,
big one.
Letting Gukesh back in. Gukesh, his heart rate under 70. That is another level. But a missed opportunity. Gukesh's last move was fiery, pushing this G pawn forward, trying to target the white queen. And now, okay, apparently only one move to avoid instant defeat. I think it's also the most natural. There has been a capture. The black rook has been hit. He needs to just recapture this pawn very calmly.
But with the knight or the bishop?
With his knight. I'm not sure exactly why the knight, I guess. Because if you take with the bishop in the corner, you might be destabilized by an exchange. And maybe there's something in the center with a pin. But yeah. Okay, knight takes pawn. If you're not fearing ghosts along the this line towards your king, then it's probably the move you pick. And the advantage for white, far less clear suddenly.
It would just be about surviving move by move for Gukesh. You know, he just needs to make sure that he can keep the game going. And he takes it with the bishop. But this just walks into an incredibly concrete line, right? The one that you're pointing out, just chop, 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 get the minors off the board, and then suddenly there's incredible pressure along that central line.
Yeah, and Jan made a face there. He was like, again, he's making the face, raised eyebrows. He's like, what? Why? I'm not going to criticize that move too harshly. I think it was a difficult position for Gukesh anyway, but that wasn't the most natural move. The most natural move was also the strongest. And another downside is that the black knight actually gets in the way. This pawn is now a target. This would be a deadly check towards the black king. And the knight stops the black rook from defending across the board here on the 6th rank. Oh, big mistake from Gukesh. He got given a small opportunity, but back in danger now.
Yeah, and you're not going to be given too many of those, right? So it would have been on him to capitalize on the few opportunities that Jan gives him throughout. We'll hang on this game for just a moment here to see how it plays out, because it does look like at any moment we could either get the concession or Jan could pilot himself to an unbeatable position.
This is going to play out to absolute disaster for Gukesh. I actually don't see a way for him to successfully defend that pawn. If you use the other rook to slide over to that last rank, the last file that we have lining up against the queen, you're creating pins. There's a pawn that would be hanging. You know, you can see trades and then picking up that G5 pawn, which again would not be able to be recaptured because the queen hits that black rook. And with this pawn falling apart, black's king position is falling apart. Gukesh has just done everything wrong in this game.
It is such a mess of pieces, though, there on the top right corner of the board. I think, again, for a player, from my perspective, it seems so messy, which is why it almost doesn't make sense that it is so decisively in favor of one player.
I think it's essentially like a battle here. The long-range pieces here, the archers just sniping from afar while the cavalry rides into to all the holes to try and do the real damage. The infantry's already gone. It's already cleared all the lines first. And
right.
For black, it's far less clear. It's like, why is the bishop leading the charge here? The bishop is not safe at all. Clear target. And yeah, of course, the king safety is always the biggest thing in chess. And it's clear that the black king on this line is far more vulnerable than the white king, which sits safely for now.
So queen looking to infiltrate, and Gukesh will elect to make a move. but it doesn't necessarily improve his position by the evaluation bar's standards. I don't think it'll be a surprise that as we zoom out to see the accuracy of all of our players across this round tier, that there will be quite a disparity in numbers, given some of the mistakes that we've seen, but there you see as well players like Vincent Keymer sporting a 96.3, which again just speaks to the way that he's leveled up throughout this round robin and finds himself in a winning position against Fabiano Caruana. You know, from here we'll go check in on that game just to see how Vincent's getting it done, and then we'll check back in with our bottom of the table matchups to see if Richard can overcome Hikaru, who seems to be building an advantage. But checking back in here, Eval Bar still loves it. Fabiano's still searching for fighting chances. Tanya, do you see anything available to the American?
No. He's down a rook in this position. How do you even fight that? That's huge material deficit right now. And there's a big threat on the board with that last move that's been played. You know, pinning that pawn, attacking that rook. And did you see that accuracy chart? It gave Gukesh a 70% in perhaps the most crucial and critical round of the day. You know, that's far from the accuracy that you need and you want, especially against a player like Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, occasionally games are messy, but they're messy on both sides, right? You know, to have Jan sporting near like a 20-point differential in those accuracies is never what you want to see when you're the one who needs to come away with the win.
Why is Fabi playing on?
Inertia, I don't know. Just keeping some intrigue, maybe hoping to make his rivals more nervous if they see that this game's still going. That adds this element of jeopardy. But yeah, this one is done, dusted. The white rooks now. You have one extra of them, so they are stacking up against Black's weakest spot. It's a matter of time before Fabiano resigns this one. Vincent, though, credit to him for bringing his best when it mattered.
Absolutely. So for calling this one done and dusted, back over to Richard Rapport versus Hikaru Nakamura we go to check in on that one. While Richard had the best standing of our two players on the outside looking in, his position has only gotten worse since the last time we checked in on this. Hikaru's most recent move getting the exclamation point. Again, he just seems to be in the zone, unbothered at the moment.
It's amazing how easy it makes it look, right? He's been leaning back, getting up from his chair, just like you said, just looks so cool and collected and calm. He literally doesn't care at this point, and there he is with a huge advantage in the position. He's sort of just going through, breaking open the defenses of Richard Rappo's king with that last pawn move forward. And look at how beautifully the queen and the rook are already lined up to double down and triple down on that big file across the board.
Yeah, I've said it before, I'll say it again. You need your queen and knights. They are the best defenders. And look at the white queen and knight. They're just offside. They're not participating in this battle at all. He's hoping to hold things together with his king alone here, Rapport. I think that was the only move to kind of hold the door for now and to protect this pawn, the only shelter in front of his king, but it won't last for long.
Yeah, do you go for the trade anyway and then just can take control of that H-file there on the right-hand side with the rooks?
Yeah, or move your king out the way and unleash the rook.
Yeah.
This line.
And guys, while this one will go on, I think Richard will fight this out. I just want to draw your attention. I think we'll be probably seeing the last of Gukesh right now. In the next few moves, I'm expecting resignation. It would be a good moment to jump to that as soon as possible, because I don't see anything else but a miracle that would save Gukesh right now.
Yeah, we could be moments away from the resignation and the defeat of the world champion here in the freestyle chess round robin up against Jan Nepomniachtchi, number 2 on the tables. We'll flip on over to that board as quickly as possible to see it come to a conclusion. And as we do, there you have the results popping up on your screens. Perhaps a look at the players shaking hands. Unfortunate defeat there for Gukesh. For Jan Nepomniachtchi, he takes a temporary hold of first place with that full point in his favor, up to 8.5, just a half a point ahead of Magnus Carlsen. Still Magnus Carlsen in play, though, an opportunity to respond. That's going to be a very sour end to Gukesh's round-robin performance.
Yeah, essentially in the final position, he was about to get checkmated or lose a full rook. So offering his hand, a bit of a disaster in the final game. But Gukesh, his chances, they were a bit of a long shot anyway. And the damage was mostly done yesterday.
No, absolute heartbreak. But now when he's going to see what's happening on Vincent's Fabi's board, it's going to hurt even more, because you knew that you did have a shot. If you won, you could have made it to the playoffs. But Gukesh just never got going in this last round. And here we are. Will Richard be able to change that story? But right now, Hikaru completely in control.
Yeah, right now, Fabiano is Hikaru's biggest fan, because as Fabiano stares down the barrel of a loss and no more points added to his total, If Hikaru can keep Richard Rappaport down with no points gained, or rather no full point gain, so either draw or a defeat, then Fabiano retains his playoff position.
And I say completely in control. I think it's going to be more than control because Hikaru's just looking for an inroad right now, right? And the best way to do that is get to the base, and he does it. Strikes in the center. He's taking away a key defender, opening up lines towards the king. You know, that defense of that G-pawn is going to be lost very soon. Maybe he'll even triple down on it, pushing that pawn in front of his own king and really making big inroads. Richard Rappo in defense, and I don't think it's going to last for too long, David.
Yeah, this one looks over. The one saving grace for Rapport is the fact that Hikaru's down under 1 minute. Hikaru spent so long because he had so many tempting moves, so many winning moves that, yeah, he might have forgotten about the clock a bit. But again, the White Queen and White Knight are totally offside, totally cut off from the action. And, okay, the last hurrah, the last attempt by Richard Rapport to bring his queen in. There are no threats, though. The queen alone cannot cause any trouble. And look at Hikaru. He's peering into the board. He brings his queen in.
Well, small breath of life, maybe looking for a way to trade the queens off here, slide the queen back down. Yep, offer the trade. I imagine Hikaru won't take it.
Oof, nice.
Slides in with that rook, then slides over, now elects for the trade, but prefers this position after all the pieces fall.
Hikaru, he's just gone for an endgame advantage. He's still a pawn up now. So rather than going for checkmate, which isn't really Hikaru's style anymore, he never goes for direct attacks. He would far rather have an endgame he can control and that he can manage. And for Rapport, who needs to win, it looks like a draw is the very maximum he can hope for. That White Knight has been the bane of his position. Just unable to get in the game, still cannot really enter the action. And Hikaru.
Well, Hikaru right now perhaps peeking over to see that a result was just reached over on Vincent Keymer versus Fabiano's board, and it is Vincent Keymer coming away with the victory there, adding a point to his total, moving up to 5.5. Fabiano now sits with the 4.5 that he had earned himself previously. Once again, this match that we're looking at, Richard Rappaport versus Hikaru Nakamura, that's the one, the only deciding game left to be played. And if Hikaru can do anything from a draw to a victory, Fabiano's in.
Fabi's hanging on. He's not leaving the building anytime soon. His eyes, all his attention is on the board in front of him right now. It all comes down to this. You know, his longtime rival, longtime countrymate, teammate, Hikaru Nakamura, he's got things under control. And Fabi's really hoping that he helps Fabi get the job done as well, with either a draw or a victory.
Hikaru Nakamura has a lot of fans, but his biggest fan right now, Fabiano Caruana, watching. And I like
Never thought I'd hear that sentence, David.
I like how Fabi, he's kind of gone towards one side, so he's almost in the eye line of Hikaru. He's like, come on, man, you got this, close it out. And yeah, Hikaru has multiple ways forward. He can keep his central pawn alive if he wants to press his advantage. No, he just tries to trade off further pawns. And yeah, it's just fizzling out too much. Richard Rapport has one last chance to win this game, to save himself in the race for first prize. The white pawn that's far advanced. But at the moment, it's under lock and key.
With every piece that comes off the board, Richard Rappaport's chances dwindle in his hopes to receive a bid to the playoff picture in the knockout stage.
It just keeps coming down to that knight. You know, you've been pointing this out the whole game. And even now, it's got no good square. You retreat trying to get to the center of the board, you're going to end up in a double attack with the rook sliding over. That knight has been sort of the bane of Richard's pieces in this position. He's playing essentially down a minor piece, apart from being down a big pawn, that pawn, which is just 3 steps away from becoming a queen.
Yeah, this looks almost hopeless in terms of winning, at least for Richard Rapport. Maybe he'll draw this on a good day. Maybe you hold this. But you're also facing one of the best endgame players of the generation, Hikaru Nakamura. Yeah, this one looks forlorn.
Richard over 150 on the heart rate.
I was going to say, yeah, if the evaluation bar didn't tell you who was winning, I think the heart rates would tell you. One of them is a lot more comfortable with the position that they see in front of them, even with very little time on the clock.
What do you think? I mean, whoa, no, that move did not happen. There's no way that he put the rook.
It did.
No?
It did happen. If you take that rook,
oh,
the white pawn
yes.
would have run through.
Oh my gosh, what a nice trap that was.
He's so creative, Richard Rapport. The game continues, just to show that on the board one more time. The rook slid across, giving up its life. If the rook had been taken, the white pawn steps forward and would have promoted. Richard Rapport would have got a playoff against Fabiano Caruana. There's no way to stop this pawn anymore, but of course, not necessary to take the rook. The black bishop dropped back as a blocker. And the game continues. This is the live position.
I thought that was a mouse slip, in this case, a hand slip or a computer slip. But, you know, these players, they're so incredibly tricky. Even on their last life, their last moments, they find these ways to set up traps.
Oh, and a great move from Hikaru. He pins the white knight. Now he checks away the white king. This one looks over. The black pawn is 3 squares away. You mentioned it earlier, Tanya. It's time to push that pawn forward to victory. That would end Rapport's resistance.
Now the rook's path has been blocked, and there it is, Hikaru reaching out. It's H for Hikaru. It's the H-pawn that's about to get the job done in this game as well. Notice how the bishop just controls Richard's biggest pawn on the board. You know, it's just going to give itself up if that pawn was to move ahead. And that's it, handshakes.
There it is. Hikaru Nakamura gets it done on behalf of Fabiano Caruana for Richard Rapport and Gukesh. An unfortunate end to their group stage and round robin. Not able to get it done in the final round and give themselves an opportunity for a tie break. Our knockout stages are solidified.
Wow, I feel so bad for Rapport, who had so many chances in earlier rounds. He missed a draw against Magnus Carlsen. He should have maybe beaten Vincent Keymer. Should have beaten Arjun Erigaisi, but ultimately that's chess, that's sport. Missed opportunities.
And let's not forget, Richard, one of the 2 players here who came in as a last-minute substitution, right? And so to be on the precipice of making it into the knockout stage, it is still quite a feat and something to be respected, but maybe a sour twist at the very end of his tournament run. For Fabiano, though, hey, I have a chance. And as we know, 8th is all you need to get into the playoffs. He's the former runner-up. He's played second fiddle a number of times in these freestyle chess events. He still has an opportunity to take that top spot.
The way the last game went, this is the most that Fabi could have dreamt of. You know, everything went wrong against Vincent, and then it was Hikaru to the rescue. So he's got to be feeling really good. You know, like the stars are aligning. We see him now. Perhaps he might even join us for an interview, as I see he's coming back right now. There's Jan Nepomniachtchi as well. You were talking about Richard being a last-minute replacement. The other last-minute replacement, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, has had a fantastic tournament. But I will tell you one thing right now, tough moment for the Indian fans. We started the tournament with 4 players in the field. 3 have been knocked out of the quarter-finals. Gukesh out, Pragnananda out, Vidit out. The only player holding fort is world number 4, Arjun Erigaisi, after his 3 back-to-back wins in Freestyle Fridays.
Yeah, as you mentioned, unfortunately, Prague out of the running here for the playoff picture, but Nodirbek Abdusattorov has shown up in a brilliant way. Last-minute replacement for Hans Niemann, hopping on a plane a mere 48 hours before the first moves would be played of this entire tournament. He sits with 6.5 points currently, the opportunity to still make up, or rather make some gains with half a point to a point here in his matchup against Pragnananda.
Yeah, for Nodirbek, though, he is on the defending side. Black has 3 pawns, white has 1. The saving grace potentially is the bishop pair. White's bishops looking very strong. A big check threatened right now, kicking the black king back, and the white bishop would be grabbing some pawns. Prague makes a mistake. Apparently that brings it back to level. It's no longer easy to defend against some checks.
It's of note as well that while Pragnananda is not playing for a playoff picture, he is playing for placement, which is important. It's a year-long circuit here, freestyle. There's more money in play, more circuit points at play. If he's able to actually conclude with a decisive victory here over Abdusattorov, he will leapfrog Gukesh and Richard Rapport and actually take 9th, going from 11th to 9th. Hey, that's something.
It's something, but for these kids, it's not enough. I mean, what they want is a spot in the quarterfinals. But you're absolutely right. They come back, they fight tomorrow. It's more money. You know, it's the tour points. But definitely, overall, it has been a disappointing outing for the Indian contingent.
You never know. Arjun Erigaisi might go on and win the whole thing.
Oof.
That's true. That's true. Arjun Erigaisi, the only Indian player left in the playoff picture. He's currently battling it out against Vidit Gudrathi with a very solid advantage for himself. And we'll let that one play down as we keep our eyes on the one that's a little bit more of a close battle.
Yeah, Prague, though, he's done some damage to his own position. Look at the Black Knight suddenly retreating all the way back home. Same for the Black King right now, and Nodirbek can continue to harass the black pieces by dropping the white rook back with some targets. It looks like he should be able to create some counterplay now, maybe win one of the pawns back with a draw-ish position, with some drawing chances. Still going to be a long road ahead, though, to hold this one. There is Arjun Erigaisi against Vidit also in action. This game is going to go on for a long, long time. I wonder whether we check in over there.
All right, well, in a moment, we'll hop on over to that other remaining game that we have in play. Both of them down below 20 seconds when it comes to the different chessboards. But here you have it, Arjun versus Vidit, a battle of countrymen. They're moving quickly here, gaining time on the clock.
Yes, and White's king coming out in the open. And look at that army that Arjun has against the king. You've got the bishop, the knight, the queen, and the rook. I mean, there has to be some knockout here, David, is the feeling that you get as a chess player. You know, if that's not checkmate, I don't know what is.
Only one move to prolong this battle, and that is to give up a piece by swinging the white queen across. There will be a queen exchange, the white bishop will fall, but still some chances to save this one, due to the fact that white has some checkmating threats of his own. Knight in, and the rook across, the Arabian checkmate.
6 seconds.
He needs to swing his queen, otherwise it's just over. He brings his rook back.
He blunders.
He brings his rook back, and now the bishop can be captured for free. Queen's on the board, clearly favors black, and white has no checks.
Yeah, notice how all the squares that check black king are actually under Arjun's control. You know, the queen does the job, the rook does the job, and from far away, the bishop controls a key square as well. Vidit desperately trying to get his own queen to attack Arjun's king, finding some infiltration squares, but it's one move too slow. There's a check being threatened right now. At the center of the board, Arjun reaches out and stops it.
Yeah, there was one check on the diagonal to hit the black king. No more checks now. There was actually an immediate knockout blow. He could have ended the game immediately by pushing the black pawn forward, giving up the bishop, and then forking the white king and queen. But Arjun now, can he get the job done? The big question is, can he just grab this white knight? Are there any checks there? I don't see any checks that the white queen can give if you just take this horse off the board.
Everything's under control. All the squares on the back rank, all the squares on the third rank. He does take it, but with his queen, so he allows one check, but that diagonal can be easily blocked by the black queen.
Yeah, the black queen, though, was pinning the white rook, and now that rook not captured. If it had been captured, there might have been a draw. The white queen would have been able to give perpetual check. The knight is a king's best friend. He keeps the black knight on the board. The checks have fizzled out, and 2 extra pieces for Arjun Erigaisi. It's going to end in heartbreak for Vidit.
There it is. The handshake is extended. Arjun Erigaisi gaining a full extra point here at the end of the final round robin game. Up to 6.5 is he as well. So very solid position, but still one board left to play. Noterbek Abdusattora versus Pragnananda, and Noterbek as well sits at 6.5. This would be playing for possession of 4th place and overtaking Arjun once again in those overall standings. Regardless, for Pragnananda, it's just about maybe garnering a point and fighting for a 9th place finish, some circuit points, and some extra money here in the coming days.
I should just mention as well, Noterbek, if he holds this, he gets into the top 4. If he doesn't, if Noterbek loses now, Arjun has just overtaken him. Arjun will technically get the right of choice.
Well, admittedly,
he won't get
you're
left
with whoever is left regardless.
But there is a chance for Noterbek. If he comes 5th, he might be picked. He might have to face the likes of Magnus Carlsen.
That's the key. You can't be chosen if you're 4th place.
You'd far rather be in the other side of the draw, not at risk of facing one of the big guns.
And that's because nobody will pick Noterbek, and at the end, he might be left with no other option. But Magnus is at the top of the table, right? So Magnus will have to make his own pick. I wonder if Noterbek was even to fall back on that bottom 4. Is he such an obvious pick to go into the quarterfinals?
If the standings were to stay as they are, Noterbek, Hikaru, Vincent, and Fabiano, those are your bottom 4.
I think Vincent still gets, I mean, out of
Vincent
this
gets
crowd,
picked first after all that
really
conversation. It is tough. I think it would be between Noterbek and Vincent who gets picked first.
Yes.
But like we're saying, if Noterbek just gets a draw here, moves up to 7 points, he takes 4th, no longer has the option of being picked, and Arjun Erigaisi would fall back down into that 5th position.
But for Arjun, right, what a way to finish the tournament. Yes, you've already qualified, but knowing that you get a win and end on such a high, it's got to be a huge confidence boost for him. Coming into this with his Freestyle Friday victories, really making his mark in the round robin, he's got to be feeling good about his chances in the knockouts.
And meanwhile, this position, still 2 pawns up for black. Great progress has been made by Pragnananda in the last few moves. Since we were last here, he's been able to advance the black pawns. The black king now very safe, which wasn't the case earlier. The black knight also active, which also is a huge improvement for black. To break through, though, you will need to push your pawns sooner rather than later, so I'm expecting the black pawns to start advancing. But yeah, he doesn't need to rush yet.
He needs to rush on the clock. That's the only thing.
There we go. One of the pawns pushes. He's facing the might of the bishop pair, though.
Yeah, that's the only compensation that Nordebek has, right, is what can he create with those two bishops at the center of the board. But right now, the Black Knight also does a great job of keeping key squares defended, not allowing any checks on the board. Prague, is he going to be able to convert this one?
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to find out who picks who. Now that's all I can think about suddenly.
Well, dinner time. That's when the picks will be made.
Did hint that he is happy not being the one to make the picks. But depending on where he finishes, he might not be left with a choice either, right?
He gets no choice regardless.
Yes.
Actually, that's not true. If he somehow managed to win this game, he would actually leapfrog over Maxime. Up to 7.5. I think unlikely, right? Based on the current position. Unlikely. But technically, there's a chance for him to get third and then, as you say, have a choice. But without a victory here, at best he gets fourth, which just means he's left with the remaining player. And so, in essence, does not get a choice.
And also saves himself from being picked by Magnus as his opponent. Because that's really every player's nightmare, right? You go through the double round robin, you fight it out, you give it your all, and then you have to play Magnus in the quarters.
Exactly. Has Magnus finished top, though? I think he might have been leapfrogged by Jan Nepomniachtchi. They finished on level points, but tiebreakers will decide that one.
Yeah, that's a good point. So while they did draw in their own matchup against each other, both at 8.5 points, Jan Nepomniachtchi, because he has more wins, he will ultimately get first place. Both of them at 8.5.
Amazing.
If it were Magnus to choose, Magnus would definitely choose Nordebek. It's not even a question. He destroyed Nordebek in the quarterfinals of Weissenhaus. Very one-sided match there. So fascinating, the dynamics. Jan Nepomniachtchi maybe with first pick?
And who does he go with? I mean, what we're thinking about with the bottom four, if it comes to Vincent and Nordebek being there, it's probably one of these two players who gets picked, right? And it's just such a tough choice.
I think if Jan being first place, I think he picks Vincent.
And if Magnus is first place, you think he picks Nordebek.
Kind of do, yeah. But we know that Jan is first, so again, I think he'll pick Vincent.
Imagine picking first, you pick Vincent, and then he suddenly brings back the Vincent of Weissenhaus again and crushes you. How stupid would you feel that you pick the best player at classical freestyle?
If Vincent from Weissenhaus returns, I mean, why are the rest of the players even playing?
True. Yeah, at least you can say you then lost to the eventual two-time repeat champion.
Yeah. The king of classical freestyle. In the meantime, Prague making even more progress. Look at the black pawns. They're steadily stepping further and further forward. The white king now forced onto the back rank. The mating net is closing. You still need a bit of support, maybe from the black bishop or the black knight to help deliver a killer blow, but white's bishop's unable to do any damage. No targets, no checks. Nordebek on the brink. Should be the last few moves now to this game.
Yeah, 2 extra pawns to work with here for Prague.
He does.
Oh, go ahead.
He does line himself up, so at least not allowing Prague to move the knight just yet as a central pawn was hanging. Prague simply defends it, and now he's threatening a checkmate in one and also ideas against the 2 bishops if the knight was to move.
The white king hits the black rook, but the black rook gives a check. Prague.
Some time.
Yeah, will he repeat the position? Will he bring his rook further away, perhaps, to try and deliver the checkmate on the back rank to catch the white king, which looks like it doesn't have too much protection.
Repetition.
Just the second time we've seen this position.
Second time.
Okay, why is Nordebek thinking he has to use his king to defend? Not many options here for the Uzbek Grandmaster.
Also, you have to threaten the rook, because if you move the king the other way, the knight jumps in with a check, and then you've got one of the bishops falling. Wow, Nordebek refuses the repetition. I think he knew that Prague would anyways deviate, so he pins voluntarily, self-pinning there. Not a happy choice.
Prague defends his central pawn. He knows that the white dark squared bishop now is pinned for eternity, so there's no need to rush. All black needs to do is to get the knight or the dark squared bishop to attack the pinned piece on that back rank, and he will overwhelm the white defenses. Nordebek is pretty much stuck. No real ways to move here, no way to hold this game. It looked like he was about to resign. He plays one more move and then resigns.
There it is. Alrighty, well with that, Pragnananda will end his round robin on a high note, moving up to 4 points in total, leapfrogging over Richard Rapport and Gukesh, who both sit at 3.5. But unfortunately for him, it only brings him to that 9th place, just outside the bubble, looking in.
Yeah. not Prague's best event, I should say. Not what he wanted, but ultimately ending on a high will be some kind of relief ahead of tomorrow's action. And yeah, the highlights from this round. What a dramatic round it was. But the underdogs, the players in must-win situations, weren't able to make it in the end.
And the old guard doing really incredibly well in the round-robin stage. Very different from our Weissenhaus, where we did see the likes of Vincent, of Javokir rule, the table and make it to the top eventually. And for Gukesh, it's been such a heartbreak this whole tournament. Also finishing that last game where he really could have at least tried to create some chances. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, he is a man in form as he comes to Paris. What a performance, finishing at the top of the leaderboard ahead of the world #1.
Yeah, and in this final round, we had 5 victories and 1 draw. The only draw taking place between Magnus Carlsen and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave pretty early in to the round. Magnus Carlsen will finish at 8.5 points, just behind Jan Nepomniachtchi, 8.5 as well, but because of the tiebreaker rules, does end up in second place.
I mean, we gotta discuss, right? We know the picks happen at dinner. It will be Jan Nepomniachtchi to go first. It's a choice between Nodirbek Abdusatrov, Hikaru Nakamura, Vincent Keymer, and Fabiano Caruana. What do you guys think? Who does Jan go with?
I think he picks Vincent.
Yeah, I think it is likely. He wasn't in Weissenhaus. He wasn't scarred by the power of Vincent Keymer. I think he'll want to prove a point as well. It's Jan's first tournament on the tour this season. And what better way to enter the knockout stages by beating one of the defending champions.
So if he picks Vincent, Magnus picks Nodirbek, and then Maxime has to make a pick between Hikaru and Fabiano Caruana. That's not a happy situation for the Frenchman with 3 names at all.
No, not at all. And then, of course, Arjun Erigaisi will be left with whomever remains. And out of those two, once again, it doesn't seem like there are any good options. But more than anything, I think that speaks to the strength of the players in this tournament, that we struggle to really figure out, what would be a good choice of opponent. They all feel dangerous.
Absolutely. Such a tough pick. And it all happens at dinner tonight. We saw that Jan and Holly getting into the car, perhaps getting ready to get to that dinner. I can't wait, because if we remember at Weissenhaus, what a shocker it was, that moment when Alireza was asked, and he said Vincent, and then eventually, who picked Hikaru? Javokir Sandarov, comes on next and says, I'm going to play against the Beast. I'm going to play against Hikaru Nakamura. And he goes on to prove that pick.
Yeah, I know. But now it's like I'm hoping for a shock like that tonight. I'm not sure if we'll be delivered one. But who knows? Who knows?
Imagine Magnus goes second. He's like, oh, who's left? Fabiano, Hikaru. He's like, I want Hikaru.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm going to pull a Javokir one more time. Let's go with Hikaru. I mean, but I will tell you one thing. I think whoever goes first, which is Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's not picking Fabi or Hikaru. I think that's pretty clear.
Isn't that wild, though, that we're looking at the form that Fabiano is in at this tournament? A little bit shaky, right? Ending in just 8th place at 4.5 points. Obviously a very rocky start, and then he did a lot of work just to get into the playoff picture. But we're not even considering that he would be picked as the first option. A lot of that, I think, you have to lean on his history in events like this.
There's history, and also how classical time format of freestyle chess is a completely different animal. Where we've seen Fabi time and time again just consistently show that he understands the openings, sometimes better than the rest of the field, even Magnus at times. He's always finding the top engine moves when it comes to those first few moves. And I think with classical, we're going to see a very different Fabi.
Yeah, just as we did yesterday, I'm curious to see what our fans at home think when it comes to a player of the day, MVP, exclamation point MVP, followed by the player name in chat to make your voice heard. I think yesterday was an easier pick to make. Today feels a lot less certain.
Yeah, depends what we want to prioritize as well, because Jan Nepomniachtchi went on a tear. He was powerful. He came top of the group stage. He won 4.5 out of 5 points from today. He was maybe objectively the most correct player, but what about the likes of Vincent Keymer, who pulled out those wins when it really mattered, who beat the likes of Gukesh, Pragnananda to leapfrog them and guarantee safety, who crushed Fabiano Caruana in the final round? Will it be someone like Hikaru, who got the job done, difficult way, but ended up on a high? Will it be, I don't know, Arjun Erigaisi, who got a nice win at the end there? Plenty to choose from.
Yeah, it's a really tough pick. You know, yesterday we had somewhat of an obvious choice in Nodderbeck with his performance coming in as a last-minute replacement and then just, you know, blowing the field with his 5 out of 6 that we saw. But today it's really not that easy, and I'm really interested to see who chat picks today.
Yeah, the good news is we don't have to make a declaration. We just wait until they tell us, and then we can go, exactly. That's who I would have
I think if I had to pick a player, and again, maybe I'm just going by the numbers, I think Jan was really impressive today. You know, to take the round robin stage, as well as just the way he finished off this last round against the world champion. It's his first time here in the Grand Slam Tour, and he started with a bang.
Well, we have the results. Let's see if you are correct.
The MVP of
I was just told Vincent Keymer is the one who takes it. So I think, as you said, it's just about what people prioritized on the day. And I think a lot of people are very happy to have seen our defending champion make his way into the playoff picture. It will make, I think, the rest of the knockout stage feel a lot more complete to know that he was in the running, even if he loses the title to somebody else here.
And I think it's going to make David Howell rethink the numbers that he's been giving. We're back with the player card. 83 becomes our MVP, David.
This one I disagree, Tanya. This one I think I was very fair. 2024 was not his best year. Vincent said it himself. He didn't have any tournament victories. And, okay, I gave him a very high mark for strategy. Overall, 83 is going to be higher this year. That's guaranteed. He's already started 2025 with a bang.
Yeah,
the 20... Sorry, go on, James.
I was just going to say, important to note, Jan did come in second in our chat vote. So, of course, we tip our cap to him as well because it was a very impressive performance in his first time out on the circuit. But because Vincent is our MVP, we would be remiss not to get a word from him as he managed to qualify his way through to defend his title. Let's hear him now.
Promotion of freestyle chess, then you winning a game that both had to draw?
Maybe not. Yeah, it's a weird situation that, of course, like, if you ask me before the game, is a draw fine? I would say, of course. But the thing that we hear is we have to play, and freestyle chess isn't really a game where it's, you know, both sides don't really know. For example, when to go for more draw option, that might be slightly worse, which can also be dangerous, or go for complications, principled way, which will also get dangerous. So there's no easy way out. There's no theory, no way for early repetitions or so on. So of course that makes it interesting, but yeah, for me I'm just really relieved that I managed to get through the rapid, because yeah, after having lost that second game today against Gukesh, I was really worried. And you know, playing these classical matches is something I really look forward to, but of course it's much nicer if you can still fight for first place instead of having to play for the last places.
I just got to ask you, when you know that you have such a good position, you're still a pawn down, but you have such a good position, how tempted are you to just try to, can I just get this to a draw? Can I get this to a draw, or is it, I got to play the best move?
I think the position was so good that I wasn't really tempted to go for a draw at that point. Also, I didn't see any clear way. I mean, if I see a move that I think is just winning, I will play it, even if I only need a draw. Because I believe even if I only want a draw in that game, playing the winning move will still be better. I mean, in the worst case, from a good position, I can still go down. It wasn't anything risky. Like, there was no immediate attack or anything like that, so I wasn't really risking much by playing that way.
We found it to be extremely gutsy, and congratulations on a great finish. Now, who's going to dare to pick you? I mean, we're talking about the likelihood if Hikaru wins between Hikaru, Caruana, Erigaisi, and you. It's not easy to know who you're going to pick if you're a top player here.
Yeah, I think it's never easy, and also having to pick is kind of a burden in the sense that if things go wrong, you will always feel like you made the wrong choice. But yeah, I don't think there's any real right choice. You just have to pick someone you feel is best and then see what happens.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Perhaps a blessing to not have to choose your opponent, saying, yeah, sometimes it's a burden because you're calling your own shot. When you say I'm picking this person, it's because I believe they're my best opportunity to beat, or best, opponent to win against. And so, while he awaits who he will be playing in the quarterfinals and who ultimately elects him, I think more than anything, Vincent is happy with the performance he put up today to get to that 5.5 points he needed to get into the playoff picture.
Yeah, amazing performance. He beat Hikaru as well. I think very deserving of that most valued player as voted by our chat. You know, I was saying that Fabi is going to be a different man when it goes to a classical time control in freestyle, and I think we're going to see the exact same story with Vincent Keymer as well. With more time on the clock, you know, his biggest asset, the understanding of the positional strategic concept of the starting position, how to develop, where to develop, which pawn to move. He'll have more time to figure that out. And that played to such a big advantage in Weissenhaus. And David, I think we're going to see more of that from Vincent going forward.
100%. The classical time format, having more time on the clock, normally favors two types of player. One who likes to create long-term plans, who needs some time to settle in, look 10 moves into the future, decide where their pieces go, and the calculators, like Fabiano Caruana, like Gukesh maybe if he'd made it, but like Fabi there. And I think those two will shine in the next stage.
I'll give you another reason why I'm happy Vincent ended up qualifying through, not just because he is the defending champion from Weissenhaus, but because he was one of the few players outside of Magnus at Weissenhaus to use the confessional booth fairly often for us. And as we move into the classical time controls, I'll expect players to do that a little bit more. And I'm always keen to get some insights from the players as we work through active positions. So I await some brilliant insights from him and the rest of the players in the top 8 field. But as we celebrate the top 8, I think we need to talk about some of the players who are essentially exiting the tournament with their bottom 4 finishes. 3 of them coming from India, along with Richard Rapport, who came in as that last-minute replacement for what would have been one of the hometown favorites in Alireza Firouzja.
Yes, and speaking of players who we won't be seeing in action tomorrow, it does include the world champion. 10th, 11th and 12th place don't fight anymore. Gukesh is out, Vidit's out, so been a tough day for the Indian fans. Prag will be back, but only to fight for the 9th and 10th place. It will be all eyes on that top 8 position and who gets the pick. You know what I really liked about Vincent's interview there? He called it a burden. And it's true, because you could live to regret your decision, right? We've seen that happen, like you said, at Weissenhaus. Will we see a repeat of that story?
Well, we'll find out soon enough. In a couple hours, dinner will occur. Those picks will be made. And then tomorrow, we'll start seeing some results. I think it's a great clarification you made about the fact that 11, 12, these are positions we do not play for. So both of those players will exit the tournament. 9, 10 will play for positioning because it's an extra circuit point and a little bit of money. That could come into play at the end of the year. But as Gukesh, our world champion, exits the tournament with his unfortunate fall down today, we did want to get a quick word from him. Let's go to that.
It's been a tough tournament for you, Gukesh. How would you summarize it so far?
Yeah, I started off today well with the 2 wins, but yeah, I guess I should just be more consistent.
Do you feel like freestyle is a format that you struggle with a little bit?
Yeah, surely the tournaments I've played have not been that impressive. Yeah, it's obvious that I haven't spent much time in freestyle compared to standard. So yeah, something to look forward to.
And do you feel then that you will spend more time at home working on different kinds of formats, like freestyle, for example? Or do you feel like classical chess is what is most important to you?
I don't know. It's like a confusing situation for everyone. We just have to balance the time between all the formats. So yeah, I'll see what to do.
We look forward to seeing you in the next rounds, Gukesh, and thank you so much for taking the time.
Some measured responses there from Gukesh, as of course it isn't the result that he wanted, citing inconsistency, because it was quite a brilliant start to the day, right? The storyline was developing, 2 wins in a row. Maybe this is what we were hoping for out of the world champion in this format, but the consistency just wasn't there.
And it just felt like he's getting going, right? When he won the first game and the second game, Gukesh is back in the fight. We'll see more of the world champion in the knockout stages, but it wasn't to be. And as he said, he's been focused on standard chess. You know, hopefully he'll improve. You said measured responses. You could see also the dejection that he was feeling, because the fans, you know, as a world champion, have such high expectations from Gukesh at this moment.
And while I'm certain the fans have high expectations, I'm certain no one has higher expectations than the man himself for himself. You don't get to this level without being that level of self-critical. And so perhaps, again, he'll be reflecting on this one somewhat sourly for a few days, but it's not all over. We'll see him at future events as well. Being the world champion, he has invites to the remaining events throughout the year. So with that, Gukesh exits, Vidit exits, And then we have Pragnananda and Richard at least playing for 9th, 10th place tomorrow. The top 8 playing across the course of the remainder of the days for positioning and all important circuit points. David Howell, I'm taking a look over at your computer screen. Do we have a move of the day loaded up, my friend?
We do, and it's going to be a double reward for Vincent Keymer, voted the MVP by you at home. I'm also going to give him the move of the day. We've seen it before. For those of you who are with us for the last 6 hours, first of all, thank you. But you will be now getting a action replay of the best move. This is a position, a key game as well for the standings between Pragnananda and Vincent Keymer. Pragnananda needed to win to stay alive in the competition. Ended up being victim to a bit of a miniature 16-move win by Black. Here, Black has a very strong kind of trio, queen and 2 knights, attacking the white king. In order to tip over the white defenses, though, to break the defenses of these 3 pieces, you need a 4th attacker, and the black bishop now jumping into the attack, given a double exclamation mark. The only winning move, I should point out, but a brutally strong one, forcing checkmate in a variety of ways. If the bishop is captured, then checkmate on the diagonal would soon have occurred, and likewise, if the knight had been captured instead after the bishop jumped in, then this would have been a beautiful smothered mate. There was a bit of chess comedy at the end there after bishop coming in. The white queen stepped across, and instead of mate in 1, Vincent landed a nice knight check to deflect away the white knight, and it was here that Pragnananda resigned. But either way, a beautiful attack by the German Grandmaster.
Yeah, brilliant display by him in terms of closing out a game. And like we said, he books his ticket to the quarterfinals. From here, we're left to reflect on the games that we saw over the course of the last 2 days and preview the matches tomorrow. Of course, we don't know the pairings for tomorrow, so more what I'll ask of you is of the players in that top 8 field. Surprise and delights. Players that you're concerned about, maybe teetering. Who would you expect? How maybe has your pre-tournament expectations shifted given the performances of these players through the last 2 days?
You know, a player we didn't speak much about, or because there was so much going on, I think we have to, is Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. He finishes 3rd in the standings, got 7 points. He was consistent throughout the tournament, had a remarkable day 1, and made sure that on day 2, on the final day of round robin, he never really lost touch of making it to the knockouts. So a solid performance by the home crowd favorite. We saw what Vincent did at Weissenhaus. You know, it's the French hope here by Maxime, and he keeps it alive. And I have to say, I mean, incredible stuff in the round robin. Can he keep it going? And this is also his first freestyle event.
That's a really good point. Almost because of how consistent he played, he was robbed of the opportunity to be spotlit at any given moment throughout the round robin. The good news for him is that we will see him at least in the quarterfinals and onwards, so we'll perhaps get to see a little bit more of his level of play in the days coming forward.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out about Maxime here, he was guilty of 6 draws out of the 11 games. By far the most solid player. Pretty much all the draws in the round robin in total, he was a part of them.
That's actually pretty wild.
Very solid player, but yeah, a dangerous force to be reckoned with in the knockouts.
Well, yeah, and we've already talked about the man, but I do think Jan Nepomniachtchi is basically, for me, a big question mark, which sounds weird to say as he finishes up top the table. But as we saw at the last tournament, you can finish number 1 in the round robin and then quickly exit the tournament in the quarterfinals. So will he be able to sustain this type of form in a freestyle format as we move to those classical time controls? We await the answer to that question.
Yeah, we talked about runners-up, about how Fabi's always the runner-up in freestyle, but Jan Nepomniachtchi is the perennial runner-up across all time formats. He finally became joint World Blitz champion at the end of last year, but he'd been the runner-up in the Classical World Championship twice, the Fischer Random World Championship last time in 22, losing in Armageddon, the World Rapid. Every format, he was always coming second, but he's speedy, he's fast, instinctive. This format, I think, suits him.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, I just want to point out that Jan Nepomniachtchi has lost just 1 game in the round robin, and that was in round 2 to Pragnananda, and that's it. And same for Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, just 1 loss. So consistent play. Talking of what you just mentioned, you know, last time we saw Magnus and Jan was in the New York World Rapid and Blitz. It was a lot of controversy that followed as well when they became the world co-champions. Last time we saw them, they were hugging it out. But this time here, they're in the City of Love, and there can only be 1 winner. So it's going to be awesome to see what happens when they make it through to the knockout stage and who survives and who goes through.
That's a good point. No co-champions here. There will be a winner. Somebody will stand up top the table at the end of these 8 days. We're 2 days in. We got 6 more to go. That's going to do it here at the conclusion of the round robin stage. We have 8 more players still alive in the playoff picture. 10 still to play. for positioning and prize money over the course of the next few days. We're going to shut down the lights here. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow, and we hope to catch you here as we kick off the knockout stage and we make the race towards first place for all of our players in the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Paris Grand Slam Tour here in Paris. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other, and good night.
I can feel the walls glow.